Okay, friends. I hope that we're live. I've turned on the chat. I've troubleshot. Okay, that sounds weird. I have been troubleshooting some of the internet connection issues, and fingers crossed. I hope we have a better result today. Sorry about that delay. And earlier today, I could have started things earlier, but it's one of those odd days where you make a couple of phone calls and find out that multiple people you know had minor emergencies on the same day. So I was just trying to get a handle on what's going on, but fingers crossed things will be okay. It's just one of those weird things. So I may have to take phone calls later, but for the most part I feel I can be with you guys. Now here's hoping that we can have a quieter day, because the weather was supposed to have been so much better the last few days and giving them some time. And then we had the multiple new fire starts the last few days, and Hi, High Plains Sister. Hey, Metal. Hey, Shaz. It will be a good day. I hope so, Morris. Yeah, knock on wood. It's pretty quiet on cams with the and on radio, which the radio is going. Caldor Fire. We are listening to it. But we always say that, it's going to be a quiet, and then everybody jumps in the chat and says, there's been a new fire start. And it's just, oh dear. So, yeah, fingers crossed. Hey, Bob, hi. Big hello, Radical Ralph. Hope you're doing well. Yes, thank you very much. I got a good chunk of sleep there. I still have the weirdest dreams during this fire season of strange, kind of anxious, not total nightmare, but kind of anxious dreams. But I take that as an actual psychological healthy thing. It was kind of explained to me that it helps you process stress. If you're experiencing them too, perfectly normal. And while some of them can be really intense, it ultimately helps you get through it. So I had a weird analogy explained to me one day by a psychologist that like baked cookies are good. They're perfect, right? They're what you want as a result. And when you're having a lot of stress and some lack of support and emotional problems, it's like your cookie dough. It's not good. And then when you process it, it's kind of hard. But you got to bake the cookies, right? Come out the other side of it. Not an easy process, but then you're good. So nightmares are like baking the cookies. Weirdest thing, but maybe it's so odd that's why it stuck with me. So the same thing like working out is another good analogy. It kind of is uncomfortable, but then at the other side you have a healthier body. So hey, Fireman 8124, welcome. We are smoked out. We're listening currently to the Caldor Fire chatter, and just as I was restarting the stream, and I apologize once again for the delay with the tech issues and such, I heard a couple of odd things that were spoken. So they were trying to get eyes in the sky, and I do have flight radar to show you guys here in a second. There's not much flight activity due to this crazy smoke blanket. I mean, that's a good thing to keep fires cool. See, going up here to the Dixie, we don't really see anything. Going over here to Monument to McFarland and all those, we just have a couple of scouting type planes for the most part. Bonanzas are, eyes in the sky, people looking at them from higher altitude, a safe high altitude, but nothing that'll get low like a tanker and whatnot. They've had some helicopters at the ready, but not really able to get too close to things in general. There's an eye in the sky who does keep talking every once in a while. And he was trying to get help to Delta. Delta was like, hey, can we have a hand here? He went ahead and explained to them what he could see. Fire backing down. Let's see, where the heck did I just put my notes? There it is. At 2:53 p.m., fire was backing down the Mill Creek drainage. I thought he said an altitude of 4,500 feet-ish, but I don't know if that's right. And then just now at 3:01, he was communicating with either another pilot or somebody on the ground, and he said, did you hear about the weird one we had this morning? And he didn't say what time it was. And he goes, a weird one? He goes, yeah. They were talking about little spot fires in general. He said, turns out it was a guy. We think he was lighting backfires, to try to protect his own property. But he goes, but yeah, the police converged on him. He's with the cops now. And the other pilot goes, man, he missed that opportunity. He goes, yeah. He goes, by about 3 months. So it just goes to show how a lot of desperate people can make very foolish decisions. No, you cannot light by yourself a backfire to help the situation. No, it's not good. It's not good. So they were just shaking their heads in dismay. So, hey, Bonnie, hello. We did have 2 planes out of McClellan this afternoon, but they might be headed to the northern ones. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that, and they had tried a couple of times to get something over here, and they just said, no, this isn't going to work. So I was following on Twitter CA Fire Scanner, who's an awesome resource. It's a Kiwi, somebody in New Zealand helping to monitor California fires. You have to go check him out. CA Fire Scanner on Twitter. And he just makes little tweets of like little things that I just said, like just throughout the day. And he was talking about earlier tweets regarding that, where it's just been pretty impenetrable. So we have aircraft looking at the area for as much as they can see, but nothing, flying over. Hey, welcome, guys. Yeah, Bob Fraser says we do burn our private lands in Oregon when the time is right. Exactly. When the time is right. And you have to get, either permits or you have to have at very least, no burn ban. But the burn ban's been in effect for good reason for a long time. So we've got a lead plane over here on the French fire. We've got an instant command to, wow, we have tankers. Hello, tankers on the French right now. And, the Tanker 914 is headed to the French fire. So maybe we could see that, if not hear it. So I've been looking at the Dixie cams, smoked out, not much to do there. But I want to go down to, I think it was called Central, was it Inland Empire? I should write this down. It's here in Foothills. The one for the Shirley cam. The Shirley Peak, area down there. Darn it. I want to see the aircraft. Is this camera still dead? Tobias Peak. 1517? The 27th? Is it alive? This camera was dead or malfunctioning yesterday. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Hey, it seems it's alive! It's alive! Okay, Tobias Peak 2 is back from the dead. Let's do a longer time lapse on that. I imagine we won't really see any aircraft right in front of it, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. So once again, I wanted to thank everybody for the kind donations. I went back looking at my email. I was so caught up in trying to fix my computer problems that I didn't even check email for a bit, and I had all these donations I didn't thank people for on PayPal. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have that kind of trying to arrange it into folders, and I didn't click on that folder. My sincere gratitude for that. I feel like a jerk for not mentioning this. Hope people are listening now who did that. Whoa! Look at that. Okay, the French fire kind of exploded earlier. I mean, with activity. And it's trying to form its pyro cloud. The PCN, pyrocumulonimbus cloud. So let's see about what time that activity flared. So, whoa. Let's see. I wonder if that's backfiring or what. 6 p.m. should be the time that we get their community meeting thing. We can look at InstaWeb and a couple other resources, but it looks like that was around 9:45 in the morning. A little bit of an unusual time to have a whoosh. Whoa. Smoke drifting off towards the north, straight at this cam. This is the French fire down there. And this is triggering me. It appears there's a spider web dangling around in front of the cam, making that weird line. Wow. And the wind changed direction completely by 2:30, about an hour ago. Looks like the wind's now going towards Woodford Heights, towards the southeast, east-southeast. So yeah, that's an amazing one. And welcome everybody here. What says you have to have a permit to burn leaves? Depends. It depends on the size of your property, the size of your. Some people rake, gather to a pit, and then burn. Right? That's generally not permit stuff. Some people light their ground on fire and monitor it with hoses. And that I've seen in wetter places like Oregon. And it just depends on the size of your operation. Are there hills involved? What are you burning? Are you burning off invasive weeds or something that are quite flammable? Is it agricultural, slash, or, have you just cleared some trees off the property? Is it a slash pile from the fallen bark and such? That's very critical to burn that so you don't spread tree diseases, like if you're removing some diseased trees. So yeah, it depends on the state, the region, and how flammable in general and how dry they are. Some counties are way drier than others. Western Oregon has a lot more laissez-faire, and Western Washington being soaking wet than say the eastern side where it's a high desert pretty much. So yeah, it really depends. So this French fire cam, I want to play that again. That's just pretty nuts. This is the 12-hour time lapse. We're looking south. We're looking south at a. Oh yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you for the reminder. If you hit the subscribe and like button, that helps me reach more people. Some people like to subscribe and just look back every once in a while and don't want notifications. Well, you can turn the bell off, or you can put it on the tailored. You'll get occasional notifications if you want to know whenever I'm live. The ringing bell is what lets you know. Hey Isaiah, hey. Welcome back, guys. So at one time I did witness a fire in somebody's front yard. It was unattended. And here I was just on a vacation driving through the Cascades. I think I was trying to go to Bend or something like that. And I erred on the side of caution. I pulled over. I looked. Didn't see a person anywhere. And yet the leaves are on fire in the front yard. And just kind of slowly moving towards the house. It was creeping. It was a kind of a damp day. It was fall. And so I decided to go and knock on the house door and say, is everything okay? Because every once in a while, you just don't know what's going on. Did they go in to answer the phone, or did they have a heart attack while doing a burn operation? And are they Is it unattended because there's a medical emergency? Or do they not even know that there's a creeping fire in their yard because of an accident? Like the wind picking up somebody's ashtray and throwing a cigarette out there. You don't know. So they were very gracious, and they waved at me, and they had just gone in to answer the phone and come back out. So, it's something helpful. I could have been there to help, but in general, that's not good. You just should have somebody watching it every moment. So let's look. We've got hello tankers over Lake Isabella. Right now, I'm listening to Caldor. They have been silent for the last 12 minutes, but it's still on. We can't see anything out of any kind of camera on the Caldor at the moment. Going back and look at the chat. The Hawkins Peak Cam 6-hour time lapse is crazy, completely socked in with smoke now, and it's just gray. Remind me what region that is, Hawkins Peak Cam. I've been looking at so many. Yeah, it is Friday. It is Friday. Yeah, I saw, there's this person on Twitter I shared, I retweeted. Is it Philip? He showed a bear hanging out at Strawberry, scratching itself behind the Strawberry Lodge. He didn't take a picture of the Strawberry Lodge that I could tell, but let's see if we can see anything on the by his peak cam. What we're hoping for is one of the tankers will kind of turn around in front of it or something. I mean, I don't know that we're going to see any retardant action or drops on the French fire. I may try to change Broadcastify to see if there's anything we can hear, because there's total silence on the Caldor. I checked the Dixie, and it's making staticky noise. We don't have anything to see at the Dixie fire either. Most of that battle for the moment has gone up to Highway 44 and fantastic lava beds. Yeah, Jeff Stone, we're going to look at the weather, because every day we need to check that. As far as I know, that the Monday-Tuesday dread is still apparent. Yeah, which one's Hawkins Peak? I know there's Blue Mountain Kern. I could try a 3-hour here. But the French fire kind of whooshed up into a crazy activity. I just showed you guys the time lapse. And they got hello tankers over it right now. We're just trying to figure out if we could see it. And we'll watch a couple of videos every single day. And thank goodness JB, the retired fire chief, has walked me through it. It's a maze of a website. We have the fire weather forecast coming from one of the two official sources every day for California. There's a station at Redding and something down in Southern California. As far as everything north of San Francisco, Redding is our man. So let's just kind of keep it on Tobias Peak for the moment. That, in fact, I'm going to duplicate it and just keep it on the 12-hour time lapse so you guys can see what the heck happened and what I was talking about. Actually, it's more the 6-hour that would be more appropriate. It's like, okay, here's 10 in the morning, whoosh. Okay. All right. So first the smoke was blowing towards the north. Now it's shifting and blowing towards the east and the southeast with Woodford Heights. And, hopefully they can do something for Kernville down there. So southeast Sierra Tahoe cam. Oh, okay. All right. Let's look at the Hawkins. Hawkins. This, okay. So you want me to do a 3-hour time lapse to show the smoke over here at the Caldor? Okay. Yeah, if somebody told me it was fog, I'd say it was beautiful. But did you miss anything yesterday? You missed all kinds of tanker action, Isaiah. We were watching incredible splashes on that. Calaveras County hit the jackpot again, the bad luck jackpot. of having a new fire start again. We'll continue to look back at these, but right now we want to watch and see if there's any tanker action visible from the camp here by the French fire. And there was an incredible response. They rerouted a lot of aircraft to Sonora. No, Sonoma. Okay, I'm going to get that wrong. Calaveras County. I'm just going to say that, over by Columbia, and they corralled it in this little bowl pretty well with the aircraft, and then it burned it up to the ridge lines and stopped from what we could see on the cams. That's not the complete story of the Washington fire that erupted yesterday, but we saw incredible tanker action, splash after splash. It was cool. And so I even played victory music because that's what we wanted. We wanted the aircraft to respond to it so they can help them get a handle on it and go back to the bigger ones. So Sonora, sorry guys, I internally do that. And I gave everybody in Sonoma a heart attack, just like nonchalantly saying there was a massive fire in Sonoma, and it wasn't. It was Sonora. Sorry. I owe all of you some heart medication. Just bill me, So hopefully we'll see some of these helitankers. Because on Flight Radar, we got those. We've got a DC-10 also in the house. Oh, that might be in front of the Shirley cam after all. Let's do it. It may be smoked out. Yeah. I mean, they're buzzing around it. They're buzzing the tower, so to speak. Maybe we could do a 15-minute, see if any of them had passed over. But it's time for us to look at weather and look at outlooks today. And of course, always focus our attention for the moment on the greatest threat to life and property and wherever there's a problem. And then we will continue to monitor the other ones, flipping through cams. You just put a blank check in the mail brain. Okay, I'll just put as many zeros as I can fit on the check. How about that? The South Fire had calm winds 5 miles per hour today. Good, okay. Oh, Josh, thank you. Thank you for the CA fire scanner link. How are you, by the way? Okay, Helco over Division Delta now starting 4 copters to work the same area. Multiple spot fires occurring where firefighters retreated out of the drainage, placing an order for air attack. For which fire, Josh? Are you talking about the Caldor? Because they were talking about getting Division Delta help. We're listening to it right now and they ain't saying anything. Was that from a little bit earlier, like around 2? I didn't see any planes here. Or is it the French you're talking about? Let me heck, I'll just click the link. Let's see. Well, that's 24 minutes ago, related to the Caldor Fire. Okay. Yeah. I didn't hear that. I was listening 24 minutes ago. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, maybe it was something I missed a little earlier on my phone call, and maybe I heard right after this, and maybe he tweeted this a little bit late. Oh, that was at 3:07. Yeah, I may have gotten right back on to listening to Caldor. No, I was listening by 3:01. I just made a personal note. Anyway, they are not talking right now, unless there's something wrong with my connection. They said it crossed into Camp Creek. It could be on a different network. Huh, okay. Yeah, Blanco Lario and Zeke have great updates on Caldor. Yeah, I was starting to read the one on Zeke's here. We can definitely check that. Yeah, posted it 20 minutes ago. He must have something else that we can't hear. Okay, so let's look. We're still blind on the Caldor. So Jennifer M. Caldor update, new EVACs for Christmas Tree Valley and Myers, new warnings for South Lake Tahoe, eastern head of the fire moving steadily to Twin Bridges. Capel's fire burn may protect Kirkwood. Yes, thank you, Jennifer. I was reading that. That was what Zeke was replying to, and so that's what I was reading here as I went live. Zeke, his analysis, he's amazing. He's amazing, just like Daniel Kern's, calling it right again and again on the Dixie and such. Let's see if he has... Ah!
Okay, copy. We'll be down here.
Okay.
Firewatch 5-1, aircraft command.
Gonna have a heart attack. So the last thing I had heard at 2:53 was the fire is backing down the Mill Creek drainage at 4,500 feet elevation approximately, and they were trying to get people to come in and help. I did hear about that, but I did not hear the other details showing up on CA Fire Scanner and whatnot. He must be monitoring multiple things at once or have something special, as I've been here. So welcome everybody. We're trying to get an assessment. We're blind to the Caldor Fire. We can see the incredible blow up of the French just from 10 o'clock this morning that you can see here. So we're going to try to monitor that. This is where aircraft is at. The Caldor, we keep monitoring the aircraft over there, and they keep saying can't do it, smoked out, but there's helicopters out on the pad like ready to go if they have opportunity. Tanker 9110, which is a DC-10, is down here at the Caldor, and the French fire at least, and we were hoping to see, because we're so worried about Kernville in Kern County, not to be confused with Kern Valley in Caldor, the Caldor Fire. We're worried about both places, but mostly for Kernville, Kern County, in Woodford Heights, of course. So this is his evening update. He's looking at the maps that were released here. He says the 2019 Capel's fire will help contain the south side of the Caldor. The west side is looking okay. He has his link to his lookout blog. I'm going to give you guys this link. Check him out. Throw money at him. He's providing some incredibly good information. We're listening to Caldor. They're just not saying anything. They scared me a second ago. Kernville has a river running through it. Okay. Oh, good. That'd be a good blessing. Tamarack is now 82% contained. Heard that about a day ago. That is that's surprising. I would have thought that they might have had containment on it earlier, but considering the new developments of the other fires that happened, well, you have to pull off resources where you have to. Fingers crossed. Clyde Beatty, the area is famous for hurricane force winds. Oh, down at Kernville? Like during Santa Ana's? Yeah. S. Stott says, yes, Placerville air this morning was hazardous. N95 masks necessary. Yeah. And Bob Fraser says, those old burns do very little in the face of the big fires. The fuel breaks just get leaped. That's very true. But if this expert is talking about it, then it seems like he's probably referencing he said that he was surprised. And if that's his opinion, I'm going to kind of lean towards it because he's been such a good resource. He may have other information about, what did they do? Did they do salvage logging, or did they do something else that would make the Capel's fire burn scar legit as a speed bump? But I mean, you're very right. It doesn't mean it will be protected. I think the terminology is protective, like a bonus. Just like having not just seat belts, but an airbag in your car is a bonus for protection, but it doesn't mean, 100% safety in a wreck, right? So, This was his update for today. The Caldor Fire has burned steadily to the east over the past week. After a 4-mile wind and terrain-driven run on August 21st, the fire slowed down a bit, moving east about 1.5 miles per day. One of the reasons for the slowdown is because it burned to the top of the mountain and ran out of slope to climb. Fires love to burn uphill, but going downhill takes more work. This same concept is playing out on the north side of the fire in the South Fork of the American River Canyon, where the spread down into the canyon has been quite slow. I think that's where Mill Creek drainage is, but I'd have to check. Here is a progression map made by the mapping wizards on the incident management team. So he says 3:30 a.m. heat maps. Below are detailed maps made from the things, blah, 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 blah. Get to the meat and potatoes. The winds have been mainly out of the west for the past week, and the bulk of the fire spread, and the heat is on the east end, naturally. Much of the heat on the west end is a result of firefighters lining off areas adjacent to the communities to remove the fuel between the control lines and the main fire. Looking west down the South Fork of the American River Canyon, Kybers is in the center right to this map. The fire made a 3-mile run up the canyon on both sides of the river yesterday. Starting at the southwest corner of the fire, east of Somerset, the remaining maps will view the fire rotating in a clockwise direction. It looks like there is a firing off of the dozer line and down and across the middle fork of the Sumnes River. Firefighters have been successful in so far keeping that fire in the canyon. White lines showing the past 2 days of fire spread. Yeah, they had wild success with that. They drew a line and the fire walked up to it and stopped. Right here, it was like, yeah, that's what the entire last week's aircraft activity was helping them do. That's when we saw the big flares up and everybody was going, oh no. But it was just their fire knots. The west flank of the fire west of Grizzly Flats has been cold for at least 5 days, with no significant spread south of Happy Valley. The area of intense heat on the left is the result of ongoing firing ups in the Camp Creek below Sly Park Dam, which we witnessed a little bit more last night before I logged off. Close-up of Sly Park Dam downstream looking east. Fire continues and things were still kept out of the neighborhoods as of 3:30 a.m. yesterday, which is, well, about time I went to sleep. Looking east of Sly Park Lane, black lines are bulldozer fire lines. Okay. By the way, just look at the link if you want to look at this yourself. Many areas on the north side of the fire have not spread for several days. Orange areas are more active. View is to the southeast. Looking northwest over the 3 miles of fire that ran up canyon yesterday, where the fire is spotting 1/3 to half mile ahead of itself. Wow, that was the northeast of Kyburn. Okay, so the view is looking northwest over the 3 miles of the fire that ran up canyon yesterday, where the fire is spotting up to a half mile ahead of itself. This is problematic for keeping it inside the bulldozer lines built up canyon. Yeah, so there's a big question mark about that spot over 50 that keeps growing by, was it Wrights Lake? To me, that's an area of pretty big concern. Looking southwest over Strawberry. Oh, and I should explain why. With the Monday and Tuesday winds. I mean, we'll get a taste of it Sunday. And then we might have a bad Monday and a terrible Tuesday with if those winds forecasts are correct. We're still listening to Caldor. They're just not talking right now. Looking southwest over Strawberry, the fire is approaching bulldozer lines built on the south side of the canyon. With the spotting we've been seeing, these lines will only be effective if we have sustained east winds that will support a firing operation. Ooh. Meaning they have to burn. This to be successful, they have to burn the vegetation around the lines because they expect so much, so many clinkers. I'm learning new slang. Clinkers are bits of burning material like sticks and stuff that fly around in the wind. To hold those lines, they have to burn the vegetation around it so that you can sit there on the road and hold it, with your hoses and whatever you're doing. If the bushes are already burned up and the pine needles are already burned up and the logs are already burned up, then the embers can land on black ash and then maybe a little thing that they could go squirt out, instead of having bushes that are 6 feet tall making 12-foot tall flames and blowing across their road for a line. They need they can deal with it if there's a bush on fire that has 4-foot tall flames and that's it. But if all the bushes that are 6 feet tall go up at the same time, and that's a problem. And he's explaining that they can only do the firing to make these lines effective if we have sustained east winds that will support the firing operation. That means like today, tonight, tomorrow. So that's critical information for the Strawberry area. We just have to cross our fingers that they're going to get the right kind of winds that are light and predictable and east winds. So yeah, sustained east winds. East winds, reminder, blow to the west. So that would probably be a nighttime thing. Fingers crossed. So let's see here. Given recent spotting distances and the rates of spread, recent, I imagine he's referring to the 3 miles that the fire is spotted on our high wind days. The spot fires just went beep. It went 3 miles to the east, closer to that Leak Springs lookout that was alarming. They did that casually with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Well, we're going to get 45ers, maybe 50s on Tuesday. 3-5 mile long-range spotting might not be out of the question. So, just depending on a couple of other factors too, like humidity and receptivity to the fuels and whether or not it's smoky. But that's a concern. So given that recent spotting distances and rates of spread, and the recent rates of spread was, well, when we had that wind event, it tripled in size in 24 hours or 36. Mind you, that was when it was smaller. Tripling in size is a lot more capable when it's smaller. But yeah. That I figure I had to illuminate that sentence. Given recent spotting distance and the rates of spread, it's up canyon winds this afternoon may carry the fire over these lines. We have not had much air support on this flank due to poor visibility under the smoke. Yikes. So he's talking about the bulldozer lines on the south side of the canyon, which I think is where the Mill Creek drainage is, isn't it? That they were just talking about. Let me double check. I don't know. Mill Creek, El Dorado County. I thought it was actually closer to Sly or something. No, it's not. Okay. Yes, that is not it. It's over to the southeast portion. Okay. Am I correct? People? Looking back. Gabriel Rivera says the dozer lines by Cody Lake are holding so far. Okay. So let's go back to reading the blog. This dude's amazing. His analysis is just incredible. We're going back to Zeke here. So it looks like they may have run out of time to do that firing if they didn't do it yesterday. If it breaches the lines today, then gosh, So since the fire's big run, whoa, did I skip something? Okay. So, given recent spotting distance and rates of spread, it's up canyon winds this afternoon may carry the fire over those lines. So that is the lines on the south side of the canyon, kind of by Strawberry. Since the fire's big run on the 21st, growth has been mainly to the north and south of the eastern head. This resulted in the fire really having 3 different heads. White lines on this map show past 2 days of fire spread. By the way, I know you guys can't see this, and I can't even see this very well. I'd have to click around and stuff. Please just look at the link and open it in for yourselves in a browser. The white lines on this map show the past 2 days of spread. The view looks northwest with Khyvers at the center. And around the area around Mice, is that how you say it? MEISS. There has been steady flanking spread, burning to the side of the fire and in perpendicular to directions of the wind. This spread is primarily the result of heavy fuel load in the forest here. Large hot flanks like these are dangerous, as they can become a new head for the fire if we got a wind shift. For example, wind coming out of the northwest, blowing to the southeast. This wind is not forecasted, but it's worth pointing out. Phew. This area of the fire has been a lower priority for suppression because the limited resources are focused on, protecting the highly developed areas along 50 corridor and west of the fire, meaning, Pollock Pines and Sly and everything. So they need more people. This is what is so frustrating is right now they've got time, since those winds aren't in the forecast, they have time to go get containment lines in there and do their backfiring. And they've got the time. They don't have the people. Ugh. A lot of these fires are getting way worse than they should because lack of people. So going back here, Mice is the east flank 3 miles west of Leak Springs. Okay. I'm going to try to wrap this up. We're still listening to Caldor. There just hasn't been any sound for the moment. And we want to monitor the French in a second. But this is of great concern, and this is straight out of the horse's mouth. No matter what kind of video we watch from Cal Fire and stuff, I think this is a lot more illuminating. In the area around Mice, there's been a steady flanking spread, burning to the air. I just read that. Okay, so the south flank of the fire is still pretty cold, with no new spread here for several days. Yay. That's their anchor. Great anchor for them to flank. Back at the head, looking east towards Tahoe, the fire is 7.5 miles from Echo Summit. This is the blog post from actually yesterday. I thought it was today. So this was the weather forecast, but it's a day old. So that's what we need to do is go now to look at the current one of today. So this is cool. I wish you'd link where he gets this. This is great. This is like the printable NOAA. But thank goodness JB has shown me how to access some of these forecasts, and there's like a 3-minute video that'll explain it to us. So could I re-podcast Daniel Kearns on Facebook for us? Sure. Yeah. So, let's see here. Well, William Henry, there's an earthquake on the Lake Isabella today as an odd coincidence. Well, you know what? They said that fire was a suspicious start origin. So it's not a wildfire really, like as a lightning strike or this or that. It is of suspicious origin. So I don't think that the world, like the earth, reacts and says, oh, fire's above me, think I'll have an earthquake. I mean, it's the Pacific Ring of Fire. There's been a lot of earthquake activity over the past couple of years around the 4-pointer range, and that did lead up to some bigger ones, just because it's, Pacific Ring of Fire. California's got quite a bit of those. So, I mean, Portland and such was having earthquakes, not near it, but, out there, the Cascadia subduction zone that people were chattering about. And, they have just as many vegetation fires happening at the same time as their earthquakes. There's no connection. The reason that there is not big fires at the same time as their earthquakes is it's wetter. It's moist. Just as many vegetation fires come out suspicious or accidental. But since the climate is different, they just get a handle on them and you don't hear about them. Every single day we have high winds in this mega drought. The many hundreds of small vegetation fires that are totally normal that break out every single day all over every single county in California, which is, the size of Italy. It's just the potential that they become huge. You know, I can't tell you. I look at pulse point, vegetation fire, unknown, structure fire, shown up, spreading to this and that. You know, Washington County, different counties. It's just that when you have more favorable terrain and no mega drought, you can get a handle on these quicker. But look at this. Look at the hills. Look at the high wind days. Look at the mega drought. The bad weather. No rain since like the 6th of June. Any of the smaller ones, suspiciously started or no, are going to take off. And they'll have nothing to do with the Earth's just normal seismic activity. I kind of feel sad for the people that show those, that have those strange channels, you know. I actually read about a couple of mental illnesses where one of the characteristics is making connections that are so dang random that you have to try to wonder how often a person like that does that. I'm not talking about you in the chat, but the people with those shows. Couple of interviews, and I'm not going to go into that right now, but a person will sit down with you that has that kind of condition, and they'll say that there's a connection between, car accidents and such. Every time I look at the clock and it's 11:11 at the clock, I see something bad happen in the world. And, well, okay. It's not because of the time. So let's see here. That's Lake Springs. It's wearing red again today. This camera is very fashionable. Red is the new black for fire retardant for the landscape, going back to Cynthia Davis. Where's the info on energy weapons? Better tell me the details. Guys, don't troll me. Don't troll me. Okay, going back to, I'll just have to call up the mole people and figure out, the mole people that live underground, because apparently it's them. I'm corrected many times. It's not the lizard people with space lasers. It's the mole people, sending lava underground they're in a war with the lizard people above ground, right? I keep getting corrections like that. There we go. So, yeah, there's new episodes, Isaiah. I can't wait to watch them. So that was Zeke's. I thought he had a today update for the Caldor. Apparently, it was posted yesterday. He says, "Good morning. The eastern head of the fire didn't move much last night. There was approximately 1 mile fire growth down Camp Creek on the northwest corner of the fire between Bowles Gap, Eagle Canyon." Eagle Canyon Road, and Middle Arc Way. Around 4:45 a.m., the fire was about 1.5 miles east of Pleasant Valley. Okay, so the Caples fire in 2019 was a prescribed burn. Oh, that escaped control. Yikes! And eventually was called a wildfire. Overall, that entire area in blue got mainly beneficial fire effects: fuel reduction, thinning of the small trees, and that burn scar is helping to corral the southeast side of the fire. It is an excellent example of why we need to use fire on a much larger scale to reduce the likeliness of mega fires like the Caldor. There's a lot of good reference material on the Caples fire here. So once again, if you want to know more about that, I won't go into it. We got to monitor things, but there is the link. He is the man. Zeke Lunder, Daniel Kearns. They're the men. They are the men. So I don't see that we have too much more. Oh, here's our weather forecast for the day. How convenient. So predicted for the next 24 hours, incident NOAA weather forecast for the Caldor by James Dudley, incident meteorologist. Weather discussion. High pressure will remain over the fire through Sunday before an area of low pressure arrives on Monday. Remember, those are the winds coming. We're going to get a taste of it maybe Sunday night. But Monday is the bad appetizer, that we're going to get. And Tuesday's the main course. So winds aloft over the ridgetops will remain light for the next couple of days before southwest flow returns late Sunday. So Once again, winds aloft and over the ridge tops will remain light the next couple of days, we hope. We hope that this will give them the rest of the time they need. Fingers crossed. But the clock is ticking. Terrain-influenced upslope and downslope conditions will prevail, with gusty conditions and localized wind-favored areas. Smoke and inversion conditions will predominate at night through the morning hours, before inversions lift and break in the afternoon. Dry air will remain locked in place through Sunday, with daytime humidity values falling to the upper single digits at some locations. Okay. 9% humidity this Sunday with daytime humidity, like 9%. Nighttime humidity recoveries will also be poor. Usually at night it gets more humid, and that's critical to health things. Temperatures will trend upward throughout the weekend. Yeah, we're in for a couple of days of hell, perhaps. So the clock is ticking. It's 3:59 on Friday. Critical couple of days. So for Friday, the Caldor, areas of smoke with inversion breaking around 1100, meaning 11 in the morning. Otherwise, sunny. Sunny? Well, you wouldn't be able to tell, would you? Excuse me. You know, I guess it's sunny. It's orange. Max temperature, 80 degrees. Around branch is 10, 15, 20, blah, blah. Minimum humidity, 9 to 14% today. Wind, slope valley, down canyon winds 2 to 6 miles per hour through 9 in the morning, then becoming upslope and up canyon 5 to 9 miles an hour with winds gusting to 15 through the afternoon. Gusts up to 20 miles an hour along Highway 50. That's why Zeke was, well, thinking those lines may not hold by Strawberry. I'm still listening, guys. Is there something wrong? There is something wrong with my connection. We're having static, and then it says connection. Oh my gosh. It says connection, connected, connecting, connected, connect. Oh my, I'm so sorry, guys. Since I had that little crackling sound, I figured it was live, and now I just was wondering, why haven't I heard anything? Okay, let's reconnect it. It says status online now. Well, it was before.
That's what we were looking at. I got one blade of where they're pushing the safety zone, a blade and a track coming down to the vineyard. So it's close to the fire's edge there, and just offset it along that ridge line coming down to the vineyard, right?
Oh no, I'm sorry, guys. My technical problems are still not completely solved.
That's right.
I was talking about the west side. I see where they tracked up past all of your fire heading out that way down towards the vineyard. Is the other vineyard, okay, I think I see what you're talking about. The other one, where you want the retardant line to start from?
Where's vineyard?
Okay, 12
Yeah, I do need food. Maybe I'm just spacing out a little bit. Food is coming. Food is coming.
Helco, Charlie 5 up, CFR.
Charlie 5, Helco.
Okay, we do need to drop low level and take a couple runs in here just to see if we can work the pattern out underneath the smoke and whatnot. And if that's the case, is there a way we could move all the copters to the north side or the north side for a couple minutes?
Yeah, we could do that, and then if you want to do that too, maybe go direct with a division Delta. I think, do you got us in sight? We're over on the east side on the vineyards. I know what you're talking about over on that west side. That's my plan. It's just trying to figure out how to hook it back in here.
Yeah, there's many.
I'm looking for you. We're closer over to Mel Dip, but kind of a little bit under the column.
Oh, okay. Dip. We can find out where that is. Okay. Once again.
Yankees returning to the top.
Listen for a second. We'll go back to the weather and then try to figure out what's going on.
North side now or the south side of the rim, the canyon?
South side.
Okay, I'm looking for you.
We're going to come back out to the west a little bit.
Now to the wind changes.
Up the Plumas River down by where the bridge is.
Out of the dip. River.
Okay, right at the main confluence of the, down there by Mount Autumn Road. The confluence, there's a, right up from the bridge, if you got the bridge, there's a vineyard, an old like vineyard, in a big grassy area at the bottom of the ridge line that the fire is on the south side. That's what I'm talking about, taking it straight down to that if that's what you want.
I got the bridge. We're coming right over it right now. So you're saying from the ridge line coming down here to hook all that stuff to the east, and then the other piece would be the big, long ridge line with a 2-track out to that farther vineyard.
Yeah, I think that's what we're both talking about. Okay, I've got you in sight now over the smoke. Picking it up from where you are, there's a dozer line on the ridge line right below you on the south side, and just taking it all the way down to the flats down there. Is that what you're looking for?
Are you talking out my nose?
Yeah, it looks like out your nose, out your left or out your nose.
Out your nose?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Then I would think it's just figuring out then what to do with it behind it.
Okay, so yeah, what we could do is take it out almost all the way to where you see that old vineyard in the grass down there, and kind of, we still have it past there on this side, and then try to work out the other side after, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I can move the copters over on the other side, or even hold them at the dips. The other guys are coming from Jenkinson, so I could definitely move them over there, and then I'll just move them all over on the other side. Stand by, and then I'll get you over here.
Yeah, fair enough. Why don't you move them over? We'll take a couple runs, and then you can get it back over here shortly.
The Hilco over to ground command.
Okay, we see a plume. Somerset.
5 Hilco.
Hilco, good.
Hey, you want to get with Division Delta while I'm moving these guys? I like your plan, and I think we're on the same page, but I'll let him talk to you as well.
Okay, I'll talk to Delta.
We really can't see much.
7-3 uniform, Hilco.
7-3 uniform, go ahead.
7-3 uniform, we're going to have a Charlie coming down and taking a couple laps. So we're going to move everybody to the other side working with 8 Charlie Hotel. So let me know when you're off the dip. And you're going to stay on the north side of the column and come in working with 8 Charlie Hotel with El Dorado 6 Bravo.
Malcolm there. Are you aware of that bridge? We're going to make the turn right now. We're just on the north side of the column making the turnaround.
Okay, you come in for the drop or back towards the dip?
We're coming for the drop. We have water.
Okay, yep, come around the other side and you'll contact El Dorado 6 Bravo on air-to-ground TAC working with 8 Charlie Hotel.
Okay, we'll come around El Dorado 6 Bravo. That's beautiful.
4-8 Yankee, Hilco.
Good, Hilco, 4 Yankee.
Location?
Just about half a mile going into the dip currently.
Okay, off the dip, stay on the north side. We're going to have a Charlie coming down where you were working. You'll be working with 7-3 uniform, 8 Charlie Hotel with El Dorado 6 Bravo.
El Dorado 6.
Okay, Charlie Hotel. Is this guy, CH?
3 Charlie Hotel, Hilco.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Location?
1 mile from the dip. Same traffic?
Same traffic, get your dip and come over to the other side and we'll have put you in over here.
3 Charlie Hotel. Okay, keep an eye out for us. We're going to be popping smoke and making a couple runs. So let me know if we're in the right area, at least for what we can do for you at this time. It is pretty murky out here, and to and from the retardant loading, it's not that great either. So this will be a slow one today, unfortunately.
We got fire right up to the dozer line now, behind us now.
Go to your same work site, see if you can do anything with that thing that's flaring up, and then bump over to the other side. For sure, Hotel.
Yeah, it's about to hit the safety zone now.
And, Helco, Charlie, how the copters doing? I got the 7-3 uniform 48 Yankee. They're going to be on the north side. Should be there already. 8 Charlie Hotel's already there. 3 Charlie Hotel's coming off Mel Dip. Going to put one more drop on that hot stuff, and then he's going to pop over. Okay, if they need it on the hot stuff, you could do that, and we can just orbit for a little bit if you need. That just flared up, so well, come over and take a look.
Go ahead on air taxi.
Joe, what are you thinking for type of quantity?
Let me get back to you on that. We got to get down low level and see what the run looks like, and then we'll go from there. Right now, without seeing the soup, we're not going to be able to judge it yet.
Okay. Yeah, so that plane in front of us right there by our safety zone in my truck.
Yeah. Are you guys able just to track out of there? And we're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna be able to do anything with this right now. So maybe we get some air support in there. Just head out to the west and get out.
Okay, so I'm on the red line. I can drive in this grass. Think I can just drive through this?
Need to bring all the copters back over to Elko.
Alright. Can you make a notification to Division Butte in Branch 20 of the new resource?
Your 3 Charlie Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel, Elko.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Location.
Oh, about a mile and a half from the drop. We're off your left side now. 7 o'clock.
Okay, you'll see the dozers up top there, and a truck where it's flaring up, if we could put it right next to them.
We'll see if we can get in there.
And 8 Charlie Hotel, Elko.
Going to this,
So I understand the plan, and I saw the bridge, the vineyard, and
No, there's another plan to try to get it down on the other side as well. We just haven't figured that part out yet. And I think this side is the more critical side, and the only side we can really work, but we're going to take a look at that other side as we're doing our orbits as well.
okay. Well, I'm just going to cross my fingers.
Yeah, I think we can work down here, but it's going to be real slow. We'll probably just do 2 tankers. And I'm going to get over to McFarland real quick and see what they have sitting on the deck now.
I can do that if you like.
Okay, I'm back, friends. Sorry about that. So,
We got the spots on the south side of the ridge. Maybe the blowout, we'll just be looking for fallout and that kind of thing.
You guys are on the good side of that column. Just head down the ridge and get way out in front of it. It's going to keep doing this, so I wouldn't even mess around up there.
Okay.
Crystal Boulevard.
okay. Dusty says making a little uphill run on that little knob. The wind is not pushing it
Confirm you're at the church.
that way. Okay.
For a minute, 3 Charlie Hotel did a good job, but 3 Charlie Hotel returned to Mel, and we'll probably work you up here for one more to get those guys out of here.
I'll look at wind in a sec here.
Okay, so 8 Charlie Hotel, you want us to work basically the same as 3 Charlie Hotels work?
Yeah, we'll bring you over there for at least one drop to get these dozers out of there, and then we'll see from there.
Okay, and you want us to use the retardant? Retardant, active fire.
Just put it on the active fire. Really all it is getting these people out of there right now, and then we'll go from there.
Roger.
Wow. Okay. My question today
Charlie Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel, got you in sight, on your sight.
is answered. Can we have...
Yankee, no contact with Dorado 6 Bravo.
4-8 Yankee copies. Stand by.
Can we have a boring day? No. Unfortunately, no. Okay, yeah, more aircraft over El Dorado Hills flying low. That's consistent with what we're seeing. They're trying to get people out of somewhere. Is that Delta? Are they talking about Delta?
Hey, Roosevelt, you see us circling here?
Go ahead.
We have a welfare check call. It's Springer and Bycroft. A report of a subject down on the ground next to a gold motorcycle. Did not appear to be a vehicle TC. More of a welfare check.
Oh.
10-4, I'm from Pioneer Park.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Hey, have you gotten yourself and both dozers out of there?
We're working right now. We spotted the road. I drove it earlier today, so he's just opening a little path and we'll be on the road and we'll be heading down quick.
Where did you head to? Did you head back to Mel?
No, I thought we were supposed to transition north side of the call and come over here and join the other 3.
You were till this dozer thing happened, so if you got water close to you anywhere, you can dip out. If you're over by Mel, just go ahead and grab it. Or, excuse me, by the retard.
Okay, so we found a dip site here. We'll grab some water, come on back.
Yes, really the priority for the 2 Chinooks now is be getting this green truck and these 2 dozers to a safe place.
So.
I don't know.
Ross Crawl, Helco, air-to-ground command, or excuse me, task force leader.
Yes, this Carl, go ahead.
All right, talking to copters, and both dozers come to the west side of that column.
We're working our way west right now. I'm just about 200 feet from a road that I drove in, so we're almost there and we're making our way west as we speak.
And I would just, we might be able to bring tankers in there at some point, but for now, my suggestion is you and the 2 dozers are up there, just track to the west, drive to the west on that 2-track, and just go down into a safe spot, because it's going to continue doing this.
Yeah, hey, firm, sir, that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to get through a little big spot to get back onto there's a road that takes us out that way.
Is there any, I got the green truck, I don't have the 2 dozers.
They were just cleared to dip in backyards, meaning pools and ponds?
Affirmative, just a status check.
Yeah.
Right now, so if you need to do some, walk them in on something, come up on air-to-ground tack.
That's where the complicated strange work that's out there.
Charlie Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel.
Helco.
7-3 uniform.
Sorry about all that. Where are your guys working now?
I'm thinking the fire is here.
4 Yankees still inside. Contact Roosevelt 1. No joy in El Dorado 6 Bravo.
Oops.
Okay, 7-3 uniform. You're working with 6 Bravo. 4-8 Yankee, you're back with Roosevelt?
Affirm.
Okay, that's fine. We'll keep those targets for now. The 3 Charlie Hotel, 8 Charlie Hotel, they're going to be working on that hot spot south side of the creek, up top helping out a dozer. So that's where everybody's at.
Orienting
And
myself.
Charlie 5, Helco, TFR. Okay, I preempted the base, so we got about 20 minutes till the EVAC gets full. when you think you have time to get us down low level and make a couple of quick runs in there, we'll do it, and then we can place an order and have no delay on a VLAT to kind of help out those guys. But no pressure. You do what you got to do first.
Yep, I think right now I just need to get the dozers and that truck away from all that. Then that's doing whatever it's doing, and then I feel comfortable that we can move some rotors. I mean, the rotors that are working with Roosevelt, they're coming from the lake, and they're back under the column on the other side. So we could, if you wanted, we could maybe sequence them in, keep them over there if you're going to work on this stuff out to the west.
Well, we just need to get down low level and kind of feel the air. Can you keep all the rotors right on top of the ridge line and close to the smoke, and maybe we can work just a little bit to the west of you and get some numbers and kind of feel the air out?
Yeah, so right now, we got the two Chinooks working. Do you see where they're dropping?
We're a little ways away, kind of staying out of your hair. I'm looking.
That's fine. Let me get down. I'll get these dozers out of there, then I'll get back to you.
Okay, yep, do what you got to do, man. No rush.
Mount Oxum Road. Or Outcome, sorry, I'm trying to lean forward. Tiny print. Okay. Camp Creek and Happy Valley Road. Okay. That's what I believe we're looking at. Okay. Right. I would say here. Right? Do I have a good grasp on this?
Hey, just have them go direct. Right now you have 488 uniforms over on the other side. On air to ground command, so they can just do bucket drops on this.
You know, they didn't name the ridgeline. They just keep saying it.
Task Force Leader Crawl Helco, air to ground command. Force Leader Crawl Helco, air to ground command.
Come in, air to ground. Okay, sorry, I'm reading back up at the chat.
Division Delta Helco, air to ground command. You got more spots coming off this thing. We're working on getting the task force leader and the two dozers out of there. We told them they just need to exit all the way and come down. With the spots, I don't think you're, back from where the helicopters and the dozers were pushing that zone. Don't think that's going to be viable at all.
Trying to get a map here off screen.
Attack Charlie 5. We're just going to loiter over here in Division Alpha Whiskey, kind of taking a look around.
Copy that.
And did you copy my transmissions with the airbase on Base Victor at all?
I didn't. Heard the preemptive VLAT.
Yeah, so what I got to do is filling one VLAT right now. Our order is going to be 2 VLATs, but only one in the air at a time. So they'll launch one. We'll drop him when he's turning around, heading back to McFarland. They'll launch the second one. We just, right now in the soup, we don't want to get too much stuff up here, but 2 VLATs, since we have them, will work for us. But we'll place the order in a bit as soon as we know we got the pattern.
Okay, what do you think a good stagger time would be, 15 to 20?
The base has got it figured out. They're gonna be watching ASF.
Roger.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not going to place the order until they tell me that it's full, and then we still need to go low level and get some numbers.
Right.
Okay,
down
so
into, Happy Valley, that road, that's what you're going to need to look at.
what road?
And from your vantage, can you see the stuff that's going on, or are you above the smoke?
I can see it all. We're just doing horseshoes here.
Yeah, you get quite a bit of spotting down below. It's about, I'd say it's about a quarter to, actually about a third of the way down to the bottom of the, off the side of the rim there to the south.
Okay, so the leading edge headed west, is that about your start, or you think you're going to need to be able to get in a little bit further?
We might be able to tuck under the smoke just a hair, but it's going to be basically that western smoke.
Roger.
And maybe as it lifts a little better, we might be able to, you know, roll up to it a couple of times and see if we can continue it to the east there a little bit.
Copy that.
Force leader crawl. Elko, air to ground command.
Go ahead, Roseville.
6-3 Sacramento.
6-3 arrival, Placerville, Hella Base.
Godcopter 863 Sacramento, copy 1622.
866.
Task force leader crawl. Elko, air to ground command.
Farthest to the west, understand.
Force leader crawl, Elko, air to ground command.
This is the guy speaking,
That's farther smoke downhill.
I believe. I think he's trying to get.
I see you there with the last dozer, I believe. Are you guys going to continue down that route?
Get to it.
Yeah, the other dozer's in front of you, right? Okay, I think I see you right on that road. Let me know when you are good and out of there. We need to move the helicopters over to the other side so we can see if we can get retardant in here.
So I believe the crew is escaping down Happy Valley Road to the east as the fire's on the north side of the ridge, visible from the cams. I based it on
another truck out on the road. It looks like you're pretty close.
I based it on the fact that the gentleman speaking the air attack
Elko, air attack on TFR.
seems to be watching them leave.
Charlie Hotel, officers are up.
We can show that as residents and go forth to your drive. What are you doing, Chuck?
Now I think the fire is
5 actually on TFR. My bad.
over here. Be right back, phone.
Charlie 5, Helco, TFR.
Yep, sorry about that. I called myself air attack. Hey, I think we might be able to get underneath some of that eastern progression once we get low level. We're looking at it. The way that smoke's kind of standing up, we might be able to kind of roll up to some of that stuff. Not sure how far to the east we'll be able to get, but maybe some of that lower stuff.
Okay, I'm going to move the copters now. It looks like those guys are finally on the other side of that, so I feel comfortable there. I'll move them all to the other side. Stand by.
Okay, just give me the okay when you're ready.
3 uniform, Elko.
From your location, I'm not getting that address to verify.
It was kind of for me.
Hey, are you on the north side of the column working with 6 Bravo, or are you still with Roosevelt? Okay, we're going to now attempt again to bring the Charlie in over on this side. So from Jenkinson, stay north of the column.
North side from Jenkinson to the column.
4-8 Yankee, Helco.
Good, Helco, 4-8 Yankee.
Location.
We're about halfway, heading back to Jenkinson.
Okay, tie in with 7-3 uniform, stay on the north side of the column, working with 6 Bravo. We're going to have all 4 of you over there. If that's too many, we can send a couple back for a minute. We just want to get the Charlie in here to see if they can do some work.
Roger, north side of the column, 6 Bravo.
3 Charlie Hotel, Helco.
Go ahead, sir.
Location.
Oh, about a mile from the drop.
Okay, come in, do the last drop, and then everything else is going to be on the north side, back with Eldorado 6 Bravo, working with 7-3 uniform, 4-8 Yankee.
3 Charlie Hotel.
8 Charlie Hotel, Elko.
Central, David, 1743. I'm 97 on Springer and Bycroft, checking for the welfare check subject. Uploading is going to be just past Bycroft. Still on Springer. 28 is going to be 13 Robert 8196.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had the headphones off.
Just want to confirm that maybe I missed it, but this is where all the aircraft are flying over here in Delta. There's nothing out here in the Whiskey Uniform Alpha area.
Correct.
Okay, copy.
What did I miss?
With engine 293, we are at drop point 28. We're just kind of looking for some instruction here.
Okay, 28 is here at Post Flat. So there's helicopters buzzing around nearby. And I think they were getting off of Happy Valley Road. Just tried to mark that when I had the phone call. Sounds like they made it off safely. Goodness gracious. This might be Sturtevant Ridge. Locals, what do you think?
3 Charlie Hotel, Elko, when able.
Go ahead, sir.
Are you off the drop?
Negative, split drop, half bucket left.
Okay, I'll wait.
Tom, Edward Robert Boyd, Ocean Victor, Ida Charles, versus Peter Thomas Spelling, middle of N for Nicholas, date of birth 3/26/1971,
Scratching, unreadable. Task Force Leader Crawl, Elko, air to ground command.
Oh yes, the donation box. Hang on.
I'm about to pull all the copters from your area. Okay, just making sure all copters are going to be out of there.
3 Charlie Hotel, you'll have 7-3 uniform, 4-8 Yankee using Jenkinson. They should be coming back towards you right now or at the dip. Go to the dip and tie in with them. You're going to be working on this side of the canyon now.
Okay, good copy. Utilizing Jenkins dip, 3 Charlie Hotel.
And 8 Charlie Hotel, Elko. You're still working that same spot, or back to working that same spot down with Eldorado?
I was over on the other side with the dozer and the car.
Okay, can we put you back with Eldorado? We're going to keep everything on the north side of the drainage so Charlie can come out the air on the other side.
Okay, so we're back to original spot. Just to confirm, is there anybody else going to be working that same area?
The other 3, and if that's too much, we'll put some stuff down for now. We just need to get the Charlie in there to do test the air.
Roger.
So all 4 copters, are you good with the 4 of you working in here? And the fence is going to be the drainage to the north. Don't go past the fence.
3 Charlie Hotel, copies.
Charlie 5 airtime. Okay, when we do order, we'll give you the okay to make the order, but it's going to be 2 VLATs to the Vineyard dip, or the Vineyard IP at 5,500. But in the base understands the rotation. But give us a couple more minutes to push the button on the go.
Roger, 2 VLATs, Vineyard 5,500.
Okay, firm, and then we're going to go out and pick them up each time.
Copy that.
Wow, VLATs.
Got your left, you got 4 uniform behind us.
VLATs are very large aerial tankers, the big boys, the DC-10s, MD-87s. Big boys are coming.
So Charlie 5, how we doing?
Charlie 5, just about to call you. Everybody has been briefed. The fence is the river drainage. They're going to stay on the north. 8 Charlie Hotel is going to be MRB. The other 3 are going to be Jenkinson.
Roger, we're going low level, thank you. And we'll keep that defense. And what's your ceiling for your copters? Is it 45 for everything on the north?
4,000. We're at 4,500 as well on the north.
Okay, copy all, thanks. We're going low level, and I think we were yesterday dropping about 3,500 on this side.
Okay, and we're just going to be hovering between the MRB and here, watching the show over here.
Okay, we're going to make 2 runs, and then we'll place our order. VLAT's already full for us.
Awesome. Air attack 07, Elko.
Elko, air attack, go.
Did you guys take a fire as air attack?
We did.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, I have someone to work for.
You're doing good, man.
Fourth Corral, Elko.
Yep, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. It's a sketchy situation over here between Pleasant Valley and Somerset and Sweeney's. But they're hitting it with as much aircraft.
To the Oakley Circle detail have been released. They're all 10-8 and they're all headed back over to north side.
Ouch. It looks like the crews are out. They escaped with their lives, which is the important thing, and I think they took their dozers too. And that means...
Charlie, we have water, so we're just working to keep closest to the creek. Alright. 1543, the male's just exhausted, he's taking a break. You can show all units 1098 assisted.
Okay, so real quick, getting them out of there is also wonderful because the VLATs, as we saw with the other demonstration videos, can destroy a car with a retardant drop. Like, it's like multiple Olympic swimming pools of water landing on your head. So now they can drop with impunity knowing that all the crews are out and they can just splash anywhere they want. They just divided the helicopters to one zone. The VLATs are assigned to another zone. So that's air traffic control so they don't, mid-air collide. But it looks like it's a sketchy situation here that they're trying to hold the lines at Division Delta here. So looking at the smoke, it's not going to the west. The fire in general and such and smoke appears to be going to the northeast, but it's going up a hill to the south. From what we can see, it's really hard to know.
Charlie 5, what altitude do you guys have? What altitude did you guys finally decide was good for you up there?
What's going on?
6,500.
6.5. Okay, thanks.
If we need to adjust, let us know.
Nope, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a relative as a Holocaust survivor. Anytime I've ever complained or whined about flooding or this or that, she goes, "Yeah, I was in a camp." And I'm like, "Oh, right. Yeah, we should just be grateful things aren't the 40s right now."
So we'll do what we can do underneath there, and then we'll continue on the main ridge line as well.
Okay, if I see something, I'll let you know if we get an opportunity.
Roger.
I'm not belittling anybody's crisis. This is some of the worst fires we've ever seen in our history of the country, and will remain in the history books as such. But when people are making remarks about the world in general, the youngsters thinking the world's ending right now, the times have been worse. We have to work very hard to keep them from being as bad as they once were. That's our goal. And we're coming together to help each other. We always keep that in mind, that what our efforts are today craft the better future. What do we want to invest in today? Firefighting technology, and do we want to put money into that and prevention and education? I think so, and we have to adapt, to changing climates as they swing wildly this way and that.
That's their left. I think we're messing up the daisy chain rotation here. Yeah, we'll get it figured out here shortly.
as I was explaining earlier, they had a golden opportunity the next few days to button up the southeast side, and they don't have the manpower to do it.
Training command.
A lot of these fires will be smaller and quicker and not as bad if we just simply put the money into paying people a living wage and hire more people.
And I'm good in that area, retardant or water, so if it's better just to do a rinse and then get in the chain with all these from Jenkinson, I'm totally okay with that. It was just putting you there was kind of keeping you on this side with the helping out Eldo.
Yeah, no worries. We're kind of looking at that as our happy place, so we'll just go keep doing retardant. That's cool.
That works. You got the other three, same target. I'm sure you're seeing it or talking to them.
Yep, copy all. And break 3 Charlie Hotel will be number 2 behind you.
C5, Helco.
Okay, we got our numbers. It's going to be about 10 minutes till we get our VLAT, so if you want to bring a couple copters over here and make some drops and work for these guys for a little bit, we'll do that, and then we'll clear you out when we need to.
Okay, sounds good.
One thing
we'll stay up, probably above 5,500.
What we can all be grateful for is there's these incredibly brave men and women here protecting our stuff best as they can, and our landscape, our homes, our state, our country. You know, this is pretty incredible what they're doing.
It's about to work on the other side, so I'm going to bring you back over on the other side after this drop.
Copy 3 Charlie Hotel.
Hey, CJ Jensen. Well, there's a shortage of manpower in general. Part of it was related to COVID, but part of it was there's a lot of people retiring and such, and it's.
Here to ground command.
Yeah, there's a shortage of not only volunteers but paid regulars. Part of the manpower shortage is the governor shutting down trying to shut down a lot of the prisoner firefighting. And so I've talked to a bunch of firefighters in California really angry about that. Also, that this is food stamps wages, but the people are rushing to sign up because the new bill now for next year it'll look better. The new infrastructure bill will start paying at really good wages. So let's listen back. They're starting to talk again on the radio. Right now we're in a crunch. Mega drought, manpower shortage. Blech.
Charlie, 3 Charlie Hotel is at the wrong side of the drainage.
Hey, Charlie Hotel is coming up to the drop.
Charlie Hotel, Helco. Go ahead. You want to come back over to the other side? I don't know if you had a good dip site over here, but we can work back with Roosevelt on this side for a few drops.
Okay, we were just working up at the top there by the safety zone. I haven't worked with Roosevelt. Are they under the column?
Yeah, they were down below. I'll get a hold of them, have them come up. If not, from the safety zone back that way, we might have some targets. But yeah, come over to the other side for a few drops.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Be right back, guys. My food's here.
Elko, air to ground command. I was looking for Roosevelt, but if I got you, they're going to order some tankers. I'm going to bring a copter back over on this side until they show up. Trying to get a hold of Roosevelt or see the best targets, or I'll just put them to work where I think they need to be. Are you on this side? Can you just talk them in? Just identify and bring them into the target. You guys' location. Charlie Hotel.
Aside from the task force and the 2 dozers, my assumption's line clear? Or shall I handle that?
If you want to talk to Task Force Caldwell and confirm that we're going to be dropping in that area. I did tell him once, but he was breathing heavy and trekking out of there. So, yeah, if you could let him know we're going to be painting the green side of that ridge. I appreciate it.
Roger.
I want to keep you in the loop. That block that we were going to close in yesterday just out of DP12 might be forced to go ahead and clean that up here shortly as far as a little bit of defenses. Got some spots, they're within the dozer line check line, but they're kind of becoming a little bit of a control issue as far as letting it creep around too much. Just wanted to see what you thought on that.
That's a retardant on their way down last time. We'll address that.
Charlie Hotel, Helco, North Rotor. Go ahead, how do you hear? Yeah, which dip site did you head off to? We're using Mel Dip over here on the east side of the column, and if you'd like it, Charlie Hotel, there's plenty of room for both. No, Mel Dip's fine. I was just, didn't see you pass over, so kind of figure out where you're at and get you a ground contact. Okay, very good. And is the other Chinook going to be working with us or opposite side of the column? No, they're going to be on the north. You're the only one we're bringing back over for the moment. Charlie Hotel.
Vision Delta, Helco, on air to ground command. And maintain the ridge line headed down point. What's your ground contact? Okay, go with your lat long.
Vision Tango, on command.
Tango, go ahead for Romeo training.
Off the hill.
7 and MNF 353.
Okay, where Roosevelt was working.
Good copy, Tango, and have them report to DP12.
6 Bravo or Charlie. Or Yankees dropping into the drop.
Going to be on the southeast side of this whole thing on the south side. Okay, that sounds good. We'll put in the coordinate ready to copy. 3840.120.36.71. And I don't know where it's at. They're kind of confusing me, so let me know if it's putting you somewhere weird or over where the other helicopters are working, please. Charlie Hotel,
Is there anyone direct where you were working before?
No, up.
Charlie Hotel is out of the dip.
Get an opportunity to be direct there.
I don't believe there should be anybody between number 3 going back.
Copy that. How's it going?
And 8-3 uniform, 8 Charlie Hotel. Looking for you. 7-3 uniform, sir. Yeah, 7-3 uniform. What dip did you come out of? We're going to the Pleasant, retardant. Okay, yeah, we're almost to the Jenkins dip, so we should be opposite side. Okay, thanks.
Okay, understood. If visibility opens up and we can do that, we will. Is there a ground contact for the clearance there? Start right at the pulse that came up about 15-20 ago and be working west. If you could
sure 32 Charlie keeps this frequency up. If we see the opportunity, we'll engage. Got a pretty good idea. It's tough for me to see that. Thanks.
Okay, good. Can you tell Delta to have 3352 come up on the radio, please, air to ground tax? 3352, will do.
3352 come up on air ground tax, please.
We're working on 3352. We're kind of right behind you. Is that the area they're looking at? Are you flying by it?
Charlie Fire. Beat me to it.
Charlie, looking off the drop. Is the line clear?
And air attack Charlie 5, oh, correction, Elko Charlie 5 on TFR when able.
Land there, just along the line that you're looking at.
5-minute warning for our tankers.
Okay, sounds good. 10 o'clock. This is Delta Helco, air to ground command. What's the target for 3352? I'm not seeing much down there. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but I see a lot higher priorities, but I could be wrong. I see a couple engines down there. Right now. Is that what you said now? One, and then they're going to have to bump over to the other side.
Go ahead on air tactics. Line clearance and contact. We copied off Caldwell 9332 the other direction, and yeah, we'll probably go to work in 5 minutes. Okay.
Helco, TFR.
Go ahead.
Hey, I can bring him off that drop back over now if you'd like.
Yep, that'll work. We should have one VLAT checking in here shortly.
Okay.
Let me know when you guys are on the other side of the fence and it's clear to go low level again.
Tell Helco.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, let's come back over on the other side. Tankers are showing up. We'll put you back in Jenkinson's dip in that same rotation.
Good copy. Transitioning north now.
Hey, firm. All the same copters are same dips and same targets, so watch for them.
Good shot.
Did you guys pick up the white truck and the two dozers? It didn't look clear to me there.
We'll take another look in there when we make our next pass. We're going to make a show me before we do anything. I'll take another look in there. We're heading westbound to go kind of pick them up.
Okay, Oak Woodland, just west of that leading edge on the 2-track.
Roger. Okay, I think I know the area. I think I saw them there.
They are westbound now.
They are westbound. That's what it sounded like. Sounded like they were trying to work their way completely out of there. Is that what you got out of that?
Yeah, but if you start at the leading edge and stay on the ridge, you're definitely going to get up with a VLAT drop.
Roger. Okay, and we'll talk to Caldor here when we get close to dropping.
Gotcha.
And if you if you want to talk to them and tell them maybe to expedite a little bit down to the west, that might help.
Okay, we'll do.
Shortly here with the lead plane,
Charlie Hotel, out of the dip. Charlie Hotel will be number 2 behind 4 Yankee, I think.
3 Charlie Hotel, you got a couple helicopters coming into that drop site, so are you going to come around the west side of that?
Hotel short final for Jenkins dip.
Okay, you just went over the dip. You're quick.
Hey, Charlie Hotel, Delta 4 Yankee, we're number 2. I got you as well, 4 Yankee.
report when dozers are south down the hill where you're pointing. Yeah, that'll get you guys off the ridge line and have adequate clearance. Thank you.
7-3 uniform, Helco.
7-3 uniform, go ahead.
Tankers are showing up, confirming you'll stay north of the drainage on the fence.
I affirm they'll stay north of the drainage on the fence, 7-3 uniform.
3 Charlie Hotel, same traffic.
We'll go over and pick up an easterly heading, 090 heading over to the work area. Plan for a coverage level 6 full load, and it's much better over by the fire. What I'm curious about is I came back out more towards the Vineyard IP, and it's looking a little murkier than I remember it. So let me know what your feelings are at the airport and en route, and we'll make a decision on if this is doable or not.
With the tankers are here, so we'll be on the other side.
Roger that, north of the fence, 4 Yankee.
Thank you.
Break until we get each other. Thanks.
Bring them in at 5,500, descend down to 5,000, and then the drop's about 3,500. So, yep, as long as you guys are north of the fence, no factor. Thanks, man.
Yep, north of the fence, Helco's the highest at 4,500.
And if we can work this out, then you feel need to come back over in between drops, we can work that out.
You know, I'm good with this right now, just with the confusion over there and where they're putting them, we'll just keep them over here.
Yeah, I was listening to that. Okay, yeah, you've got a tough job today.
Yeah, that's all right. One more day.
And then, Helco, just confirming you guys are checking in everything through Highway 50 route, lumber check, and then a beam over to you guys to Jenkins, right?
We've been going direct to the dip, but we don't have anything coming back out yet, but we can definitely, we'll do that.
Okay, yeah, that way we don't have any conflict on the exit. We'll be exiting, pretty much directly down the canyon west, but we just want to make sure we don't have any conflict in the smoky conditions.
Yep, confirming. We'll send on a fuel and return or whatever. We'll do lumber check, then direct from lumber to Jenkinson over here.
Hey, Furman, we'll probably be exiting these guys somewhere in the 4,000 range, so just understand that.
Okay, I think I can keep them at 3.5 over that way too to come over.
I think if you stay on your side of the fence, it'll be no factor at whatever you need, but we'll keep them 4,000 on our side of the fence.
Sounds good.
They might venture a little bit right on top of the fence, because it's kind of, some of the runs will exit off that way, but I think we'll be good.
Okay. Charlie Hotel, Hotel.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Is 4,000 still plenty good for all this, or is at the drop side? I know you guys lower there. Is 3,500 at the drop okay?
We're 3,600 now. We're short final. I'll let you know here in a minute.
Okay, what you guys are doing is fine. The tankers might have a slight right-hand turn, but that should still be above you on that ridge.
3 Charlie Hotel.
Charlie 5 has you in sight of dispatcher 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock.
And all copters for Helco, once you guys are close on fuel, let me know before that last drop. We're going to have to route you away from Helibase to get back to Helibase.
To the right, and where we'll be working.
3 Charlie Hotel, we're not going to work the other side right now, so if El Dorado doesn't need you anymore, we'll send people back. We can't go on that side.
Oh, good copy. Apologies, sir. We'll transition back to the north side of the drainage.
Yep, everybody stay on the north, the bottom side of the fence, and if we need to shy a little bit up on top, we'll do that. That's going to be the turnout for the tankers.
3 Charlie Hotel, thanks for the clarification.
4,000 What's the call? I'm right off your left right now. Those bonfires are going to be a little bit of a high drop. Drag it up to the ridge top. The heading will be 270 and 3,300. Okay, so we're going to be starting before the canyon, correct? Correct. Yep, we'll be starting down low and bringing the retardant up to the rim of the canyon. All right, got you tonight. We're ready to go to work. Cover double six. Okay, I'll start a base turn, and I'll just ease us up over to the smoke so we don't get up into it. Okay, sounds good. There's a tower just at my 10 o'clock. It'll be still factor out here on base. Okay, sounds good. On the exit, I'll be a hard left, and you could be a left. There is a fence at the bottom of the drainage, on the far side of the top. And the helicopters are all going to stay to the north. Okay. Copy that. And, you want to load the tank? Yeah, we're going to do that. All right, guys, this is not bad, Don.
And I think from what I saw last, they should be good there.
Roger. I'm going to try to get under the column here for this first drop, actually.
What I'd like to do, there's some fire in the draft area. I'd like to start prior to that down to the bottom of the drainage right through here.
Hey, thanks.
The number 2. California Yankee, you'll be number 3. You'll be number 2.
Number 2. Nice. That looked like a really nice drop from here then. Yeah, we've got a couple more drops in the timber. We're going to go come level 4 down through the grass, so we probably have 2 to 3 drops each of you.
For those in the Placerville area and on up, saw today it was a little finger of fire right here. We added some black line into Division Delta up just south of Jenkinson Lake. We've got continued resources all along Highway 50 here, working to get direct parallel containment on that area. A lot of this fire up here is sat up on the top of the ridge, and we've been going in trying to pick it up direct with equipment. Other active spot on the fire, again, as usual, the whole east side of the fire, Branch 10, Division I, Division H. This area got very active yesterday. It jumped over our proposed control line, Wrights Lake Road. It ran about 800 acres. It's probably about 1,200 acres that it passed Wrights Lake Road, burned all the way up to the 7,500-foot elevation line. The fuels are extremely critical up there. Fuels that normally wouldn't be really available to burn actively or burning with extreme conditions, spotting, sheeting, torching, all the above. Success story for today, Division J has actually calmed down for us quite a bit yesterday and today. We have multiple dozer lines up Strawberry Creek and then direct on the fire, and that part of the fire has been laid down most of the day today, and we anticipate doing some burning operations on that tonight with the priority to get black line established on this easternmost point down to Highway 50, and if we have time to turn the corner and bring it all the way up to the top here, basically blocking this off, creating a catcher's mitt, which has been an objective for several days now. It just hasn't been an easy one to come by. Down into Lima, we are getting direct and indirect dozer line completed. In fact, it's tied into Division J now. And then moving back down, Division N and Papa have been a little bit active. They've been quiet for several days now, but they are getting a little bit of wind alignment. We had a slop over a dozer line that was only about 50 acres yesterday. We were able to pick that up and continue it on. So making very good progress up through here. So 2 critical points on the fire, getting Division J burned in to stop that easterly spread, and Division Delta are priorities. I'll answer a couple of questions now. Questions about Strawberry and Camp Sac. So the fire has not made it into Strawberry. This is Strawberry Creek right here. The fire hasn't made it into that location yet. It's our objective to keep it out of that area. Like I said, we're planning to burn that. We also have contingency lines going in outside all the way through Strawberry Canyon up and out, and we're going to tie into 88, and we're also working another contingency line out here as well. As for Strawberry and Cap Sacramento, we've had multiple resources in there for the past 96 hours doing structure prep, getting those homes ready, making it more survivable for them if the fire should come through there, but the fire has not made it to Strawberry. Chances of fire getting to Tahoe, we're doing everything that we can to ensure that it doesn't. That's why this is such a critical priority for us. As I said, we're putting in multiple additional control lines that we can fall back to should this challenge us again. As far as the branch 10, where this fire, I mean, it's hit the top of the aspect right there, and the fuels are just so sparse that once it gets up top there, it just dies out on its own. It is getting a little bit of easterly spread But we have, again, multiple lines that we're working to take down to 50 to check that spread to the east. Prepping structures for us is throwing your cord of wood that's around your house, touching it or something will get any of that flammable material away. We'll get on your roof physically, take pine needles out of gutters, we'll cut ornamental brush that is right up next to your house, so it can't catch on fire. Basically, we're creating that 30 foot of critical defensible space, and if we have time, that 100 feet of defensible space for you, just depending on the time frames that we have. We also go in, we'll put sprinkler kits out there with portable pumps and set up elaborate sprinkler systems around structures that we can't physically get fire trucks into. We'll ring them with a bulldozer and eliminate the fuels around there. And in worst case scenarios, we'll do burning around the structures to create that defensible space. So that's what prepping the structures is. And we've been doing a lot of it. Christmas Valley and Myers, again, I've explained our plan. My goal is to not let the fire get anywhere east of Strawberry Creek, and even then I still have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, and multiple plans to address that. But conditions have been the most favorable they've been in Division. And then our prescribed burns counting is part of the perimeter. We're not doing prescribed burns. These are burning operations. They're either offensive or defensive firing tactics that we use to stop the spread of the fire. The fires don't burn typically in nice right angles, so when you look at the map, it's real easy for me to tell that we took bulldozers or hand line and made a 90-degree turn and went down into the drainage and another 90 and went back. And we fired this area out to eliminate those fuels right up to our control line to stop the spread. And once that's all said and done, that does count as part of our perimeter. And that is the end of my questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm incident meteorologist Jim Dudley, and I'm going to talk about the weather for the next 2 to 3 days, and specifically talk a lot about wind and how wind effects are very, very important on this large piece of ground we have here where the fire is. So, heading over here, there's two ways we can get wind on the landscape. You can have the wind flow, what we call our upper level winds that just move across at higher elevations across the entire fire. And then also a very, very important part of the wind on this fire is the winds that are generated by the landscape itself. We call those terrain-driven winds. And this is a very, very diverse landscape here, lots of deep canyons, lots of ridge lines, lots of terrain that is varied, and it's what we call complex terrain. So what we have happening here, even if the winds coming across the fire and the atmosphere are very light, the landscape itself is going to generate its own wind based on what the sun does to it. So quickly, at nighttime, like water, the air cools and it wants to flow downhill or down canyon. And on this fire, especially over here on these western divisions, the wind wants to flow out of these drainages and it picks up speed as it comes out. So you get an easterly, whatever the direction of the canyon is, the winds are coming out of there. Conversely, every day when the landscape heats up, the wind wants to come back up those same drainages and canyons. So you might hear us talk about terrain-driven winds, and this is a cycle that repeats itself over and over again on this fire, or pretty much any landscape, depending on where you are. So this weekend, we have relatively light winds. We have a little bit of south wind making the smoke drift to the north today. Nothing really strong. However, we're still getting very strong and gusty winds during the nighttime and early morning hours pushing down these canyons. We're also getting a little bit of easterly winds pushing back in this direction at night. But during the day, everything switches around. Now, higher elevations up here near the top of the fire, they are more susceptible to picking up wind from the atmosphere itself. For tomorrow and for Sunday, we're expecting the winds to be rather light aloft. In other words, not a lot of atmosphere helping us out, so the terrain is going to continue to drive the winds. Nighttime down canyon, daytime up canyon winds. As we get into Sunday and into Monday especially, there's a change coming to the weather. We are expecting the winds aloft to increase quite a bit across the entire region here, and what that's going to do, it's going to make the ridgeline winds on Monday gust from the southwest at 25, 30, maybe 35 miles an hour during the day as that flow comes up from the southwest and heads toward the Sierra Crest. So this fire, it's not especially hot. It's very dry. The humidities are dry, and they're going to stay dry all weekend. But come late Sunday night and into Monday, we're going to add a bunch of wind to this landscape from the southwest. So you'll probably be hearing terms like possibly a red flag might be coming out this weekend for strong winds for Monday. It's not out yet right now. All the weather people, including myself, are assessing how strong the winds might get on Monday, and we'll certainly keep you informed as we update the forecast for that. So I would say, to sum all this weather up, the terrain is going to drive the winds this weekend. But beyond this weekend, the atmosphere is going to drive the winds across the fire. And that's your wind report for today. Again, there's a lot going on here, and the terrain is the main thing that drives the fire, at least for this weekend. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Vollmer. I'm the Fire Behavior Analyst with Incident Management Team 6. And we've heard the operations talk about a lot of things in relation to spotting and the problem we have in the rollout. We heard the incident meteorologist talk about the deep drainages. And what those are all kind of coming into play with is as that wind flows up and down those drainages, it increases the speed. And as it increases the speed, it picks up and it's going to grab all those hot embers, everything that's on fire there in the Highway 50 corridor that's down in Camp Creek in Division Delta, and everything that was down in the Slug Gulch area of Division Alpha. It picks up all that hot material, and it continues to carry it for us. Right now, the spotting distance is up to a half a mile. Further up towards Strawberry, at one point today, we had it just a little bit over a half a mile. So we're continuing to evaluate those things daily and hourly as the progression changes. So with the weather we saw this morning, the fire activity did die down a little bit. Unfortunately, so did the visibility. Visibility was extremely poor, and it didn't allow everybody to see those spot fires that were out there for the last day or so. As the visibility increased, so did the fire activity. So then they started finding the spot fires and actively engaging into those. What we can see for tomorrow is pretty much a cookie cutter of today. We're going to see that poor visibility. That inversion layer is going to sit on top of the fire like a lid on a frying pan and just hold all the heat and all the smoke in. And once that inversion layer lifts, so does all the heat. It just starts going out like the flue on the chimney got opened. All the heat goes up, all the smoke goes up. We get clear air. We also get increased fire activity, so we can start to see that. Some of the key areas that we're still working on is there in Division Delta. Like I said, those drainages are very powerful. They're holding a lot of water and a lot of wind. We have a saying, wind goes where water flows. So any place where we're working in deep drainages, we can expect to have a lot of windy, erratic conditions. Just in the Camp Creek drainage in Division Delta, you've got multiple drainages that all feed into the Consumas there, as well as up in the Strawberry area. You have multiple ridge lines and drainages that all feed into Highway 50 up there. So the crews are definitely engaged. They're doing their best with what they can. And remember, this area has very little recorded fire history in it. Some fire history back into 1980, some into the 70s, and after that we have to go all the way back to pre-1940 to see any fire history in there. That's making for difficult conditions, making for a lot of heavy dead down material that continues to smolder and continues to put up all this smoke and continues to hamper the efforts to control the edges of the line.
Okay, at this time we'll go ahead and take some more questions and answers. And I'm going to answer a question we got online about a local assistance center. So there's going to be one that opens up. El Dorado County is going to open up a local assistance center located at the Folsom Lake Community College El Dorado campus in the fitness building. That address is 6699 Campus Drive, Placerville, and they're open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dusty Martin. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders. So I did have a couple of questions, and we're going to tie that into some closing remarks tonight. So there's been a lot of questions about aircraft. Today was an extremely smoky day all throughout the region. Our air quality index was extremely high. Visibility for the firefighters out on the line was approximately 50 to 100 feet for a good portion of the day. The air has cleared in the last 2 hours, and we were able to get some helicopters working, and then currently over the fire we have 2 very large air tankers and some additional large air tankers that are flying the fire. The specific question was, why aren't there more aircraft flying over Sly Park? It all goes back to our visibility and if we have good, clean air for the aircraft to fly or not. The mission has to be safe and has to be accepted by both the pilot and the flight crews to do so. And that starts with our operations section evaluating if they're going to be an effective tool for the job. There's been a series of questions about Sierra Tahoe. As you can tell by our map here, Sierra Tahoe sits in about this area here. Fire has not reached that. There's currently no impact to Sierra Tahoe as we speak. You did hear that our meteorologists talk about the upcoming weather. We are getting prepared for that. We are getting prepared for the shift in the wind direction. But I want to make sure everybody knows today, down in Division Delta and that area, we've had one heck of a firefight. Firefighters on the ground are working over 24 hours into the 48 hours due to limited resources just to make sure that we can continue to keep our foot on the gas and keep moving. Today did challenge us through the night with the down canyon winds, and then the low visibility also makes it pretty difficult to see where the fire is and some of that. We have used some of our infrared technology and some of our Intel aircraft to assist the firefighters on the ground to get into some of those spots in some of those areas. We are monitoring the weather very closely with our IMET, and we will continue to do that over the next couple of days and readjust as needed to make the changes for that weather pattern that is coming up, which would push the fire from the west to the east. With the fire laying down today, as operations talked, we had some good success out there in Juliet, and we're looking at continued success through the night and going to take advantage of the next couple of days of weather pattern. One of the things that I do want to speak to is we have numerous personnel that are working behind the scenes. Personnel that we don't talk about a whole lot, personnel that you don't see, is not in our messages going out, but there is hundreds of people that are working in the background to support the firefighters, to support this incident through various methods of driving supplies out to the line, our kitchen staff, support staff in camp, numerous overhead personnel here, and we could not do what we're doing without the support of those folks. The support of our local law enforcement that are continuing to maintain road closures, continuing with everything we've got going on to make sure our community is safe, that there's no looters in there. But I do want to take a minute and thank those folks that are putting in extremely long days, tireless days, as more of a support function than being out on the fire line. But trust me, we would not be able to do our jobs on the fire line without those support personnel. Team 6 is going to continue to evaluate, make changes as necessary with our U.S. Forest Service partners, and continue to adjust to the conditions, the weather, and the fire behavior that is out there. And as I've said in prior nights, we are going to see this fire to a mitigation. Thank you and have a great night.
Hola, buenas noches. Soy Ricardo Tlapala, vocero, California Incident Management Team 6. Hoy les voy a traer el breve informativo del Caldor incidente del 27 de
So I'm sorry I missed half of that. I tried to order food way earlier, and here's a link to this video if you want to go back or continue to watch the Spanish portion. Yeah, I just missed all that critical info because my delivery came late, and it's not like I'm complaining, you know. When friends come over to bring me a care package and make sure I don't have to leave the house today, you know, no complaints, but the timing was a little off. So I had my headphones off much of that meeting until the point I said where I sat back down. Turning back on the radio real quick, and then I'm going to read about the situation. Here's Caldor radio. It's on again.
1607.
I'm going to try to get up to speed. One moment.
Yeah, subject clear, suspended rapist.
You know, I'd like to, if we can, we'll make it a live run just so we don't have to work around in here. 270 is the heading and 3,300 for an altitude.
Okay.
270, 3,300 going live, we're ready. I'll start a left-hand turn for base if you want to start that. Coming live.
Okay, I just wanted to see if we could see the tanker, and
on the exit will both be a left-hand turn. And we'll stay on this side of the green. Helicopters on the opposite side of the green. Good, left exit.
in a second I'll talk about what I think about Tahoe.
I can see all the terrain, no problem. Okay.
Might be going in front of the cam any second now.
Hey, Charlie Hotel, out of the dip. Charlie Hotel, is this your rinse bucket?
Oh. You've just been off camera to the right.
15, Division Lima on command, 113.
Yep. Just a reminder, we'll talk evacuation in just a second. Just want to see what's going on real quick. Looks like 912 just did the drop. I was hoping we'd see. Nope. Maybe Omo Ranch Road. Alright, okay. So I just missed...
plan load return. I'll keep my left turn no after let you know how it went in.
Looks like they continue to work on the, fire flaring up on, what did we decide that?
Branch 15, Division Lima on 109.
And it came all the way up to the ridge, tied into the end of 911 drop. That'll cover everything we wanted to do underneath there. When you come back, just for your, what we're going to do is, from the smoke, we're going to continue down the ridge in that grassy area.
Thank you.
1607.
Okay, so...
Uncomfortable at all, we'll just call it off.
Okay, so they continue to...
But, first time in here, it's always just a little bit tenuous, poking your nose in there until you know what you know, see what you see.
Helco, Charlie 5 on deck. QFR. 5 Helco.
Alright. Alright, I'm just going to mute that for you guys, and they're just trying to get everything situated in the air. Some of it's unreadable, so... We'll continue to look at the cams.
Hickey on board. Hey, if you guys just space yourselves out to where you're comfortable, that's all I want to say to you. You don't have to start, stop, do whatever you want. Just kind of space yourselves out so you're comfortable.
They're operating in a quite of a sketchy environment, as you can see, how you can barely see each other, and they're struggling to get a safe space cushion around each other.
You on TFR?
Hang on.
Division November, commence.
Trying to find a space to talk. Just hang on a second.
Charlie 5, having an issue getting a Charlie Hotel. He's headed back towards the MRB. I thought it was his last load, but I'm not sure.
Okay, I was just going to say, if you want to pedal over here, take a quick look. We'll pull up to 5,500. You can come see what we did.
Okay, we'll pop over real quick.
Roger.
Okay. All right. So going back to the chat and such, what is the delay on the camera feed? Like these are usually updating once a minute. These like Somerset cams. It's very rare, but sometimes you'll see a camera that starts to update every 30 seconds. But these tend to be on the 1 minute mark, and I have no control over it. We can just hit buttons for time lapses and such. But there's also a lag a little bit on Broadcastify from real time, which is what you're hearing here on my stream. With your kind donations, I bought a pro membership. No more Home Depot commercials, right? And so I'm hoping the VLATs come back, which is the very large aerial tankers. So they're just talking about somebody go to this elevation, somebody go to that elevation. So going back up there, one thing I put in bold-faced letters is a lot of people have this mistaken idea that, Echo Summit or this or that place totally protects Tahoe because, it's just a bald peak and such over there. Absolutely not. Okay, so here's Echo Summit. Does this look like a bald granite face? The fire can get up here. So just zooming out a little bit, there's a lot of people who just kind of parrot the information like a parrot, repeat it. This is the Desolation Wilderness right here. It is not bald either, and neither is Echo Summit. So somebody might make the comment, and we have to make sure we're very, 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 very specific and clear on what we mean. Like at some points in time, you are basically driving next to sheer cliff faces of pure granite. But that is intermittent. It is not like there's a nice sheer granite thing that will protect Tahoe. You just notice the trees, notice the slope. So that's one of the myths that's floating around. We can't have myths. Do you think that the fire could climb up here? I see a staircase of vegetation. It can. And so, it's thick forest here. So a lot of this is snow time stuff. But you get the picture. So what will the fire reach Tahoe? It's the thing on everybody's mind. And what you shouldn't think about is the old style conventional thinking. Conventional thinking is, what would it take for a fire to reach a place? Get that out of your head. The way you should think about it is all fires will continue until they're stopped. What stops it? They generally march the same direction that they do every day, which is prevailing and typical winds. So every single day, we pretty much, as they kept explaining, have the canyon winds going up from the upslope, whatever, winds going up from the valley, taking direct aim at South Lake Tahoe and then this area in general, like so. And then we have some splits. There's some local things, like this is the wind tunnel of 50, which is always going to end here. That's just geography. Even when the winds are going like so, which we can see sometime during the day, we have in the different drainages, we have a different direction like that as well. This is why they're battling stuff continuously over at the Sly Park and Somerset area, because wind is going through that drainage, and then we have different microclimates, so where wind can do things that are against the general daytime prescribed wind direction. So we have down here some good spots, like a controlled burn thing of 2019, and that it kind of got out of control, but it thinned out some fuels. And while that's nice for places like Kirkwood, that's no barrier. It's a bonus, but just like having airbags in your car, that's better than just having your seatbelt. Doesn't mean you're going to be totally safe. And so we have to temper our emotions and our expectations to something that's reasonable. That's not too pie in the sky, everything's going to be fine, or not too dim, everything's going to burn, and nothing's going to be helped. We can clearly see they made a whole lot of progress. There's a whole lot of communities that really, by all means, should be gone, but are not because of their massively professional, awesome pulling miracles out of their hats at night intervention, with the air ground crews and, people in charge here are smart with fighting fires. They're smart. They've got good strategies. They've been employing them. However, their communication with the public, I continue to criticize. It just seems laggy. It seems insufficient. And a lot of it has to go through approval through Sacramento before they can say anything to the public. They may be wanting to tell us a lot more than they can. Like same thing with the Dixie. So one of the things I constantly criticize here is there's just a couple of rules, like with disaster management. I'm hearing the pilots still. They're just not talking too much about what's important. I'll turn it back on, the moment they do. They're just kind of doing their thing down there. So what prevents the fire from reaching somewhere? Impassable terrain, right? Like El Capitan, sheer 4,000-foot tall rock cliff faces.
Right now, we'll have another one on order. We'll have 1 to 2 out here, but it looks like they put a good hurting on your side. We're not going to be able to bump anything over quite yet until the Tinker show's done. But just want to check in and make sure 1 to 2 in there's fine.
Cool.
Okay, Charlie 5. Let me know when you're back over the other side of the fence. We'll go low level again.
Hey, that's actually positive. See,
low level, thanks.
So what he said was we're down to one tanker, one helicopter over there. This is Google Maps. We could look back at it. But that he was telling Charlie 5 that who's going to possibly move in more tankers. So
come over to lumber check over to Jenkinson Dip, and then we'll route you in from there. That's going to be the path in here while the tankers are operating for all helicopters.
All right, they're just talking more about that stuff. So they said they put a hurting on it over here, which means the hurting on the fire, which means that they had good results. So that's pretty cool. That this cam is the only one that we could see the action sometimes, but it's dying down from what we saw, which is cool. That's really cool. They were having both water and retardant type drops, which is great. So going back to what I was explaining. What stops the fire? There's speed bumps. Desolation Wilderness is not, you look at it this way. You have to turn on the satellite, and you can see that there's quite a lot of trees. There's ways to hopscotch. So it's been kind of nicer weather the last week. They had a good, mostly favorable week of weather since the crazy start to this fire, and so they've had some time to do a lot of what they need to do. What stops a fire? Sheer impassable terrain like cliffs, running out of fuel, like reaching a rocky desert and not having fuel, right? Well, that's not the case here. Like super solid fire lines, which are just can withstand the high winds and embers crossing them. That's not really what we have either. Backfires. Scorched earth. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to reinforce the lines with a scorched earth kind of a policy so that they could sit there and hold them rather than have to retreat too much away from roads and the lines that they create. Because if you already burn off the bushes and stuff, then when the wind picks up, the embers will probably land mostly in nothing, and maybe just light a few bushes on fire. They can handle that. But they couldn't handle it if 6-foot or 12-foot tall manzanita bushes or whatever is around them, or small trees, were there ready to burn, right? But how much time have they had? Have they had enough people to do enough of that? That is the big concern. Have they been able to get the spot fire over here above Strawberry under control? No, because of the steep, rugged, not many ways to get up here. Too dangerous and too much smoke. It would be ideal for helicopters and aircraft, but it's proving to be a challenge, right? So what we could expect if we have like Monday and Tuesday winds is, these are the next couple of critical days. Have they been able to make crazy reinforced lines? Have they been able to do a lot of backburning? We're not going to know until they give us the reports. Like, how satisfied are they with that? But what we have whenever we do the Google here, this is real thick. This is really thick. Can they defend the little neighborhoods? If it was a compact little town, that would be easy to defend. But look at the sprawl. Look at all of this sprawl. This is really nightmares to defend. So when somebody's talking about maybe I should leave early or something, I concur. This is erring on the side of caution. It's going to be quite a traffic jam if everybody tries to go at once, especially if you have special vulnerability, because how exactly are they going to defend this? This goes on for miles and miles and miles, all these neighborhoods. How could they? Where are the fire hydrants? Is this well water? No fire hydrants in many of these sprawling neighborhoods? My concern, because in any disaster situation, what you want to have is the ability for a town to leave and vacate in 3 hours. Do you think that that's possible? That's a pretty big population here. Does this look like they can quickly respond and defend a place? It looks like they would have to be bringing their own water to the situation. Look at all the power lines and such, which can go down even if de-energized. When vegetation near them is on fire, the branches and stuff fall off, hit the lines, and they go down on the ground. And so this kind of thing delays their response, and it starts making some streets impassable one by one should a fire impact the area. And so the thing that's depressing about this is there's no compact little downtown to save here. There's just sprawling miles after mile after mile of places without fire hydrants and without a good solid place to get water once they run out of what's in the engine. So will South Lake Tahoe and Myers be impacted? It's a big unknown. We don't know what the wind wants to do. Maybe the wind will just blow it across like this. It'll get here and just kind of go this way. It could skirt it. It could be they have minor embers over here that they put out as spot fires or whatever, and it skirts it and actually makes a run towards Minden and Gardnerville and Carson City. Now, the good news over here is during the Tamarack, they did do some fire mitigation. They made some efforts. I don't know the full extent of them, but I had some home videos being given to me by a local in the area, and in some places they have hydrants, but obviously they don't in other neighborhoods. So the thing is, small towns are often easier to save than the big sprawling ones like that. So here we have very few main roads, but lots and lots of neighborhoods. And I think that if it were to be threatened, it's less likely from up here, but it's a possibility that embers came over. But we would watch this, to see, what it really might want to do is just it might do that. Let me get a different thing. It might want to just kind of come out and go over that way. So the thing is that this is luck. We don't know. This is that big question mark. On the safe side, they should prep every community in front of a mega fire so that it can evacuate in 3 hours. I mean, if you look at fire spread versus how long it would take to evacuate any community in front of any fire, they should be probably, in my opinion, telling some people to, especially the slower and more vulnerable people, that you may want to relocate temporarily just in case we have to call for a general evacuation and we won't have a traffic jam. Because when there's a traffic jam, how can they respond to where the little the spot fires are? What if you can't pull over for the fire crews, when you want to, just because the roads are just jammed and just locked down, right? Don't say that, Mark Sorensen. The desolation can't burn. It's too rocky. I just went over that. There's a lot that's of vegetation in there. What we're having is long range spotting. Long range, like 3 miles. So, I mean, just look at the vegetation. This isn't bare rock. There are plenty of places where it can spot over. It would be a slower rate of spread. This is a speed bump. But do you see all the trees here? Oh, you meant Sierra at Tahoe. Okay, I'm sorry. That's okay. But yeah, I wanted to make that really, really clear because there's a bunch. That's the myth I'm trying to burst here. It's a speed bump. It's a nice thing. It's in Tahoe's favor. It's like having the airbags in your car plus the seatbelts. However, it doesn't mean that it can't. It's not an impenetrable bypassing thing. There will be lots of embers that land on pure bare rock and they don't do anything, right? If this scenario happens, they don't do anything. But then the high wind day, the red flag day, the 9% humidity day, with the more receptive fuel day, the whoosh, lots more embers because there's lots more of activity and the wind's carrying it further. I mean, it's going up the hill a little bit, but it still can't. We saw 3-mile long-range spotting with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the east side of the fire before. So that was not when the winds were 45 to 49 miles an hour as they could be. Well, what's going to happen when they are? It would be slower. They'd have more time to react. Maybe they'd have time to get some helicopters over there dipping out of the lake that might just put them out one by one.
They got a road, they could probably take it all the way down there. They're just going to need to figure out where that dog leg's in front of those crew buggies, how to get in there and cut that out.
Yeah, I saw kind of an underslung road over there. Hopefully they can pick that up, and hopefully the retard slows it down enough, but we'll see. All right, we're going to go pick up a VLAT. Let me know when you're on the other side of the fence, man.
Yeah, we'll do.
Our day shift of Lima out here at Silver Fork and working extended shift.
Copy. Let me look at what's coming and I'll give you a call. We'll come to a decision.
Okay, also, I got a handful of engines, last work day is tomorrow, and they need to turn in their 213s for demob. Can we do that just by word of mouth, or how do we need to work that?
Hang on a second.
Same spot you're sending your 215 info, and we'll put in 213s, that's fine.
Affirmative, I'll get that sent in to you guys.
Right. They've had a lot of success there, but it's not over yet. That's the general chatter. They're talking about this ridge, that ridge, and not naming them. I do believe they're still talking about what's just west of Sweeney's Crossing here. We're seeing a little bit of the pickup activity, but it's over there by Camp Creek drainage in general, where the helicopters are going back to get the water from the Sly Park Reservoir, I guess, or Jenkins is what that's called. So it's hard to tell if they're like working over there or just getting water from over there. But I'll turn it back on in the moment they have another little update. But the point is what is stopping the fire? What could steer it around Tahoe is wind changes. I mean, what they could do if they can't get in front of the fire is hope to steer it away from it and fight it in the wilderness, and just kind of keep this steady if they can. Hang on a second.
I am when you tag and extend out of a right hand, 55.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We just didn't want to flop anybody over with our wake.
Roger.
Okay, they're talking about...
we've had a couple wake issues in the last year and a half, and we can, as long as we hold the coppers well over there, Jacobson, it won't be an issue. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We just need to coordinate it.
Copy.
Wow. Okay.
Those got crane will be dropping them.
or a Yankee dropped.
Copy that. 4 Yankee drop.
All right, so when a helicopter goes into the wake of a passenger jet, bad things can happen. It can really destabilize their flight, and so they're talking about wake issues, partially because they can't see where the other planes are going. So they're just separating them out to make sure that the helicopters are far away from the passenger jet tankers. So which you'll hear them called the VLANs. So anyway, just wrapping this up here. The point is that there's still so many question marks, and then the bad weather coming. I would be much more comfortable if they would lay it out like, this or that are the possibilities. Here's our percentage chance, and I know I did miss part of the meeting, but it would be just wise to evacuate enough of the people, especially those that have trouble evacuating, ahead of the bad weather, and you can always kind of move them back in if there's some sort of a super solid deal. We don't know what the wind's going to do or at what time of the night the wind will blow, making it so that they can react to things. There's so many variables we can't tell where is the fire going to go. When we were looking at the Tamarack, they stopped it right here around Alpine Village, which was amazing. They stopped it from getting up in here, which would be a nightmare. That's really rugged, steep terrain, chaparral. And so here was the Tamarack. It was like, wasn't it Alpine Village? Yeah, past Markley. They saved Markleyville. Like I said, sometimes small towns are easier to save than big ones. It goes roaring north, and they just did mostly structure protection down here by the Indian Creek campground. And they stopped it right there. It may have been because the fire reached there at night, and it was easier to deal with. Or maybe it was during the day when they got helicopters on it. I never really got the full story on that. But then the wind put it right over towards Nevada to places they weren't quite expecting it to do. And so that's the same kind of a scenario that we could have, is we could have them try to defend, save Myers and such, and it could just kind of go down the wind tunnel. What's it going to do when it smacks into this mountain? It's probably the wind's going to split. Part of it's going to try to go over. But that's, a scenario I'm pretty sure they're aware of. What if it jumps? Jumps. You could have the stuff down here, okay, where they replace stuff, and then it just gets up in here and becomes a problem. So the fire likes to run uphill. I could see it just getting up in here, and then where would it want to go? That generally the winds kind of go like so. It might just want to come that way. And whether or not the community is directly impacted or severely impacted, all this is big question mark. What I like to do, though, is see them err on the side of caution. Don't cause that stampede panic reaction. Do it nice and orderly, and reduce population. Keep the people there that might need, to really mind the store, so to speak, like security type personnel and whatnot. But I don't like the waiting to the last minute thing. I think they need to learn the lessons of Paradise and such. I feel like if FEMA money or federal disaster aid money could compensate people for, their losses, I think this is what needs to happen. But just call the tourist season a wash. I don't think it's right to have people come in here and breathe this unbreathable air, and just people who are vulnerable just shouldn't be in it. I disagree wholeheartedly with their ideas of having downwind in the smoke evacuation centers. The poor people of Susanville, since what, July 14th or something, when the Dixie fire started, most days been smoking 6 packs a day, basically the equivalent. In the Dixie fire, it's just it's just So, no, jumping in the lake is not a really good idea. It's a last resort thing. But can you imagine sitting in the ice cold waters for like hours and crawling out of it? There's a lot of people that have heart attacks from just the the experience, go sit in your bathtub as long as you can. Time yourself. Go put cold water in your bathtub and sit in it. See how long you can tolerate that. Then the ice cold.
Go any more to the east. I think that's pretty good.
Let's look at this. Don't stay behind because you're like, oh, I could jump in a lake. Oh, it sucks. It really sucks.
No direction right now. I got a map that's going at 150 miles an hour.
A maps? That means a Hercules? Is that what he said?
Branch 10, Trinity, branch 10 on command.
Yay. Just make sure they're not talking about stuff. They just continue to do their thing here.
Okay, so not the main ridge line that goes down into where the ridge is down there.
Branch 10, Trinity, branch 10. Need you to start rounding up, freeing some dozers from divisions Hotel and Golf to send over to division to branch 1. I'm coming down with dozers from.
We spoke of earlier, so okay, we're on the same page. Yeah, you've got a single blade dozer line on top of the ridge line, it looks like, and then a 2-track on the back side of the ridge. That's what we plan on painting as the single blade dozer line on the grass on top.
Get them bound down to Highway 50, and we'll meet at drop point 7 for instructions.
Drop point 7.
Hey, yep, we'll stay. I think our next drops are going to be going down that main ridge line. It should take 2 or 3 drops to get to the bottom. I think we're going to be able to get to the bottom of that, and I think that's going to be our whole mission for the rest of the day, actually.
Where's 7?
You got somebody to run those dozers? You want dozer boss from?
Doesn't seem to be a lot of rhyme or reason to their namings of drop points.
Okay, I copy. We'll try to keep it on the lee side of the existing dozer line, and then they can maybe push the fire side.
Branch 10, Trinity, branch 10. When you get a spot to a cell phone service, I should have service here in a little bit.
Right.
Attack Charlie 5. You want to talk to the truck and the dozer up top? I believe that's the task force leader. Just let them know we're going to start trying to paint that top of the ridge line there.
Will do.
Thank you.
And Dan, we're losing viz here at 6.5, so at some point, if it degrades where we lose horizon, we're going to be outbound.
Okay, yep. I think if you need to, we can dual it on this one. We're not going to get complicated on this one.
Copy.
Hang on a second. Let's listen real quick, and I'll go.
Start pushing west along the oak woodland there, and if you guys can just continue moving out, make sure that you're clear.
First of all,
lumberjack to Helibase.
Lumberjack to Helibase for Yankee.
First of all, Paul Mayfield, are you addressing me or somebody else in chat? Guys, can we not spam the chat real quick? I need to catch up with it. Didn't notice it was flying by at speed of sound here. If you think I do wild speculation, you don't know me very well. So, going back to what you're talking about, I'll continue to unmute it for when they're talking about what they're doing here.
Cool. Air CFR.
Cool, Air Tech, go.
F48 Yankees, outbound lumberjack, returning to the Helibase for fuel on hold.
Just can't see
Got
anything.
it. Did you want you already ordered a replacement, right?
Yeah, from.
Copy.
And then we're just going to work the 2 in here, just kind of supporting the side of the drainage until the retardant operations stuff and all that stuff. So we're going to order more.
Copy. Yankee. Yeah, 48 Yankee, go ahead. We have positive comms, withholding. Copy that, frequency change approved. Thanks for your help, thanks for the call out.
Division Delta Air Attack here, ground command.
Just a moment. Okay, and I'll just, they just continue to talk about their visibility and moving themselves around. So what my job is here is to tell you the worst case scenario, middle ground, best case scenario. So that is what we're talking about. What does the fire have potential to do? What have we seen it do? We've seen it go with 3-mile long-range spotting before, and that was in 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. As the crow flies, you know, that's pretty significant distance. We've seen it already do that. So we're going to have, what, 45 to 50-mile-an-hour winds, some higher on the peaks and such, coming around on Tuesday. 9% humidity. Hang on.
Had to turn around. Copy, you think it's worth us giving it a shot? I think low level, you could do some good. I know there's structures along that whole canyon, so. Copy that. If you don't mind keeping an eye on the one copter I've got, 2 Hotel Tango, I do have a replacement Type 1 ordered, hasn't listed yet. We'll run up as far as we can and see if we can get to that swap over up there. Perfect. Copy, we'll be en route, and what are you guys working at? 6,500. Copy it by ITOS. I'm going to need about 7,000 if that works for you. We'll remain west of Jenkinson. Perfect. En route to ITOS.
For people who may have just been tuning in, I nearly lost my brother in the Paradise Fire. In the year prior, I did lose a family friend. And then a couple of my other family members have had near misses with these California fires. That's why I do what I do. I don't BS anybody. I don't sugarcoat anything. I think everybody should know the best middle ground, best case scenario, middle ground, worst case scenario. You plan for the worst one, and then, well, you'll get a pleasant surprise in many cases. But you better not plan for the best case scenario. What if you do that and the worst case scenario happens? So time and time again, I've given people early warnings before, well, hours before and sometimes days before the officials go ahead and make it a mandatory evacuation. Just with simple logical reasoning, looking at all the information available, what's the potential for the fires? I'm very proud of that. I've been that's one of the best things about what I do, this volunteer service that I'm doing, is that for some reason there is a breakdown. It may be a liability issue, and it may be other reasons. But CAL FIRE and other agencies have been giving people extremely late evacuation orders. Just many hours, like 6 hours after they should. Westwood, Mineral, Greenville. They invited thousands of people back into the Greenville area and then said run for your lives like a day and a half later. And then Greenville was erased off the map. So if you think I'm being like with wild speculation, no, I'm not. If you're trusting official sources, there's something wrong with the system. I'm not pointing any fingers at any individuals, but they seem to be hamstrung with being unable to say anything to the public unless it passes inspection by somebody sitting in Sacramento for a liability reason. There are many conflicting politics here, pressure from Washington, pressure from big businesses to keep things open. You know, think about the plot of Jaws, right? They want to keep the beaches open, even though there's a danger because it's so important to the community. A community that has been hit hard by the 2020 COVID and needs to make revenue right now. All the mountain communities are like that. But I don't have any conflicts of interest. I don't have anything like that. I'm just looking at what would keep people safe. What could the fire possibly do? What could you expect as the worst best in case scenario? And so that's what I'm going to continue doing. I am never, ever going to create a climate of fear. You should be prepared, and then you don't have to be scared. Be prepared, not scared. I don't allow people to come in here screaming, "No, run from someplace, run into a lake." I always tell people, just calm the heck down, guys. You know, that we don't allow that. We only allow pretty logical, fact-based reports here. So just like we saw with the Tamarack when I was down there covering that, we saw the wind kind of pushing the same direction towards Nevada, kind of like every day. And that's generally where the fire went. But we had a nice, lovely surprise. Markleyville got saved, guys. Markleyville got saved as the fire went roaring north. And it hit the Alpine Village area, and wind changed, and it went over here suddenly, Topaz Lake and such. And the wind changed, and it had spread to the south. And at some different points of the fire, as days and days went by, it started spreading to the southwest. And why isn't it 100% contained? Because they didn't have enough staff to staff down here. And this is their problem now, the southwest portion. I'm just generally making a line here. The same thing is occurring with the Caldor Fire. It will be worse because of the lack of manpower. You heard them on the yesterday's meeting. We need like 5,000 people. If you wanted to defend all this area, maybe it's possible, but with like 6,000 firefighters in here, maybe 4,000 all working together at once with weeks of preparation. So the community will be impacted? We don't know. A lot of that's luck and wind. The best case scenario, which now I'm going to illustrate. The best case scenario is that when these spots and such happen around here, like, the spreading of the thing over 50, and if the wind kind of blows them this way, the best case scenario is they get dip, splash, dip, splash. That might be possible. Say that's during the night that it spreads. And during the night, they get those nighttime choppers to put it out. Like, that could be a scenario, right? Another good scenario is it just never really has the ability to spot over and just eventually kind of goes over here in the wilderness. And they have time to corral it up there or hit it with aircraft on a clear day, right? I mean, that's a possibility. So the other possibilities are also that it just goes like over here. And that in the cool of the night, there's spots that happen and they go around putting them out with minimal losses, right? That's another scenario. We could have a different scenario. What is the wind going to do? Does it go into Kirkwood and stop? The best case scenario is that they do what they're doing and have enough people and have enough time. The wind isn't as bad as we think on Monday and Tuesday, and maybe they have extra time to do more of a scorched earth thing. And so that when the wind is bad, and hang on a second.
Take it on that side, so unless something changes with the dozers down there, we'll keep it on that side.
I say they said grass by the Consumnes River.
We can have a look. And North Road 121. Okay, we'll meet you there.
Hey, is that the Australian? Cool. So there's too many variables to know exactly what it's going to do. But the more calmer days that they have with the ability to light backfires, just as Zeklander was saying, like over here by Kybers and such, they wanted to do backfires today. They probably can't. Their chances of success improve drastically if they can burn off some of the vegetation in front of their lines. So the clock's ticking. How much are they going to be able to accomplish?
Of Camp Creek headed southwestbound. So when the fence is up, you need to remain north of the drainage.
Okay, so he's talking not about the fire, but the fence, but separating where the helicopters can fly safely and the airplanes. So I'll keep pausing to see if they're actually saying where is the fire to let you guys know, because I would like to know too. So
one checked in on that leading edge on the south side of the drainage. Yep, go ahead. Okay, as soon as I hear one check in, we'll get them pushed across the fence. Okay, yep, we just need to expedite when that comes about because it's not fun flying around with someone behind you in this murky area. We don't want to push it too much. Okay. Hotel Tango 3 Tango Hotel Air Time.
3 Tango Hotel.
2 Hotel Tango, wait for 3 Tango Hotel, come off the dip, walk them into that leading edge of fire
on the south side of Camp Creek. That'll be your target.
Hey, there we go. That's what we were waiting for. That's consistent with it running up the ridge here in our cameras. So there we go. So that's where the helicopters are going to be working. And if they can get any more tankers coming, they're going to be doing work down here, which is probably some retardant work, which is great. So, show the clip again of Holt and the firefighters when they had to shelter in place. I think Holy will think twice of wading into the water instead of evacuation. I don't know. Is that Bonnie? Is that copyrighted? But all I know is that you can really get hypothermic. That's why I tell people have the wool blanket. Take that with you. Throw it over your head if you must to get a breathable air between you and the water. You cannot tread water. It has to be a place where you could, swimming pool or whatever you're in, plant your feet down, because it's going to weigh like a ton of bricks. I mean, it's a wool blanket that's wet, right? And so as you ride it out, it'll probably be a quick affair. Then you have to crawl out of icy water, and a wool blanket will keep you insulated, even though it's wet. That's one of the main functions of it. If you ever have to take shelter, like face down in a creek, throwing it over your back really helps. Also, just throwing it over your shoulders so embers aren't raining down the back of your neck and getting on your hair is one of the best ways to walk to some shelter, like a culvert or a bridge or somebody's pool or whatever you have to do, right? You guys are spamming the chat, guys. There's no way I could keep up. I don't know what you're asking me, and I don't know what people are saying. So is there a conflict I have to moderate right now? I'd rather get back to work here, explaining best, middle case, and worst scenarios, but I am confusing what spot fires are and long-range spotting. What? So why you think a fire can spot across granite when it can't? Did you not see? The fact that it's not bare granite? Did you not see that? Do you see these trees? Are you guys blind? I have no idea why people keep arguing with me. This isn't bare granite. There are patches of green interspersed in the desolation wilderness. How many times do I have to go over that? I'm getting tired of that. Just don't believe me then, but don't say anything in my channel. Go start your own and go ahead and go ahead and say whatever you want to say. But yeah, there's a lot of spots of green all over the place. That's why it's a speed bump. It can hop from place to place to place. Okay? Just like I kept showing people. I'm over it now. If you don't believe me, that's okay. But have a nice day. So anyway, I am less concerned, as I keep saying to people, about the threat to South Lake Tahoe from the desolation wilderness, because that buys them the time they need to get a handle of it. Those are little areas. It's hard to access, but if they could get helicopters up there, those would be not just contained, but put out pretty quickly. And plus, the fact that they're little spots means that even if they're not put out, they're unreachable. Enough time could go by without a wind event for them to just exhaust their own fuel and peter out by themselves. That's why this is a nice advantageous speed bump, such as what we would call like airbags in the car. Not just a seatbelt, airbags, helping protect South Lake Tahoe. I am less concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the long-range spotting on the east zone, which we have consistently seen day after day, even yesterday. There were 3 miles of long-range spotting in 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and we're looking at 45 to 50s on the higher ridges come Tuesday. I don't know how much clearer I can make it. We go back to my other feeds where we saw that live. The incredible long-range uphill spotting that's been occurring here. It's because these fuels are so dang receptive and heavy. There's been 94 years since the last big fire in the Tahoe region. There are so many dead and down trees. Just take the little gold man and take a walk. Just put him places. There's so much. Okay, in the wintertime, that's not very good. But I spent 2 hours assessing just how bad, a fire could get in these areas by looking at it. And it's just like, oh my God, some of these places, it's just solid brush everywhere underneath the trees. And the problem about that is that when these are growing up underneath the trees, these are usually pretty fire safe, and the pine needles burn off the ground in a normal fire, right, when it's thinned. But look, they climb these trees and then light the branches above, and you have it on fire from, you have group torching. You have group torching in high wind events. Absolutely. They just, here's a fire line. Roads are fire lines. It's going to go right over in high winds. This is what we've consistently see day after day. This is logical reasoning. This isn't speculation or anything crazy. So back to what I was doing. So you see how narrow these highways are.
The drop at the beginning of the drop and just see, depending on the speed.
They'll be holding off the dim. Okay, is that your last copter? Affirmative. Okay, we got a VVAC, so we're going to go, hopefully we'll go live, but we might have to do a show me. Cover that.
Yay. 912's coming back. See, these are positives. The more aircraft work that they can get done on these milder days before the big wind event, this is the huge positive. They have been very lucky with a lot of days. Hang on a second.
Negative. Please do.
What do you mean 70% of what I've heard on the stream and seen in chat has been accurate? Okay, that's a huge statement. Go ahead and tell me about the 30% inaccuracy and exactly what I've been wrong about. I get names mixed up sometimes. But when was the last time I was terribly wrong about something? Anyway, so what time was this briefing? Max, which briefing? Are we going to look at, I think 6:30 is our French briefing, right? If we missed it, we'll go back and look at it. So, back to what we were talking about.
And pick up an orbit just west of Jenkinson.
Okay, be that. This is... Hey, maybe we'll see it in front of the cams.
And we'll work into the same target.
So they've had a good, like I was saying, they've had a good week now to have really done a lot of good preparation work. But the problem is that what happened these last few days, they had a whole bunch of other fires in the state start, and a bunch of their aircraft and resources went away that they normally would have had. We watched the everything going over from everything from Calaveras County to Stockton proper. All these cities have been donating engines to the cause, and then when they have to deal with their own 4-alarm fires in towns, they have to kind of keep them. So we've had the southeast corner of the fire kind of unmanned relatively compared to the rest, and so the southeast is quite a concern. They've had a lot of time though, to work on the 50 corridor, and the more they can burn out that vegetation before the wind event happens, the better everything is going to be. But that's still a big question mark over how much they're going to get done in the next couple of days. Today's supposed to be a milder day, and they're having these miniature emergencies here on parts of the fire that they were telling us yesterday they don't expect a problem with. Remember how rosy he was gesturing at the map over here, saying, oh, here in Delta and stuff, it's doing pretty dang well, and what are we looking at? It's just...
towards the higher terrain as we have. Confirming they are north of Camp Creek, correct?
Yeah, part of it was Gavin Newsom's slashing fire budget by $150 million this year when he claimed to have increased it by 500 from certain parts of the fire budget, according to NPR and Cap Radio. Their investigations, I'm quoting them. Unfortunately, some of it was coincidence. Things could have been better. I mean, the Black Hawks were purchased. They're trying to get certified pilots to fly them at night. And so we don't see them flying at night. But next year it'll be better, you know.
Right on top of the ridge, there's a little timbered saddle. And then there's, on our side, you can't quite see it yet, there's a open meadow. And when you find that open meadow, you'll see a dozer line that cuts straight across it. We're going to try and keep it on the left-hand side, the green side of that meadow. The left side of the dozer line that goes through the meadow.
Yeah, the fire's not safe.
Helicopters are all going to stay on the north side of the drainage. We've got this side of the drainage. What I'll do is I'm going to start easing around onto a base. I'll try and tuck up next to the smoke so we don't quite have as much of a left turn on the final. That knob, 2,100 will clear it.
Gosh, we can't see very well. I was hoping to see our plane.
Helicopter calls for a drop on the area.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Anna. Every once in a while, some
This is the Sky Crane, the red Sky Crane.
Sky Crane. That's a Sikorsky. Hang on, I'll talk in a sec. This guy, Hotel Tango. So they're staying north of Camp Creek and in their zone, and to make way for the big boys.
At the bottom of the drainage, on the left-hand.
Start over to the target right here. Go ahead and cut it off.
The last tanker had to abort for visibility. Well, this one's trying. Let's see if they can do it. It's a little hard to keep up with the chat here. Oh, thank you, Flyboy 506 2001 for being here. 33 years of what?
Just keep this gentle left-hand turn back to we'll take a look at that, and we'll see if we need to. I think we'll need to bend it a little bit to the right, probably. That was a little bit of a tight turn on the final. I apologize. It just, you just can't get next to that smoke too close.
Well, okay, they're making the drop, but it's so scratchy. It's so scratchy. We'll just hope to see him on the cam. And you're just guiding him in right there. Okay, so yeah, thank you for being here. There's a lot of firefighters who come in here. Retired and otherwise, and good experts, weather experts to come in here, and I'm so glad to have you. So let's see. Just talk about holding altitude and such like that. I want to make sure there's nothing chaotic going on in the chat. But look, this is the reason that I keep telling people the best course of action is to leave before you're told when you recognize your own special vulnerability, or even if you just don't want to deal with the smoke, which is toxic as anything in Tahoe right now. And what I feel they should be doing is in case the bad weather is as bad as they say it's going to be Monday and Tuesday, we'll get a taste of it on Sunday to try to find out. They shouldn't create a bad scenario where there's too many people to evacuate at once. I mean, looking at not just Paradise, but last year's river fire in Clackamas County, everybody in Clackamas County tried to get to Portland over 3 bridges. And it took 7.5 hours to go what should have taken 20 minutes down the street. The gridlock is a thing, and it not only endangers people, but say there's really minor instances happening around, like little fires, breaking out because of the winds and the embers. Well, how can they need the roads open and clear to respond, to just quickly get over there?
EMAX and a Huey's over there. If we can get them out, that's going to be your best bet.
Go to Kirkwood.
For the rest of the drops, I think, coming down the ridge.
K-Max, that's the Australian, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's good. I can see you tied in nicely at the beginning of your first drop to the existing retard. It's a little bit indirect with the dozer line, but that's okay. It's down to the open areas with the grass. Almost made it out into the next
I wish that was more clear so we can know exactly where the fire is and such, but it's just kind of snowing in and out. So I'm going to go back to the statement. So going back here to Tiernan, thank you for the common sense. Yeah, I think that they want to tell us. They want to tell us. You can kind of see it in their eyes in some of their meetings where they're looking at the camera and kind of glancing this and that because of somebody's question, and they basically are avoiding saying how bad communities can be impacted time and time again, as I've been doing this since July 14th. And it may be the old thinking of let's not cause a panic. Well, you know what? Panic is caused when people get a surprise. Like, we didn't realize we were in this much danger. We are, and when the rumor mill runs around, they should tell it straight. The best case, middle ground, worst case scenario. Best case scenario is they have the time. Tonight goes great. Tomorrow goes great. There's no new fire starts today that take away all of their resources like we've seen yesterday, the day before, and a lot of their airplane resources. But what has been going on the last couple of days? Their resources peel off for other fires. It's been pretty bad. Best case scenario, there's a trampling in of new crew, and they get thousands of more helpers the next couple of days to prepare for Tuesday. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Best case scenario, the wind clears up. They have nighttime drops again, and they can get a handle on what their big projects are. The 50 spot. They can help protect the Leak Springs CAM, the Kirkwood area, and they have the perfect calm all night to do backfires. And tomorrow, that would be the best case scenario. Best case scenario too. The wind is not as bad as they forecast. We could get lucky, Every once in a while, you roll the dice on craps and you get on a streak of luck. Best case scenario. They steer the fire away from the populated zones. They go to structure protection for the smaller communities and let it go past them. Or they have prepared those smaller communities by backfires, and it's easier to defend them. The bigger heads of the fire just either get stuck in a place for a few days, and they're less fierce when the winds come up. And that's another thing that we saw in the Bobcat. Like, if a fire gets, I'm going to draw a random circle here. In the Bobcat fire down last year by Pasadena, they managed to trap it mostly in a canyon. And then during the days the wind went up this way, and the wind went that way, and just in here it ate day after day its own fuel. Day after day, more and more fuel was lessening. They got really good night times. They lit the area on fire that wasn't burning already. And by the time the wind really picked up and it was going to take out the Griffith Observatory, it was fierce. It was a hard battle. They had crews up there, but they had the time to get down snags and burn off the duff on the ground. And then when it spotted up there over the ridge during the high wind, everything was okay.
Trend. Maximum humidity 28 to 30% at 2100. Wind falling to 18 to 20% to 0600. Humidity, wind falling to 13 to 15% by 0900. Low temperature, 61 to 64 degrees.
Caldor, that's a good copy. I need a go back for the 0300 wind speed and direction.
Okay, I'll answer that in a second.
Division Romeo 0300 southeast 12 miles per hour, 0600 southeast 10 miles per hour, 0900 southeast 8 miles per hour. Break.
Low level, below the copters, but well west of them. If they stay up there by the active fire, should be no factor at all.
Okay, and I am seeing guard ships departing Placerville, staying outside the TFR southwestbound, FYI.
Okay, yep, I think I guard 866, I got him on the, yep, I got him on the Stratus now, thanks.
Sure thing.
Okay, so National Guard ships means the helitakers. They can operate at night. We've seen them down on the French Fire doing that. And is the French Fire meeting about to begin? I want to just wrap up a little bit of what I was saying. Is the good case scenario, like a middle ground, would be what they're probably trying to achieve, is kind of keep the fire in some general areas where, if it stays within those general areas, by the time wind picks up, it has burned a lot of its own fuel. There's a lot less stuff to burn. The intensity is lower. There's just not as much fuel, and you have the reduced ember cast scenario. It's easier to get a handle on. That is why lighting the backfires is so important, and we should never criticize them for that, even if it's dangerous at this point. I don't criticize them for that because there's nothing else to do. If fire is going to go in a direction with the wind, which it will unless something stops it, then you should take the risk and put backfires in front of it so that it reaches more of a scorched earth thing, because it's going to be on fire anyway. Why not light that part of the area on fire when it's calm, like at night, when there's higher humidity, when there's more predictable winds? It's a good strategy. It's not just desperation, it's smart. There are very few options here. If they had 6,000 people from here from day one, like they could have, if the Dixie Fire never started, we would have had a lot better situation. They're doing the best they can with what they have. And we should not, it is not reasonable to think that the less than 3,000 people on it right now can prepare this huge area. Some of the worst rugged mountain terrain, some of the worst terrain and wind conditions and mega drought that you could ever ask for. The Sierras is one of the hardest places to ever fight a fire. So let's go back to the boat on Lake Tahoe is an evacuation thing. That's a good question, and I was thinking about that and reading other people's opinions. And I've done boating. Never in a fire situation, of course. So look, here's your visibility. Normally you could pretty much see across the lake, right? Here's how it looks right now. So when there's going to be a fire, you're going to be fleeing the direction of the fire, right? The smoke would presumably be going across the lake. Just, well, seems like a no-duh kind of a thing. You would have visibility of like 5 feet in front of your boat. And that 5 feet was the visibility that when we saw the Dixie Fire attack Westwood, when the crews fled from that mega fire. The density of the smoke will be so bad, the collision risk, hitting stuff, just, unless you had some sort of a FLIR vision goggles, that's going to be a bad situation, a situation of last resort. Getting out at Detroit Lake last year, people were on the docks, but the embers were lighting the docks on fire. They will be landing on all of the boats, lighting them on fire one by one. Just the embers just hitting the boats, landing on the seats, landing on the tarps. You're going to have the docks one by one start to go up in flames as a scenario. So there's all kinds of problems with that. It is a last resort scenario. You got these tall trees by the shore in many places. So even if you took refuge in the water, they could fall on you. You could have chunks, 500-pound chunks of limbs, just kind of rip off the trees and fall on you from a height. You know, the Widowmakers. There's, it's something that you should not think about as a good alternative to evacuation by vehicle. It's evacuation by vehicle before things get bad is your best scenario. The amount of people that would flood the docks too and try to steal your boat, you might just show up and there is no boat. They took it, right? People are going to be desperate, and it's a mob mentality. It is a pretty poor option. And of course, half these are sailboats. What are you going to do? Just kind of paddle yourself away from the danger. You can't raise sail, or you're going to be taken places you don't want to. So please don't remain at like Peninsula Almanor, or like when I was giving that advice, at the Peninsula Almanor or shore of Tahoe, thinking, oh, I've got a boat, so I'm good. It's like the people who got out of their homes with the Cascade Fire 2017 and then Brushenberry Creek last year, who thought, well, if the fire's coming, it'll be distant. I'll see a glow in the distance. I'll be able to get my car and just, well, they came out of their homes with their roofs on fire when they were awakened by the fire at night, and then their cars were on fire in the driveway. If you had a car or vehicle in the garage, well, what if you opened your garage? They couldn't get to the alternative vehicle because the vehicle on fire in the driveway wouldn't let them leave. And that's partially how my family friend died. He had motorcycles in the garage, but the car was on fire in the driveway. So just expect this to be a bad situation. Just look up and Google boat dock fires. They could be pretty bad. So your best option always is leave before you're told. And this is going to be another couple of crucial days. You don't have to leave tonight unless they say the Monday. We're going to get a taste of it Sunday. Monday and Tuesday are the forecast times for things to get really quite bad. Really, really quite bad. We could have a hell couple of days. But if you feel like you have a gut feeling, are you at a place where it would take a long time, even on a good traffic jam day, to get out of there? Going north, presumably, would be the only way out on either side of the lake, or just directly east here. If you feel like there's a problem, trust your gut and just trust your own instinct, your own logic. Yeah, we haven't heard from Euphoria. I'm hoping she's chilling out in Janesville. So, good night. Good night, Holy, whoever's going to bed. So I need to go back up to the chat. The French fire update was at 6. Whoopsie. Well, good. Then that means we can go back and look at it. So when's our next one? Do we have a 7 o'clock for Caldor? Or not Caldor, but for Dixie?
Basically.
Hang on a second. They're talking about helping.
I'll hold them now. I got one off the drop, one in the dip. I'll hold them at the dip. Yep, it'll be a couple minute hold, but yeah, that'll just help everybody out, I think. Yep, no problem. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Yes, the people who have volunteered, if you're a real firefighter, just put in your 2 cents. What's your experience tell you? Is anything I'm saying incorrect? Do correct me. Is there anything that you'd like to reinforce that I've said that you really believe, yeah, that's the case? Because so far, that's the majority of the feedback I've ever gotten. It's mostly a bunch of Yahoo weirdos that come in here mansplaining fire to me, like I've never dealt with this before.
Jenkinson and hold.
Jenkinson and hold, so thank you.
Okay, they're just rerouting the traffic here. They're telling the helicopters to hold at Jenkinson so that the tanker can come in. Tanker 911's still here. Let's see if they do a drop. I'm going to reach out a second.
Copy all, thanks. Sure thing.
Yeah, I wish we could see. I wish we could see Strawberry right now.
270 and 3000 will be the drop. Coordinates 38, 48.6, 120.13.427. That's for a structure protection India.
Oh.
I have 3848.36 by 120.13.427. Structure for India.
There. There's Tanker.
I'll get that passed along. Thank you.
There's Tanker 9910, right? Sweet. 911. That's Tanker 911. Awesome. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. We can still barely see him in the smoke. This is so dangerous flying. We have to appreciate everything they're doing with the small amount of resources that they have. Now let's go back here. And but falling embers on the boat will, yeah.
And then the retardant is just past the top of the ridge.
They definitely can light a boat on fire. Don't imagine that they're going to be tiny. A lot of times in the high winds, there's some pretty larger branches that rip off. If a pyrocumulus cloud forms, and we are finding out that this is kind of like the center.
Truck, hold your position.
White truck, hold your position. Well.
Drop's going right in front of that white truck.
Wow.
Is that you in the white truck, Cora?
There's the plane.
Ops complete, they can continue up the road.
Oh, right there. Two planes, one back to back.
Clear those tankers, or that copter back in. Roger that. Can you see us, or are we under the smoke? At the last one, yep, gotcha. Okay, copy.
Yeah, I'm with Doug. Please don't evacuate by boat. We don't want to have to rescue people from boats too. Yep.
Hey, Tango, so can we have 4.5 to orbit over here near Jenkins, or we got to start 4?
4.5 approved. Tanker space to final now. Give it a couple minutes. Wait turbulence. We'll get you clear to target.
Big Tango, so.
Yeah, that's why I would suggest anybody vulnerable now start leaving now in an orderly fashion. Make your phone calls to anybody who feels vulnerable. You can help the situation by not being part of the traffic jam, but you could try to figure out how things play out tomorrow. But I just wouldn't if it were me. I would see these weather conditions, and as I've been explaining the last few days, what would motivate me to get out of that region would be the smoke, because I don't like smoking 6 packs of cigarettes a day. That's the equivalent. B is the weather forecast being hellish.
We're going to be about 90 degrees off of it.
Okay, they're coming back around. We might see them in the cams. And that is what I base my decision-making process on. And that's how I know that some communities are more at risk than others, is because I don't wait to be told what's in danger by this broken system.
There, we'll just go past them, and then we're going to be dropping right along the edge of the river. On the right-hand side of the vineyard.
Okay, we still don't know which vineyard they're talking about, but I've learned from the Paradise thing, the fact that reverse 911 failed and door-to-door was the way most people found out, and some people found out too late to survive. Same thing with Brush and Berry Creek. They didn't get a warning. They knew a fire was near them, but didn't get a warning. That was last year. And same thing with my friend in 2017, didn't get a warning. And then we saw the Dixie they made the wrong call and repopulated areas that repopulated communities that no longer exist now. That the fire obliterated them, like Canyon Dam and Greenville. They seem to be relying on modeling too much. That's the best thing the best reason. They seem to be looking at modeling to see where the fire is going to go, and that's dangerous. They should look at history, geography, and what just happened in the last couple of years. Models are going to help in the future. It's not a tool we can use to say what's safe and not. So, whatever the problem is with the system, pressure to keep businesses open, and I want my town to succeed. Let's get people back in here, or whatever the heck is wrong with the decision-making process is, well, there's just something wrong with it. We saw the reverse 911 fail again at Janesville. When they wanted to evacuate people at Janesville, reverse 911 failed. The text message things failed. They cut power to people, and they didn't have the ability to give them the emergency tone on the TV. So just never count on getting. Don't count. Never put your life on the fact that. Never bank your life on. Somebody will knock on my door. Somebody will tell me. That is not something that you can depend on. But don't get scared either. Just be prepared and make the decisions on your own. We're here to answer your questions. So going back here, are we watching? Isn't it 7 o'clock? Let me take a look. We'll go back and look at the meetings that we missed. Sometimes it's more important to look at, a breaking news kind of situation like this over here by Somerset and Pleasant Valley, and then go back at a calmer time to look at these meetings. So let's go back here to the meeting schedule. All right. I felt I did need to answer some of those questions and pop some of the myths. As people come in here, the people that want to know this information kind of need it, So, squelches, stuffing things, very true words. Joe's best plan is to tell your friend to prepare, not to leave it too late. Yeah. Be quite prepared. Watch the news like every moment. Hang on. It's too scratchy.
2008 from X-World 4. Are those units down there?
Okay, did I miss any critical things before we try to look at a...
Perfect direct target like Joe Montana.
Before we go looking at meetings.
And it was actually a really good drop on the fence line.
I don't know why your comment got deleted, Flyboy.
Yeah, it was actually perfect on that side.
I have no idea. Yeah, I thank you so much for, you volunteering. What I most want to know is, do I ever say anything that's wrong? Do I slip up, say the wrong word?
Leader Caldwell.
Use slang the incorrect way? Did I low blood sugar blip out on something? Do you have something to add?
We got the boat and the white pickup truck. We tried hard to start right after it, but I think we started right at it. I apologize for that one.
Somewhere, the formerly white boat and white pickup truck is red. Enjoy your new paint job. Oh, red is the new black, guys. Everybody's painting their homes red this year. It's flame retardant is the new style, because it's better to be safe than safe than fashionable, right? All right, going back here, Aaron Cormount, great job as usual. Hey, can you show me the fire perimeter? Gosh, that's changing moment to moment. So with the Caldor, we have the modus and veers of where it was 24 hours ago. Hot spots of 24 hours ago in the red. And I don't think it's updated today. Let's go check it out. It did, okay. So that was 3:30 p.m. in this spot. But you...
Helco 7 Delta Romeo has departed the elevation. 7 Delta Romeo, altimeter 29er, 89er. Cleared to telephone check, 5,000 below. Thereafter, Helco will pick you up on the north rotor. You'll be cleared 8,000. Air tax 6,500. Helco will be in the area of right dip, 8,000 as well. Charlie 5 working 5,500, Delta no factor.
Right dip?
7 Delta Romeo.
Oh. Anyway, I was trying to show...
Delta Romeo, pick change now. North rotor will pick you up right.
Before I forget my original point, this is what's going to dump long-range spotting embers. If the pyrocumulus cloud forms, this is what the center of them often is. We saw this so many times. Fire whirls, this is around 1,200 feet tall. With I was able to look at scale for some peaks are back here you can't see, but we eyeballed this. This is a little bit over 1,000 feet tall. So these fire whirls burn things faster, and they seem to be the center of the pyrocumulus clouds as far as we can tell. It seems to be often the case. Humans are just now starting to see through them with this technology, see through the smoke and see what's in the center. And when this explains what they've been trying to say in several meetings, is that when you get these are probably 75 mile an hour plus winds like a tornado. If it moves, it's called a tornado. If it doesn't, it's a fire whirl or a vortex. But those are whipping heavier embers, heavier pieces of burning material, clinkers, whatever you want to call them, into the sky higher than we've seen for most fires. And now we're starting to get that idea of, oh, that explains some of the long-range spotting. So this is down here at a relatively low point from the Dixie fire a couple weeks ago. We saw them up here going off the screen. We saw 3 different fire tornadoes or fire whirls, depending on if they get classified that way later, marching across Dyer Mountain, a place of high winds, daily high winds by Indian Valley. And so that is the problem. People are arguing with me about long-range spotting. What if one of those forms on a ridge that's very tall in altitude? There are certain peaks that would be a nightmare for that scenario. And that is the luck and the shrug, you know, like where might they form? I don't know. I don't think anybody can know, but it's a big potential, and that's longer range spotting just because the heavier chunks, okay, of burning material that fly up into the air, it won't land as hot embers if it's already burned itself up, right? Can you imagine a cigarette flying up through the air in a tornado? But if it burns itself up and a cigarette butt lands somewhere, it's not going to do anything, right? So picture a branch that's a couple, well, maybe it's even 10 pounds thrown up into the air by a massive whirl like that, and dropping from high elevations from the top of a ridge. I mean, it's already a nightmare when a regular snag is at the top of a mountain and it throws embers. What about one of those whirls at the top of a ridge throwing embers? That explains a lot of why they keep getting up on the podium saying we've never seen fire behave like this before. Well, the Sierras has a penchant for starting these pyrocumulus clouds. We've seen that again and again since 2014. It's the unique geography, the amount of wind tunnels here all converging, and the terrain. And where wind comes from different states and different parts of the state, delta breezes versus stuff coming out of the desert, you have instability because of different moisture levels. Moisture from the ocean versus hot, dry desert air. It might come up from Death Valley to the south, might come from Nevada. A lot of times they kind of merge. What does that do? Instability. Why do tornadoes form at all in the Oklahoma area and such? The dry, cool air from Canada meets the warm, moist tropical air from the Gulf of Mexico, where dry and moist air and hot and cold meet. You have instability.
On the GFR, Victor.
0 November Whiskey altimeter 29er 89er, cleared direct to telephone 5,000 below. Report telephone for Helco rather, on the north rotor. Aircheck 6,500, Charlie 5, 5,500. And if you can't get them at telephone, direct right at or below 8,000.
Okay.
Yeah. Firefighters. North rotor for Helco.
Yeah, so he's just moving other helicopters in. And even though that may be it for the tankers, Wright's Dip was where one of them was going to work. And so that's exciting over here. If that's possible, then they might be able to work on the spot over here by Strawberry and whatnot. That would be really good. So let's see. Let's see if maybe this helicopter and that one, I don't know which one, might be making their way over there. That would be really good. So, yeah. Let's go. Any questions about like what I just said? Any questions about that? Let's see. I wouldn't say they happen often, and fire tornadoes are slightly different. Yeah, they have been happening often on the Dixie. We saw dozens of them spawn on particular high wind nights. They compared to the rest of the country and like everybody else's experience, we watched it on FLIR. It was completely insane. They've had them over there by Janesville. These Sierras are pretty. There's something about them. And so, like I said, a fire tornado has to move. It can be just a vortex or a whirl, right? Those can be minor affairs. A tornado has to have 75 miles an hour or better and move on the ground somewhere. So what they do is they record an image like this. And if they want to go confirm whether or not it was a true tornado, they'll go out and look at what kind of wind speeds caused this X damage. Like if something couldn't break unless a wind speed was above 75 miles an hour, then they'll be like, okay, well, that obviously was a wind speed of 75 miles an hour. Is there a path of destruction? Yep, certified tornado. But this happens long after the tornadoes have passed or the whirls. So the official term for them before verification of fire tornado is a whirl, as far as the experts have been telling me. But I was talking about the broader, like, rest of the country. No, they're pretty rare. Here they're not. Here they're really not. But on our cams, we've only verified that some of them have moved, like the ones that moved over Dyer Mountain, and some of them seem to be stationary. So let's see, what's going on today? Yeah. Dusty says any large paracumulus cloud fire column has the potential to spawn them like that. Yeah, and we see them time and time again, even with the naked eye on some of these cams. But that's a good thing to bring up so that we are very specific. That's pretty important. Yes, pine cones. Jeff Stone, you're totally right. Pine cones make good projectiles. When you hear them talking about rollout, I found out that really it's roll out, like the pine cones on fire rolling down the hill. So looking back up to, yeah, you guys just be patient with each other. Just be patient with each other. We all are under stress. We will attack each other. We'll get upset. We'll throw a name here and there. Best to do is just breathe and calm down, and say whoops, and then just move past. We are a community of traumatized and anxious people right now, under extreme stress. Dusty, you're going to the coast tomorrow to get some fresh tuna? Nice. I want to go. So let's see. Do we have 5 minutes on our meeting? Was it the West Zone or East Zone? That was at 7 p.m. That was Dixie. Let's look at National. That's the National Forest. The East Zone update. We have images for Dixie East Zone update. Doesn't look like a video. All right, for Lassen, let me see. Duplicate tab. Hang on a second. I'm hoping this helicopters go over here by Highway 50. That would be good. Let's go. To Cal Fire. Cal Fire. Last Modoc, right? Okay, that was at 7 p.m. Starts in 2 minutes, y'all. Okay. Let's listen to Caldor up until the start. Now, do you guys want me to ask them any questions? This is the west side of the Dixie, so all your questions they can answer. They usually don't comment on Genesee and stuff. I could ask them, but I'll put it in the Facebook, and we'll, if you have a question for the west side, well, yesterday they answered. It was really cool. Hey, Bugs, by the way. Mark says somebody bought me pickle flavored ice cream. It says on the carton for pregnant women. Dude, I want to personally hand that person the Kathryn Award for the best. That sounds like an over the hill party. Wow. Wildfire Today article. Thanks, 3 Winters. And thank you, mods, for policing that chaos. There was no way I could.
Almost to the telephone check. Delta Romeo is ahead of me.
Going up to the chat. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Spencer Smith. If you're on the water, Tahoe is big, guys. It's big. If you're on the water with low vis, you may not be able to land your boat anywhere. The lake is huge enough to go in circles, get lost, and some cliff edges are not beaches. That is very good information. That's why we have a chat for good locals to chime in like that, because it's so important. You can make plans based on maps.
Visibility holds up. We'll have 2 more VLAS loads, and that'll
Hang on. The meeting's about to start. Let me set that up, and somebody's calling me. Be right back.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for the Dixie Fire Incident Update. My name is Chris Brown, one of the public information officers assigned to the Dixie incident. This evening you'll be hearing from various experts in their field updating you on recent evacuations, fire activity, and weather. If you have any questions for our speakers this evening, please submit them in the comments section below. First, let me bring you the latest numbers regarding the Dixie Fire. The Dixie Fire is currently at 749,713 acres with 45% containment. There are currently 4,833 personnel assigned to the incident. I'd now like to introduce our first speaker. Please welcome Incident Meteorologist Derek Williams.
Good evening. We do have a period of quiet weather coming up for the next several days. It started today with light to rain winds of less than 10 miles an hour. A small concern tonight would be a shift in the winds to a northeast direction tonight and tomorrow night. So we do have a couple of nights of northeast winds. However, they should be light, less than 10 miles an hour sustained during that time frame. So during the day, we have terrain winds less than 10 miles an hour, and at night, for the next couple of nights, we'll have a northeast flow of less than 10 miles an hour. So as we get through the next couple of days, we'll see temperatures rise to above normal levels in the 80s and lower 90s, and we'll have relative humidities drop. So it will be drying out quite a bit. In fact, overnight, relative humidity might not get up to 30% in some cases. So that's quite low for this time of year. And as we get into early next week, we will see
another southwest wind event. It doesn't look too strong right now, and overall we don't see any critical fire weather patterns coming up in the next 7 days or so. So should be pretty good to go for the next 7 days. Thank you.
Next, we have for you fire behavior analyst Don Watt.
Good evening. So the weather's definitely going to help us out, and part of what we've seen is some of that smoke laying over the fire area, and it's not great for the citizens in the area. It is make it a little more hard to breathe and a little more.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Hey guys, where's today's briefing then? I thought we were watching it. It said live, and then it says the 26th. Am I missing something, guys? Alright. Yeah, it said the date was the 26th, but I'm so confused by that.
Bartender 257, Express 3, on deck.
I've been relieved by night shift division lead. I'll be 1019. That part.
Bird 3. When the fire pulsed and came out of Camp Creek, are you guys doing some firing there on the corner? So it's, I'll tell you what, you're just off your right side. So let's do, I'll tell you what, we'll just do a left 360 if you want, if you still have me on your left side. We got lots of room out here to maneuver.
The Highway 50 area, and then we're going to go right hand orbit, or right hand to right the bit, the final. Roger that. And 912 will be released, empty. Copy.
Copy from Airtech, confirm that line's still clear west, adjacent to the vineyard. Thank you. Poor visibility right here.
Charlie 5 Airtech, copter's good for one drop. Negative, we got 1914 inbound, so man, let's hold them. Okay. It's getting really ugly down here, we just want to make this last object out of here. Got it.
You guys have left. Okay, I actually, you know what, still want to, that was all we needed, and I'm starting to not be so comfortable with the smoke range.
Tango 3, Tango Hotel Air Attack. Got one more VLAS, and we'll get you in. Hotel, thank you.
It's starting to get worse.
Okay, well, I gotta get rid of this somewhere, so whatever you... about something we did earlier or anything? We're level 45 out here.
Okay, I've got you inside. If you want to go with level, I've got you inside of that box. I'll drop the inside. Want to start a left-hand turn, I'll turn inside of you.
Charlie Fire, yeah, it just got ugly in here, so we're going to see what we can do here.
I might just send the coppers in. What do you think?
Send them in, but send them to 50, a beam 50.
Roger. Two Hotel Tango, 3 Tango Hotel air attack.
Two Hotel Tango.
You guys jettison your water, head 50 route, lumber check, and call it a day.
Two Hotel Tango, stop in the woods.
Double base air attack, aircraft info. Straight out, 4,500. I'll keep the left-hand turn. I've got you. I'll come in behind you. And then break 914, Charlie 5. I'll come out to the Vineyard ID and I'll join up with you.
Copy that.
Double up on that. It's real easy to pick out in the with the visibility the way it is. I'll climb it to 5,000. I'll hold 5,000.
Air attack, go ahead for elevation. Hellbase copies. Helicopters are inbound, done for the night.
So we start to lose visibility there and
off on the aerial turn.
Start down to 4,000. Get 4,000.
Air attack, 3 Tango Hotel, CFR.
3 Tango Hotel.
3 Tango Hotel, lumber check and in contact with deck. Thanks, have a good one.
Likewise, thanks guys.
Like the line that will shoot for.
Hotel, Caldor
Communications, go ahead.
Yeah, we have a... Yeah, reporting a mine, medical emergency. Need an ambulance, code 3. For difficulty breathing, shortness of breath. Break.
You'll be able to pick up the existing retardant in the grass, in the brown grass. It'll show up pretty easily on final.
Very good.
Stand by. 11 o'clock, there's a small knoll, has a tower on the top, and I'll think that's around the snow factory.
Intel 12, Airtech.
Caldor Communications, I copy. Difficulty breathing, 1331 Silver Fork Road, point of contact, task force 4054 trainee. Do you have age and gender of patient?
Caldor Communications, still establishing that. We have we have their task force EMTs and paramedics assisting with the patient now, and I'll get you that rest of that information shortly.
4 and Charlie 5, 10 minutes back to McFarland, and we're final, dropping now.
Okay, so confirming 1-4 is McFarland, not Santa Maria?
Nope, we're taking them home.
Roger.
We start the bottom of the drainage right here. It'll be a good... I get my left turn. I got you kind of built that. That's perfect. That basically double-whited the existing retardant, just in case they have any spots across the line. I think that's probably the best we can do for just to make it easy on us to make them drop. You're off to the left of them. That corner is that bend in the The 914 is the guy who is at the flower.
Caldor operations, Caldor air attack on the command.
And 110 November Whiskey is at telephone check now.
Zero November Whiskey, air attack, proceed direct, Hello Base, report landing assured, TFR. I'm not monitoring the deck, so any of the AMs, I'm listening to all of them.
Caldor Communications, Division Hotel. The medical update.
Division Hotel, go ahead.
A 29-year-old male. Conditions are the same. Shortness of breath. Vital signs 190 over 50.
Pulse rate of 124. Satting at 97% on room air. Division Hotel, I copy. 29-year-old male, shortness of breath. 190 over 50, heart rate of 124, satting at 97%. You will have Medic 17 en route for transport. We'll update with ETA at 1926. Hotel copies, thanks. I'll advise any conditions change. Caldor Fire. TAC 70, TAC 71, TAC 73 from 1286. If you want to be back up at that firehouse, we have mandatory evacuation.
Division Delta Air Attack Air Ground Command. Command. Provide ops and branch an update, but I don't want to interfere with the medical, so we're able to get retard green sign all the way just about to Grand Point where the vineyards are there. Break
22-minute ETA at 1927.
Creek is just basically directly across from the Fort Springs Road that comes out to the point there north of the Creek Break.
Get out from here to see what Caldor
Here within the next few hours to make another run and then the next draw west. If you're looking at the ops map, the drainage that leads directly up to the section 03, the red numbers, that'll be it.
I'm back, guys. Cocky Toe, thank you for coming back. I have so many questions for you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Eastside Community.
Right after the meeting,
have speakers from our operations, the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, the CHP, the Plumas Forest Supervisor's Office. To start with, currently, the fire is 752,920 acres and 47% contained. We will be streaming this live on Facebook through the Plumas and Lassen National Forest pages. We will also post this in its entirety on NCWeb and our story map. First up, we will have an operational briefing from our Operations Section Chief, Chad Cook.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure you've been following us on our daily updates that we have in the morning and again in the evening, but I'll just give you a brief overview on what's taken place operationally in the incident. Overall, today we had a pretty good lid on the fire. The fire had, with the inversion set in and not a lot of air movement today, we did not have much growth on the incident. Basically, the valleys were really socked in with smoke today. That's good and bad, and I'll get into that in just a moment for what took place. But let's start up here from the Janesville, or from our zone line, and work down. So everything that's up in the Wilson Valley area and Fruit Growers Boulevard over to the Sheep Fire Scar and then out to Janesville continues to hold in its containment lines. Lots of firefighters are in position. They have been patrolling, mopping up, backhauling equipment, and that continues all the way out east of this. As you move down Highway 395 and you grab the left flank of this fire that came off the rock escarpment and down into the 395 corridor that moved towards Milford and Janesville, that continues to hold. Resources are still in here. Perimeter control remains in place. A high presence of firefighters both in Milford, Janesville, and on the flanks of this fire continue to patrol and mop up so we don't have any threat of escape. In the Antelope Lake area, that smoke that was in here is slowly dissipated. As we know, we had a little pocket of fire that remained around there, and it was highly visible to all the communities. And we were getting several questions regarding what was still burning around Antelope Lake, and that was that small pocket that was in between the Moonlight Scar and the Walker Scar. That is consumed now, and that smoke is greatly dissipated. We do have people that are in here daily that are making sure that nothing can come across, because we do have one little area where it could come out over here. And again, they've controlled all that, so the threat of escape is greatly minimized. As you move down to the Walker Fire Scar that goes down this Taylorsville Road into the Genesee Valley, again, people ask us several questions. Why is there in here if it hasn't had any growth or anything? And again, this isn't an old fire scar. There's lots of drill that continues to consume on the forest floor. We allow that to happen. This is not a threat to anything. This is just good management practices in here and letting it clean up the heavy deadened down material that's on the forest floor. I anticipate this going to blackline very shortly. As you move down into the Genesee Valley, where we've had a lot of, where I'm going to end up focusing most of my time talking about between here and Taylorsville, I'll talk a little bit about the fire activity in here. As you know, several days ago, I've briefed several times that when that northeast wind came out, we had a spot that flew over just below Grizzly Ridge. That spot spread laterally on the slope. It moved, and then it parked itself for a couple days where we were able to get some hand crews in there. We went from the bottom, we went from the top, we developed a helispot. We tried to go after it on this side. We had rollout on it, and again, rollout, heavy material, heavy timber, and this is like a land, I guess I'll call it an avalanche chute that's out here, and it has knocked all the timber down into the bottom, and it created a big jackpot of fuels that's in the bottom of this, and crews continue to work on this. We've had some lateral spread in the top and in the center, which is triggered us to have to look at the box that goes out towards the original fly fire scar out this way, and then back towards the town of Taylorsville, where again, on my map, we're diving into a much bigger picture here. And again, my hand represents such a large area that this area right here that you see all the X's in around Taylorsville proper right here has multiple dozer lines that are around it. They continue to improve those lines in the event that we need to actually close the gap in here and burn this section before it reaches Taylorsville. So again, that is a strategic mission for us, and it is high on our radar on timing of this to protect Taylorsville. And again, Taylorsville has seen fire from the south. They've seen it when it wrapped around Indian Valley. They've seen fire come from the northeast, and it has hit the town in several directions. With that, we keep a large presence of resources that are in there. We've really developed a relationship with the people in the town in here. We've brought water into the town from a water source just at a canal there, a river, a stream, and all this continues to take place with a high presence of firefighters in the community to make sure it's protected. With that, all the way up into the Genesee Valley area, all the ranch houses, all the residential structures that are in here, outbuildings, improvements, everything that has been done in here continues to have a high presence of our resources in there to protect that stuff. We still have some heat in this valley. Everything on the north side looks really good. We've mopped it up. So if you're driving down the road, everything on the right side continues to look really good and mopped up. But out here in the meadow areas and into these canyons, these canyons that run up between Peel Ridge, Grizzly Creek, and out this direction here, we continue to still have heat and fallout from column development off of these two spots. So what's our plan? What's our strategy with all this, with an update with the fire? Our strategic plan is to continue to prep this ridge system. It looks really good from the Mount Huff fire scar from the fly fire, as I mentioned. It comes out Grizzly Ridge. As it comes out Grizzly Ridge, it heads out just above the town of Greenhorn. And then it basically makes a hard left-hand turn to come back up to the Walker fire scar. There is a lot of mechanized equipment out here and a lot of moving pieces. We've brought in roughly 30 pieces of mechanized equipment are building this fire line. We've got hand crews, we've got engine companies, we're stretching it with hose. We continue to do fuel modification with masticators out here, and we're building this line to bring it back in. The issue is today and last night and today we had adverse winds, which means we had the wind in our face, all on this ridge, which causes spot fires to come over our line. We picked every one of them up last night. We had a few today. We picked them up today. They were not an issue. We're working in some high altitude fir up on the top here, and with the prep that we've done on the line, we've been able to handle any of the spot fires that's come over. When the weather's right, when the wind conditions are right and it's favorable, we will continue firing down this line. We'll round the corner and we'll bring it back in. That is our primary containment line. With that primary containment line, we have a backup plan. The backup plan, we have two lines that we've put in here, one in the road network and one on a ridge system that comes back down to Highway 70. And then we have a tertiary line, which is back here that protects the Count of Quincy right here. So we have multiple fallback locations strategically placed in this fuel bed so we can actually protect the town of Quincy. As you know, last year, the Claremont fire that burned down here, which is a good fire scar, came across Highway 70. And again, very small, but a portion of it did come across, and it came across right down near Squirrel Creek. So the communities that are threatened by this fire, just based upon wind and fire movement, would be the Greenhorn community, Spring Garden, Cromberg, Sloat, and all the way out to Portola. We understand that the fire can move different directions, so there's different warnings that are put into these areas just because of potential for fire movement and fire behavior and wind. The rest of the incident remains in a patrol and mop-up stage. We're working closely with a lot of our cooperators in the area, and there's a lot of moving parts to what's going on with backhaul and the damage that this fire has caused. So operationally, there's a ton of resources that are moving around it. I do want to touch briefly on the Dyer Mountain area and the Lake Almanor area that continues to look good, and I anticipate this going to Blackline. With that, that's an operational update. I'm sure you have a lot of questions that'll come in, but that's our overall strategic picture on what we have going on, and I'll hand it back to Kristen.
Thank you for that very thorough update, Chad. I do want to let everybody know there are some people who are experiencing some glitches in the feed. We will be recording this and posting this in its entirety. Next up, we'll have Plumas County Sheriff Todd Johns.
Good evening. I am Plumas County Sheriff Todd Johns. First, I would like to thank all the law enforcement mutual aid responders for their assistance. As I've mentioned before, we have law enforcement officers that are coming from all over California to help us secure people's property. I want to take a quick moment to recognize one officer, Harmander Gruel. On August 22nd, Officer Gruel and his partner were responding to the Caldor Fire as Lima officers when they were involved in a head-on traffic collision with another vehicle that sent him and his partner to the hospital. Officer Gruel made the ultimate sacrifice while performing his duties as a public servant, responding to danger, and succumbed to his injuries yesterday afternoon. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Galt Police Department, the family of Officer Gruel, and the other officer and her family. Yesterday, I placed the northeast portion of Chandler Road area out to Greenhorn into a warning due to the progression from the Dixie fire. Myself and my staff are monitoring this closely, and I would ask you that you please go to community.zonehaven.com to look at the mapping, and as they've already indicated, that's a very active portion of this fire, so that's why we made that choice or that decision. And then I would like to remind residents in that area who haven't or would want to evacuate voluntarily at this time. Our current shelter is set up at the Holy Catholic Church located at 108 Taylor Avenue in Portola. So again, that's the Holy Catholic Church located at 108 Taylor Avenue in Portola. Yesterday, I visited Greenville with the Office of Emergency Services Director and representatives from FEMA, as well as the Governor's Office. We spoke at length about recovery, public needs, and the needs of our county well into the future. I was assured repeatedly that we, as a county, are on the right track to get the affected citizens and the county as a whole the help and assistance we will need to recover from these catastrophic fires into the future. Water and power companies are actively working to restore services to affected areas so residents can return to areas when structures are undamaged or to their undamaged structures. I will say that I anticipate this could happen as early as next week, possibly by midweek or the end of the week. So I would suggest that you continue to follow our Facebook page for updates on this. In the coming weeks, my office will be working on information videos to relay information and answer questions the community has in regards to the Dixie and Beckworth Complex fires recovery process. These videos will be hosted by my office, but will have presenters from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, as well as FEMA, who will be able to address questions from the public directly. Again, please follow our webpage for information and details on when these meetings will take place. Folks that have been impacted by the Dixie Fire and Beckworth Complex fires can expect to receive phone calls from my volunteers in the coming days to conduct a basic needs assessment as well. In closing, I want to extend my thoughts and prayers to our U.S. military troops who are overseas and those that are working this fire actively. I also want to thank the personnel working this fire and the community members for their support. My staff and I are here for you and will continue to work diligently to get you the resources you need for short and long-term recovery. And I did receive one question in regards to how Portola is looking, and I believe that was already answered. At this time, the fire is not threatening Portola. Should that change, you will be advised. So, again, it is not threatening Portola. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. Next up, Rollin from the California Highway Patrol.
Good evening, Sergeant Chris Rollin from Quincy CHP. I'm going to have the traffic control points as of August 27th, 2021. I'm going to go through the 4 counties. The first one is Tehama County, 36 eastbound at 89, SR 89. The second is SR 32 eastbound at SR 36, which is the west side of Mineral, and SR 36 westbound at SR 32. In Shasta County, we have Lassen Volcano National Park is closed. The National Park Service it's closed, I'm sorry. Lassen County is 36 westbound at SR 44. No westbound traffic at 36. It's closed between SR 36 and 44 to 821, which is just east of Westwood. There isn't currently fire activity in that area, but it's closed due to ingress and egress of fire personnel and for Caltrans to do fire damage restoration to the roadway to ensure it's safe to be driven on again. Caltrans appreciates all local communities for their support and understanding them in this difficult time. In Plumas County, it's Indian Falls at SR 89. There's no westbound Indian Falls traffic. Greenville at Wolf Creek Road, just west of 89. There's no westbound Greenville Wolf Creek Road traffic. Pex Valley Road northbound and North Valley Road eastbound. North Valley Road northbound and North Arm. Dixie Valley at 89. Arlington Road eastbound at Via Cava Ranch Road, and Main Street in both directions. The Plumas County area of Greenville and Indian Valley is staffed primarily of National Guard, so please be aware of that. The 2 closures, Sheriff John's already referenced one. The 2 are in Portola for Plumas County at the Catholic Church, and in Lassen at the Community College. It remains there. Just be mindful of the closures when you're traveling, and please make plans to travel in opposite direction if you need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergeant. Next up, we will have Plumas National Forest Supervisor Chris Carlton.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks again for making time to join us for the East Zone update. Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor here on the Plumas. Couple of things. So as you've heard, we're up to 753,000 acres and 47% containment. That containment is great to see that progress being made out there. We do remain we do remain working hard on this fire. You may have heard that we're going to be having a team transition, and I want to let everybody know that that's the incident management team. We're having a transition both on the west zone and on the east zone. And from our perspective here as the forest, along with all the rest of the cooperators, our commitment is that transition needs to be as seamless as possible, and that's one of the expectations we have of all of our teams. And we've been working really hard the last couple days to kind of get them up to speed. They're going to be shadowing, and the East Zone team is going to be taking command on Sunday morning, so they'll spend tomorrow shadowing the team. Again, our commitment is we want that transition to be as seamless as possible. We remain in unified command with CAL FIRE and our other federal agencies on this full suppression fire. We're committed to full containment. We're doing everything we can to get this fire, to get it contained and get it out. So just wanted to really recognize how hard the teams are out there have been working on that. I want to make sure we're also keeping the information flow, those team transitions. We want to make sure that no bumps in the road about the information you're receiving. So please, if there are any concerns or any issues, continue raising them. Really appreciate all the comments and questions that we're seeing in the chat. Also want to acknowledge our partners. As we go into this, that 47% containment number is great to see the increase, and it's really good to see the amount of black on that map growing. But I want to remember that black doesn't mean this is done or over, and it means there's still work to be done wherever there's black. You know, we know we're not there yet. We've still got some fire to fight out there. But as we start to look at those areas, we're going to have a lot of work on the ground out there, and that's going to involve PG&E, Caltrans, CHP, the sheriffs, OES, all that. You're hearing some of that now. They're already underway in some areas. So just ask you to recognize there's going to be a lot of work that continues going on across the whole expanse of this fire, even as we continue to see the containment increase. So in addition to suppression, there's a lot of other work that goes on out there. And so appreciate your patience as our cooperators are out there doing what they need to do. And last thing, we've heard a couple of comments. We had a loss of some law enforcement personnel. We've had loss of our military personnel yesterday, and really just want to acknowledge all of our first responders, firefighters, and service members who go out there, and it's very real to us here because we're seeing them put their lives on the line literally every day for us, and really just want to express some appreciation. So thanks to all of you. So. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we're going to move into our question and answer portion. We're going to have our Operations Section Chief, Chad Cook, come up, and he's going to talk about Kronberg and Portola.
Thank you. A couple questions came in regarding the fire's distance between Kronberg and Portola. So again, if you look at our map, we're quite a ways out from this. This map really isn't a good representation of the distance that's in there. We showed about 11 miles away, 12 miles away from those communities right now. Greenhorn might be just a little bit closer than that, but it's quite a distance from that. Now, you have to remember, too, it has to come over a ridge system. If that fire crosses a ridge system, that sets a couple of triggers for us. I want to assure you that there is work that is going on between these communities. So I've given you the distance about how far it is. Portola is much farther. I don't know the exact distance from the fire to Portola, but I would say you can almost double that, triple that distance out to Portola from the fire's edge. So quite a ways. But as this fire continues to progress and we continue to keep our strategic plan of steering it back into the Walker fire, one thing I do want to tell you is that although this is our strategic plan to hold it to this line, we continually are assessing backup plans. That's why I talked to you about what happened in here. And again, we use different terminology. It's easier for me just to tell you that we have a plan, we have a backup plan, and we have a contingency plan. So we have things that are continually going out this direction to keep it from impacting those communities. Again, we've seen rates of spread on this incident, though, that are completely outside our threshold of control. So I just want to make sure people understand that this fire definitely has the ability to move, and that's why we have warnings. That's why we have, evacuation warnings. That's why we have mandatory evacuations. That's why we try to get the messaging out to people that this is still an incredibly dynamic incident. So I just want to share that with everyone. Quite a distance away from the communities. We continue to be diligent, and we don't want it in there, but it has to be mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Chad. We do have quite a few questions about the weather and the wind, so we brought up the incident meteorologist, Mark.
Good evening, I'm Mark Leffbein, the incident meteorologist. Yeah, we'll take a look at the weather the next couple of days. Tomorrow, our winds are eventually going to swing around to the southwest late in the afternoon. They'll start to pick up gusts to maybe 18 miles per hour. After that, we do expect things to get a bit more gusty. As we head into Sunday and Monday, we are looking for wind sustained 15 to 20 miles per hour, gusting possibly to 30 miles per hour. So it is going to get a bit windy for us. Temperature's going to be up around the both days in RHs. That's one of the things we look at. Our relative humidities, I should say, are going to be down around 10%. So it's going to be pretty dry and pretty windy. Our winds will continue from the southwest through the remainder of the week. They shouldn't be as strong, though, as they're going to be on Sunday and Monday. Those are the 2 days I'm really highlighting for a change in weather. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Next up, we're going to invite our Incident Commander, Jerry McGowan, and the incoming Incident Commander, Evans Quo, for our closing comments.
Thank you, Kristen. Good evening, everybody. One thing I want to remind, and I don't think we covered it today, this fire, as we look on this map, is 750,000 acres. And right now it's 46% contained. And roughly there's about 4,500 firefighters all the way around the incident, taking care of most concerns all the way around here. On the east zone, I don't know if we covered that, but there's about 1,300 firefighters along this whole side here and holding a lot of this area, as Chad was talking about, the operations was talking about in this area, and working along. We are studying the weather. We are studying the fire behavior and the movement of this fire. So it's one of those things where there's a lot of effort with that. With that, and as a forest supervisor of the Plumas National Forest stated, we're going to transition out. And with that, it is our charge to make sure that they all understand our thoughts, our concerns, and make sure that they are educated in everything that we know about this incident before they take it over. And that's what we've been spending a few days on, to make sure that everybody is basically dialed up to where they can assume command. And with that is my friend Evan Cook from the Great Basin Team 1. Camera there. And then the other part of this is, remember, as was stated before, there was a transition earlier with Cal Fire Team 3, Trinity, California, Cal Fire Team 1. So there's a bunch of ones here. Cal Fire Team 1, Great Basin Team 1 down here. But they're both, and we're treating this just like one big fire. Again, 750,000 acres. So remember, we have to share resources, share aircraft to all the places that are high priority within this fire. Okay, Evan, you got anything?
Thank you, Jerry. Good evening, everybody. My name is Evans Quo. I'm the Incident Commander for Great Basin Team 1. So in case you're not familiar with the Great Basin, we're the adjoining geographic area to the east. So the Great Basin is comprised of Nevada, Utah, and the southern part of Idaho, and a small part of Wyoming. But we have worked with Jerry and his team before in the past, and we've also worked with Nick Truax, the Incident Commander on Cal Fire Team 1 up on the west zone. So we, as Jerry mentioned, as well as the forest supervisor on the Plumas, we've been spending pretty much most of today as well as all day tomorrow trying to come up to speed as far as what the strategy and tactics that are working on this fire, all the various concerns with the cooperators, building those relationships that Jerry and his team have already started, and our intention is to continue that effort and move forward as we go on into this next coming week. So with that, thank you very much.
And from California Incident Management Team 1, I hope we have served you well, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This will conclude our virtual community meeting this evening. Again, we will be recording this and posting it in its entirety. It'll be up on Facebook, InciWeb, as well as the story map. Please continue to ask your questions in the chat. We will respond to those as they do. And have a good evening. Thank you.
They always catch me in the kitchen. Let me get over to the computer. I sneak off to the kitchen thinking, yeah, that's a great time to get my snack. And then they're like, okay, this concludes the meeting. Sprint over here. Okay, so let's go back here. We seem to have not many craft on the Caldor. They pulled off in, well, it's dusk. You know, we saw the terrible visibility. But Cogito, are you still with us? I hope you weren't just stopping by to say hi. We've missed you and your wisdom. And we appreciate it so much. You gave us videos to share during the Tamarack fire. How are things over there? You still here? That would be cool. So let's see. Let's delete a few trolls off of here. I apologize for the chaos earlier today. We had a stampede of know-it-alls that just, are like, dude, this is the way fire works, and it can't go over this way. And it's like, so here's about 10 ways that you're wrong. And I tried to explain that, but they're still like, no, dude, fire can't go this way. Okay. So at one point, I just can show you what things are capable of, and then people can believe what they want to believe. But everything that I'm saying is based on logic, facts, and not just that history and what the experts say. My job is to take what experts know and tell you what they want you to know. Tell you what has happened in this region over the last few years, which is very relevant to how fires behave in this region. There's a lot of things that surprise the experts on these meetings, which really freaks me out, because they say, wow, we've never seen fire behave like this. And I'm like, well, okay, that's probably true, because there's a lot of people coming in from all over the country. They don't realize they are in one of the worst places in the world to fight fire. The Sierras and the Cascades are just absolutely brutal, with so many unique, crazy factors of mixing winds. For example, if the fire of the Caldor here got to this is like a dividing line of that's a tan color over here for a reason. That's a green color over here for a reason. We have wet, moist, like delta breezes, meaning dry stuff from the deserts, instability, conflicting, unstable, unpredictable winds. Same thing when the north winds blow. They're coming out of the Great Basin. And it just depends on, like, the southwest winds and the delta winds are a whole lot different than the northwest winds. There's Death Valley and stuff down here. Some of the driest, hottest places in the world. Do you see that the wind tunnel passage that some of this stuff can kind of come out of, It really matters. Not only where the wind's coming from, like how moist is it going to be, how potential for lightning, all those things matters, and we have to listen to the meteorologists. And the people who say fire can't do this or that are like the ones that probably didn't watch the stream when we had multiple fire tornadoes breaking out. We lost count. There was like 18 in an hour. And yes, I want to make clear that some of these are whirls. They don't move. They're considered whirls. But if they're over 75 miles an hour in wind speed, and if they move along the ground, that's called a fire tornado. Usually it takes months or weeks for meteorologists and experts to go measure damage on the ground and try to map paths of destruction to kind of figure that out. But we are living in a new era that that few living people have seen. The old timers did around the early 1930s. Some of them alive that remember that. They saw a lot of this stuff. The pyrocumulus clouds, the fires that destroyed entire towns and kept going. You know, it happened in the 1800s sometimes too, late 1800s. It's just sometimes you have the perfect storm of events. And so we always have the Santa Anas, you know, and the Diablo winds of every, they're just seasonal, geography based, not climate change based. They are, you know, hurricane force wind gusts that come out of the dry deserts, and they usually don't start fires like in my grandma's time and such because, well, the wind speeds are so fierce they usually blow an open flame out, like a small campfire out. But in the new era of, well, we found out the power companies are neglecting maintenance and their lines fall over during a sneeze, and trees and such, they should have trimmed when they were babies, growing up to 35 years of age and then leaning over onto the lines. We have the, you know, the Dixie fire, the fly fire, the all those started by the power companies. So we're not used to that. Molten metal will start a fire, just like you know, electrocuting a tree for hours because you don't shut off the line here at the start of the Dixie fire. We are living in that new era of, wow, crumbling infrastructure and mega drought. And plus we have the same old lightning strike seasons that we always have, which is July and August. That usually it's a race against time to get those out before the Santa Anas come in either October, November, December, and January. Well, we'll look at the Caldor and others that really they need 5,000 people here. When the power companies starting some of California's largest fires ever, all of the resources were there. 6,000 people on the Dixie. You know, we get the ignored lightning strike fires. We get the Tamarack. Even though that started a long time ago, they didn't even staff the southwest corner of it. It's still not quite a done deal. You know, we are living in an era of a perfect storm. Low staff because of stupid decisions by political people to, you know, reduce the prisoner program. B, COVID, which makes it harder to get people together and train. C, you know, mega drought here from this climate event. And then also a lot of people retiring, and we don't have enough staff because it was like food stamps. It's like signing up to work in hell and still be on food stamps. So that's changing, though. Some of these things, you know, the Caldor could have been better. It's partially worse because it's not completely staffed. There's a couple thousand. They needed 6,000. These are getting big partially because they have these windows of opportunities they can't seize. We've had some nice mild weather the past week, but not enough staff. And the Dixie Fire is still doing crazy stuff around Genesee and stuff. They can't just tell everybody, get off the Dixie and come here. They're split. Their attention is split. The southeast portion of the Caldor could have been buttoned up relatively well. They could have been closing the trap around this fire, but they don't have the people. And so when we're considering all factors, they could have done a lot more if they had more people sooner, if the extra fires just weren't going, and if of course, if the drought wasn't occurring. But here we are. They're doing an extraordinary amount of work, and we need to completely praise them and praise their efforts. They keep pulling miracles out of their hands. They're doing better fighting these fires than a lot of people would. There's a lot of elites here and a lot of people that really care. They are very good at their jobs. I just fault things like telling people to evacuate too late. There's a communication problem with the public, and we can solve that eventually. But there's, the number one take-home lesson is if you feel vulnerable, don't wait to be told to leave. It's being smart. You know, and so I'm here to try to teach people how to identify your own vulnerability or whatnot. you're not going to feel scared or anxious if you develop a plan. You get prepared, and then you're not scared. You'll still be concerned and worried, of course, but you won't feel this panicky feeling if you do prepare for the worst. And when people are in the chat saying the worst can't happen, I just have to say, excuse me. There's a lot of Paradise survivors in here. Here I was in front of the Beachy Creek fire last year, seeing how bad it can get. Here's all the weather people saying it's going to get bad. If your mind can't handle chaos and the idea of the worst happening, I feel sorry for you. But you need to know what the worst is to be able to prepare for it. And then you feel better. That is when you feel better. Just telling yourself a lie, oh, the worst can't happen. How bad are you going to feel when you are facing it? It is way better to embrace reality and do a reality check and don't believe myths and such so that you understand what really can happen. And when you're prepared, most of the time you're just going to get a pleasant surprise. We've had a whole lot of midnight miracles where it seems like towns will get erased. FedEx. I thought that was a tanker. It's FedEx. But we had amazing breaks in the weather, and they seized it, pounced on it, and you have a lot of surviving towns now, including, Westwood and Pinetown, and the East Shore of Lake Almanor, the peninsula. Most of Lake Almanor West survived Prattville, and Taylorsville, and Fingers Crossed, and Genesee, and Crescent Mills. A lot of these towns had no business surviving, but they had a break in the weather at night, and these experts, these courageous experts, and our boots on the ground, went and threw themselves in the line of danger for us and rescued towns. So we have to keep supporting them. I'm so sorry to hear about fatalities, accidents, and whatnot. It's all tragic. But there's so many first responders out there and pilots risking their lives to save all of our things. We should just have an air of gratitude and appreciation. Knowing how bad fires can get is the best way to appreciate what they do. So let's go back up. Is somebody causing a problem? I want to make sure it's a family-oriented, supportive environment, free of too many dang arguments. That's what we have here. We're just doing the facts. So I'm going to go back up. Does anybody have a question? Because, and Cognito, are you here? Are you here? I was hoping you would stay and we could talk. I would have questions for you because Cognito knows a lot about the East area over here. I think spends a lot of time by Carson City. So that is the reason why I fight so hard against people saying fire can't reach such and such place. Well, did you guys realize that nobody ever thought the fire could reach Susanville or Janesville when it started, when the Dixie fire started? Nobody ever thought it would get to threaten Old Station, go past the Lassen volcano. I mean, remember, this was just a few weeks ago, guys. Don't have a short memory here. The fire was this big, well, actually more like this big, and in one single night, it exploded with 100,000 acres of spread in a single, I think it was 24-hour period. 100,000 acres is roughly this area. In either 24 or 36 hours. I really can't remember. They had a 39% containment on it, and then a red flag day came about. That destruction, where we almost lost Chester, we did lose Greenville, we lost Canyon Dam, and previously we had lost Indian Falls. We almost lost Lake Almanor West. All that destruction. We almost lost Westwood a bit later. Almost lost Pinetown. Almost lost Hamilton Beach. Almost lost Hamilton Branch. Almost lost the East Shore. Almost lost Janesville, remember? That was just on 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts days to 40-ish, 9% humidity, and your normal winds coming up out of the southwest. What is scheduled? Higher winds, really low humidity, And it's even drier. Remember, it's drier now than it was on what was that, the 5th of August, roughly, that crazy explosion happened of the Dixie fire. It still hasn't rained, guys. Everything is even drier in the region. So just embrace the potential for danger and what could possibly happen here. Remember how the Tamarack exploded? Remember how all of a sudden it's in Nevada? Nobody expected that. So just, reality checks are good. This isn't fear-mongering. You know what fear-mongering would be? Oh, everybody go jump in the lake. This town's going to be obliterated. We know what's going to happen. There's space lasers. There's arsonists everywhere. And we don't allow that crap here. We don't. We only focus on facts, capability. So I have on the phone speed dial. I have a lot of firefighters I can call. I have a lot of experts I can call. I've already lost a friend to wildfire. I've been in front of wildfires. Could have been me. Nearly lost several family members. I became an extremely fire-educated citizen. I have the great privilege to personally know some. We have the great privilege here of so many experts coming here to chat and expressing their opinions. We have a good community here of support. And exactly. Jason Parker said it was spreading that night, and that was, remember, just the early August. We had those kind of wind speeds. It was spreading at 50 acres a minute, 1,000 acres per hour. And we saw 300-foot tall flames march down out of the area above Round Valley Reservoir to not only eat Greenville, but it did that to eat Canyon Dam. And so if you're arguing with me about what fire can do, why don't you go back and look at my broadcasts around then? Your jaw will drop to the floor. There's a couple of really scary time lapses from that FLIR image. They're on YouTube as well. So let's go back to the chat here. I think Cogito's gone away. Dang it. But thank you, Dusty, and everybody who's volunteered. Real experts and real firefighters here. My mods, thank you so much for helping to calm the chaos. Have I missed some questions here? John Barney says, I live at the edge of the desolation wilderness. The southern flank of the Pyramid Peak is heavily wooded. The Lake of the Woods is heavily wooded. The eastern edge of Lake Aloha to the crest is heavily wooded. So I don't know what the cognitive dissonance is there with not accepting that the wilderness has trees in it. I don't understand. Do you think that these satellite images are a lie? Do you realize this? There is a lot of trees up here. It's not solid granite. Telling me I've never been there? First of all, I have. I mean, it's childhood, but left quite an impression on me. I'm sure I could crack open the family photo albums. But did you know that you can do this, and you can also see what it looks like up here? I'm seeing trees. Am I hallucinating? I'm seeing flammables. I'm seeing the bushes that are now bone dry because there's been no measurable rainfall since the 6th of June. And California's had less than 40% of the rainfall it usually gets in a year for a couple of years now in a row, I believe. So this is the kind of craziness. Holt Hanley explains this. They clip off little bushes. They just take their scissors and they weigh the bushes and then let them desiccate out, dry out completely. And the amount of weight that they weigh at different times of the year, same bush, he explains it as better, same kind of bush, or the same bush exactly, same weight of the amount of stick they clip off of it. The bushes are getting lighter and lighter and lighter, even though they look green. This is an optical illusion. They look green, but you could touch them and the leaves break off. You poke them gently with your finger, they crumble they're heat stressed. They're absolutely distressed. You can just lean up against a pine tree and almost have 100 pounds of needles fall off. It's just quite crazy. A small breeze comes up and we see the breezy nights. Yeah, well, there's snow here, but you see the dead trees. You see the dead trees that just died up here to lightning and whatever reasons, and they're just standing there? These are at the top of some of the highest peaks in the entire state. They're going to be casting embers from high ridge lines. This is one of the worst places to fight a fire. So I don't know about you guys. I think I'm going to rest my case with the whole all the way going to the lake. There's stuff to burn. Some patches are thicker than others. There's stuff to burn. Lots of it. It's dry as a bone. It's primed and ready. There's high winds. There's 9% humidity in the forecast. We will probably have a Haines index of 6. Up here at the higher peaks, it's going to be more than the 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts down at the lower elevations. So you got to hold on to your butts. So, hey, JB, the state of California spent over $1 billion in 2020 on wildland fire suppression and emergency disaster ops. I don't know if that comes from Gavin. It's probably one of the things he misspoke about. He had these wildly inflated numbers that Cap Radio and NPR couldn't reconcile, and so they did an entire couple of articles. You can look it up about how he's overestimated and said that to the public. The fire budget when he's seems to have slashed $150 million from it, so. But California did spend a lot of money. I mean, I'm not discounting it. I just don't know how accurate the numbers are if it's coming from the governor. And that's Cap Radio and NPR are not exactly like, oh, we hate Democrats. NPR is pretty Democrat friendly as a news source. But there has been some money spent. There has been some good work. There has been a lot of good things here. The situation could be worse. And the takeaway from that is if we actually do spend a lot of money, then we'll have reduced problems in the future. A lot of the problems here are fiscal, not just environmental and such. So, but yeah, thanks for the reminder that I should probably look up the statistics. So going back up to Smitty says, oh, he's in his chat, but he's not answering. Cogito, come back. Cogito, ergo sum, we need you. Because he's so authoritative, knowing, sending us the videos during the Tamarack fire of why I believe that over here, that the fire could go here is, it's just a wind tunnel effect. It goes through 50 and embers could just go that way to this section, and it's primed and ready. You could have this situation where South Lake Tahoe just dodges a bullet of wind and luck like Chester did. Chester's a very similar place next to a lake. There's not tall peaks around it like here, but it got saved by a lucky shift in the wind, and it had boots on the ground with balls of steel, excuse my language, who didn't retreat, who stayed and fought when it looked like they could. The flank of the fire, which is the side of the fire, would hit Chester. That's a lot easier to deal with. You can't stand in front of the roaring bulls, charging bulls' horns. The head of the fire that's wind-driven, you can't stand in front of it. It's not possible. But the sides of it, as it goes past your town, you can defend your town from flank, from the sides of the fire that move slower and they're more terrain and fuel-driven than wind-driven, right? There will be so much luck involved that's not funny. So nobody could say what community is going to be impacted for sure, when, and by how much, but we can just learn from the past. And so somebody said Janesville was going to burn and he was a goof. Janesville partially did. It did. There's a lot of people that lost their residences there. Janesville was saved by the Midnight Miracle. Several nights in a row, that they had a window of opportunity as it spotted over the highway to react and not just retreat to safety and watch it go. But the midnight miracle happened where the winds around 11 p.m.-ish really died down, and then they caught up to the fire, had some time to ring individual structures and neighborhoods with dozers and put them out one by one, but we took loss. It was skin of their teeth. They pulled a miracle out of their hats for like 4 nights in a row because we had Mother Nature cooperating at night. It was not like the night we lost Greenville. That was the night that the wind roared to life and did not stop, with sustained winds and heavy wind gusts throughout the day, throughout the night. If that had happened, Janesville would be a pile of ash right now. That's just it. That's not me saying that. That is also what the experts admit too. We seized windows of opportunity. Boom. They never had enough time to reinforce their lines. Once the fire, the Dixie, jumped over Indian Valley, they didn't have enough time, period, to in that rugged terrain to protect Janesville, because there were so many different ways that could be attacked from Wildcat Ridge, from east side of Antelope Lake. They had no time. So they had incomplete defenses. And the fire went roaring right over the ridge, started taking out structures, started making them retreat, and then Midnight Miracle lay down enough of the time. I mean, it still wasn't a cakewalk, but it laid down enough of the time, little breaks they had in between the wind gusts during those hours, for them to react, respond, converge with, relocate thousands of firefighters away from other parts of the Dixie to that area. Get the power shut off, get people out, and respond. And Janesville is easier to defend over the ridge than other places because of the flat out there. But if it had been like in a bowl in a valley and surrounded by peaks and stuff, there's so many things that helped Janesville, but we came very close to completely losing it and having the fire reach Susanville. We have to be grateful about how much worse things could be. We have to, in order to stay sane and rational, we have to admit when, it is the truth. They keep telling you again and again, firefighters can't just stand in front of these fires, the moving, roaring head of it during wind-driven events. Not in this climate, not in this year, this drought year, not in this terrain. You just can't. And I could show you scary videos, but that's not the point. They attack the heels and the flanks, and then try to burn the landscape in front of the moving head of the fire in order to prevent it from moving that way. So what we can do is celebrate every single time every single time they get an opening, they seize that opportunity, even at great risk to themselves. Even though, what if their calculation's wrong? What if the Midnight Miracle doesn't last for more than an hour, and they put themselves in harm's way again, leaving their shelter-in-place options, and then they're wrong, and then they get in trouble? That bravery, where they make that choice anyway to seize the opportunity, is absolutely, I just want to take my hat off, put it over my heart, and just bow. That is amazing. They deserve all of our respect. That's the decisions they're making, and they don't even have to, but they are. So going back here, let's see. Good night, chat. Good night, Bonnie. Hugs. The tinfoil hat crowd is active this evening. Uh-oh. Who do I need to, yep. Oh, JB says this was all for the coast direct and indirect, not prevention and fuels management. Oh, the cost for direct and indirect. I got you. Thank you for clarifying that, JB. The prevention stuff. Yeah, we are about 75 years behind in doing our backfiring that would clear the land and make it safer to prevent fuels. But we have new technology coming around, like masticators and such, which will make that cheaper, easier, and when it's cheaper and easier, more will get done. Bulldozers are 1920s technology to make lines, and things like masticators, man. Things like firefighting drones, man. Nighttime helicopters, boy, if we can get that online, we'd have twice the air power than normal, because air power can't fly at night. There's just 2 of those. We can sometimes see them. I'm hoping they'll show up. Doesn't look like they'll show up over the Caldor. They might show up over the French. Wherever they can. There's only 2 helicopters now that can fly at night because they have that FLIR vision. The FLIR vision that's like this. Whoops. I did the wrong thing there. Like that. They presumably are looking out of their helicopters, seeing the landscape like this, when otherwise it would be pitch smoke. I mean, it's considered suicide to fly low in the mountains at night without visual. You know, like, that's just suicide in general for flying. And in smoke, wow, you're super crazy. Near fires, which can cause updrafts and throw your helicopter on the ground if you're not careful and fly too close to them, that's super crazy. You need extreme technology, special craft. California bought a bunch of these. I approve of that. But the certification and training you need to do this safety is completely insane. Wow. There's Indian Valley right now. And we keep seeing that. Wow, dang it, don't move away from it. Don't move away from it, you bloody camera. To the left is Susanville area, and to the right's, well, the ever-rotating Dire Mountain camera. So, was there some conspiracy stuff I had to, Oh, I don't think that's Grandma Cat Lover. I don't know if that's a joke. You're talking lizard people spreading a fire over Granite Peaks when all it has to do is continue running up the American River Canyon right into Tahoe. I'm talking about lizard people right now. I don't think I've done that for about 3 hours. Make sure you guys hit the live button. That was a joke because we were invaded by a lot of people trying to tell me how fire works, and they were telling me the lizard people had space lasers. That's a running gag here because I was accused of being a lizard person. I am, of course, covering up the truth according to them. The truth that the lizard people of the above ground world and the mole people of the below ground world are in a constant war of some sort. And, well, these fires are the collateral damage. It's the lasers coming from space with the lizard people trying to, blow up the mole people. And, boy, we're just collateral. There's a lot of people that come in and tell me that's what's really happening. And I really need to stop talking about wildfires because these clearly aren't wildfires. So, we try to be humorous about that. It's sad when I find out they're actually serious. Let's see. Did I miss any questions? Doug says resources are staged in an area. Plans are in place for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Yep, they're gearing up. So, did I miss a question? What's the latest news on the Caldor? Well, the aircraft are off of it. Let's turn on the radio to see if they're talking. But
Catch up to a motorcycle that just took off on a Perry Creek headed towards the airplane.
These evacuation orders were pretty new. We are waiting for the
Richard says name of the other street that was clear is Todd Robbs, Tom Motion, David Roberts.
Somewhere they're chasing a motorcycle. That was the police dispatch. Yes, okay, the cams just went into infrared. So this is what we were waiting for. Now we can see past all that crazy smoke. So here's the last 15 minutes. And this is where they were slamming it with helicopters today. And so this is, gosh, I found out the name of that peak and I keep forgetting it. But the west side.
So rather than take Crook, can you push down Leisure and get the houses between the whole circle on Crook? I'll take PPD-1 with you, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, Chris Jones says the wind speeds clocked at Alpine Meadows by the top of the chairlift is sometimes 120 miles an hour. That would be during the Diablo winds. And that's true. That's why we saw the That's when we saw the Paradise disasters and North Complex type such. So, Mountain Man 530, he was saying that Chester was going to burn westward. Was okay. Yeah, we shouldn't ever be saying that. I try to correct people in chat. We have to stick to facts. You can express your opinion if I think something's going to be impacted, but the whole like terrorizing people here who are already been through so much, you can't just play prophet, So, Patrick C., you mentioned earlier that CAL FIRE gave a really late evacuation order for the people of Greenville. Could you give me more details? Yeah. Well, find a day that happened and go watch my stream. It's live, it's back there. But what I was doing was covering the fire at the time, and somebody told me, Fly Fire had erupted, and they dropped a lot of what they wanted to do, as best as I could understand, to protect Greenville and such, and Crescent Mills from the spot that happened over the Feather River Canyon. It flew right over the canyon and established itself. They had a couple of days to kind of work on it. And I believe right at that same time, the Fly Fire erupted northwest of Quincy, kind of around the Ketty area. And it raced up the hill and was going to try to take out Taylorsville. That was the night that the Indian Ridge cam burned around it. We were lucky that camera survived. So we're just going to monitor the western flank of the Caldor here for a second and listen. There's not a peep from anything except the police. They are in a motorcycle chase or saw a motorcyclist get away from them. But this will tell us a lot more about the Caldor. But to finish that story, somebody told me about Daniel Kearns. And I already knew what I knew about the previous year covering the fires, how much they can spread and hop over canyons and race up that same terrain. I mean, we had the Paradise Fire start at the same, basically a rock's throw distance. We already knew the potential of what can happen in that terrain. It's bad, catastrophically, apocalyptically bad. California's most destructive and deadly wildfire ever.
Romeo Trinity on command 1.
Let's just make sure this isn't important.
Division Romeo Trinity for Caldor Communications, go ahead. Good evening. Could you please have the kitchen hold 50 dinners for Division Romeo resources that are just now leaving the line. ETA is going to be about 22:30, 2300.
All right. Some of the funnier parts of listening at night is when they talk about
Trinity, Caldor Communications, we copy. We'll go ahead and send that over.
when they had their special dinner orders. That was the night when they said, we need 25 Gatorades and 2 milks. And we never, I always wanted to find out who ordered the milk. So, we have to find something humorous here. We go insane. But anyway, to finish the story up about what happened with Greenville, somebody told me Daniel Kearns. Let's see if Daniel Kearns has an update for us, guys. We heard the Dixie East Zone meeting, and did I miss the West Zone, or did it not occur? I was playing it, and animal control request.
Animal control. 390 Leisure Lane, 8 sheep, 1 female white adult staying with the sheep, if animal control can make it in. Not going to be able to come in tonight, won't be till tomorrow sometime. So if you can relay that information to her. 10-4, she's being advised.
All right, I'm gonna finish my sentence. I swear that was a animal control request to help evacuate sheep or help them. But here I was scrolling and I was trying to play the West Zone meeting. Did one not occur? It's usually here on the CAL FIRE lesson. I saw that it was live And then I looked, and it said that the date was the 26th. And so I stopped it because people were spamming the chat while I had to answer the phone, that it was yesterday's meeting. It looks like there is one here for us, but it's from 8 hours ago. So what happened with the meeting? Did I miss what happened? And I'll go back to my story. Yeah, the guy with the Gatorade allergy. Maybe he was allergic to bromine or whatever used to be in Gatorade, or Powerade. Yeah, I don't know why your comment got deleted, Frank. Viewed a Henderson video on Facebook last night. LEOs were looking for people with false press credentials. Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at the cams. Maybe we have Sierra Tahoe looking at something. No, I was hoping it would look over at 50. That is of concern. So that is our 50 spot, presumably visible from Big Hill. But to finish the story about Greenville, somebody says Daniel Kearns is this volunteer firefighter from Taylorsville. You should check him out. And I was like, great, because they're not restricted. Remember, Zeke Lunder and Daniel Kearns, that some of the men I admire the most in this situation, don't have pressure. They're not at work for these agencies. They don't have pressure from Washington. They don't have restrictions and red tape like if you work directly for Cal Fire and whatnot. And by the way, they're not saying anything at Caldor. I'll turn it on the moment they do. So they could speak their minds and immediately just go live on Facebook and tell you about their thoughts, what's going on, danger. And we'll check in him with it just a second. And so all of a sudden, somebody says, Daniel Kearns is a volunteer firefighter at Taylorsville, and he's amazing. He's doing daily updates telling people where the fire is mostly going to go. And I went, okay. But unfortunately, the first thing I clicked on after they were, first of all, they had evacuated Greenville and most of Indian Valley, the west side of it, most of Lake Howell West, and East Shore. Okay, that was all mandatory evacuations. They had chased after the fly fire, and it split their attention away from the spot that had gone over Highway 70. Thank you, PG&E, for having a second start in the middle of the Dixie. Vegetation leaning on their equipment, as they describe it, which, if you look at the Matthew Henderson videos, is a crazy amount of illegally tall vegetation under their power lines. They're legally required to, not allow trees to grow up underneath them and such. And these poor firefighters are standing under these burning trees trying to save the power lines. It's not fair to them. But here they go chasing after the fly fire, and I think my surmise is they kind of were distracted away from, or at least had less manpower than they had to reinforce Round Valley Reservoir.
Cycle UTL.
Hang on. I talk about K9 unit and motorcycle, ETL. Not sure what that means. It's all police stuff on the Caldor. As the night shift comes in, around 7:30ish through 9 p.m., the daytime shift leaves, the nighttime shift comes in, they get their lunches, then they start talking about work. So we have a little bit of lull to explain stuff. So we're continuing to look at all the cams and listen, of course, to Caldor. But to explain what happened to Greenville, all of a sudden Daniel Kearns, the first video I see is, I have good information, he says, that the lines up at Round Valley are not solid, that they're being challenged. And he says, I don't think that Greenville should be repopulated and or it's in danger. I don't want to quote him direct, but that's the gist of it. And I frowned, and I wish I had known about him sooner. I thought to myself, do I put this out as information? And I frowned because here's the experts saying, hang on a second.
1483.
I just met up with Medic 19, can you confirm that it's okay for SO to cancel?
Okay, just more police stuff. So the here I am trying to balance out. I don't want to make anybody afraid. The experts apparently said people should return to Greenville and the other areas, and I just blinked at that like, what? To me, that made no sense. It's a town with one main road out of it for an evacuation route. Usually, a good policy would be each town should have 3 different evacuation routes, 3 different directions. That's kind of common sense. Main good roads like highways. It has one, and both sides of it could be blocked easily. It's the highest population town of 840-ish on a normal day, and it was clogged with people that still couldn't get back to other evacuated areas, but they were like, oh, I could go closer to home. So here they come with their tents and their campers and such. So you have the roads jammed with people entering the area with sketchy lines at Round Valley Reservoir. And just looking at the terrain, it doesn't take a genius level thinking to understand that the canyons are wind tunnels. And so I did check it out, and I just chickened out, unfortunately, and didn't put it on my broadcast. Excuse me, let's go to a Dixie Fire. That Round Valley, I should have, major regret. Round Valley is an elevation. Here's your Greenville. If they can't hold lines up here in high winds, this is the end of the wind tunnel. The 70 ends right here, and it swirls around like this because it comes up from the valley of 70 and gets roadblocked and stuck on these. These are some severe high gusty winds. And then here's a community that's very sizable at the base. Look at this barrel of the gun. It can just shoot through here. That's the only way that wind that's trapped up here can escape easily, except, that. But mostly it's this. And so he says they're struggling with it, and it's not good. Yet here comes the repopulation order. Go back to Greenville. You're just going to be on watch. Get ready to leave. Go back to the West Shore. And I believe that's a day and a half. And I'm scratching my head trying to reconcile why would experts do that. This guy Daniel Kearns must be wrong, right? He doesn't have access to whatever magic they do or modeling. And then we saw that it was overwhelmed by flames. We saw the Dyer Mountain Cam, the 300-foot tall flames roaring out of the mountains and across Dyer Mountain and on the other side, and all of a sudden just getting up into here and running towards Susanville, and Westwood being threatened by the flames going over Dyer Mountains. We saw, triple occurrence of tornadoes. I think they were tornadoes crossing Dyer Mountain here. Not only did it cross, Greenville, it just went. And there we were. And they were screaming, everybody run for your lives. They even lost fire trucks, melted down in Greenville. Greenville's own fire department, didn't it burn down? And then I kept seeing the massive mistakes. Daniel Kearns was right, dang it. He had the old common sense thing of just don't repopulate a town with one way out, with mountains above it where embers can rain down. When a red flag and fire weather watch is coming, you have to have super, super, super solid black line to even think about repopulating a super vulnerable town like that. What were they thinking about with the West Shore, too? There's one road. The East Shore, there's one road, and then they had solid black line here, and solid black line, and the fire burst through it, crossed 4 solid black lines. That was part of their containment percentage. That's why I say don't listen to containment percentage anymore. It went raced all the way to the shore, wind changed, and it went right here past Chester and marched 19 miles live on our cams. That was an incredible night. And then the flank of the fire spread towards Chester. The flank, remember? They got lucky. Every single day, the winds pretty much point at Susanville and pretty much point towards Chester. And so from the get-go, I was saying ultimately Chester and Susanville are threatened, and which has absolutely been true. But people were like, but the fire's not near it. Don't think that way. Think about what stops a fire. Distance doesn't stop a fire. It likes to move. It likes to travel. Just turn on the button again. Fire loves to travel. As you could see, fire has to travel to live. It has to find new sources. Many fires kind of burn themselves out when they get trapped in a canyon or something. We don't ever hear about those. Little small lightning strike fires. They hit an area that surrounded by water, and they just burn themselves out because they exhaust their own fuel. But just think about it. Is the wind pushing fire towards new fuel sources? Is there anything there to stop it? If the answer is no, it will go there. So the best chance that they have for saving towns and such sometimes is to run through that checklist. What does stop a fire? Heavy rains and snow? Don't have that yet. Impassable terrain? Well, we don't have that. Impassable is like, El Capitan, solid granite cliff faces, right? And so we don't have that. Do we have super solid black lines, which the fire can't spot over? Well, if this were flat land, that would be true. On flat land, you could do that. You can just bulldoze fields until there's nothing to burn and the embers can't do anything. The few that do go somewhere, you go and put them out real quick. Let's look at the cams again. Let's do a time lapse last hour. So you go down the checklist, what stops it? The next best idea is reinforce some lines, which are generally roads, and burn the vegetation out in front of them. So there's a big, wide area of scorched earth where, with those embers picked up by the wind land, they're probably not going to find anything, or maybe just a couple things to burn, giving them time to react, drive to it, squirt it out, call in helicopters, whatever they need to do. But do we have that yet? Next couple of days are going to be crucial. This last week has been crucial. We've seen it interrupted, everything they wanted to do. It's retardant that slows down a fire, gives them time. It's scorched earth, vying to backfires, which gives them time. It's, Mother Nature giving them a break that gives them time. All this has been interrupted by the development of the new fires the last couple of days, which is bad. Also, when they've been given the opportunity, did they have the manpower? That's a lot of no and sort of and kind of. So those are bad. That's bad news. So they're going to do their best, though. These are critical days. We do have a potential for great, huge fire spread if the weather forecast is correct, or if it is worse than forecast. But they're going to do everything humanly possible. So going back here, why can't the lizard people and mole people just get along? Rated, that's okay. We like the humor. Don't worry. Sorry, Desiree. We have to have some jokes, We joke about masticators. We have a drinking game when we take a shot of milk. When we hear the word masticator, papa, papa. Oh, here they're talking, guys, for the first time in a long time. Let's listen. Caldor.
Copy, CFS 223 at 1024, 6301 Silver Ridge Lane.
What is that, Silver Ridge Lane? You see the headlights of the vehicles responding here. They hit that with a bunch of VLATs, air tankers. We were celebrating the other day that even though a whole bunch of new fires showed up, the tankers came back to the Caldor eventually, at least by the end of the day. We heard live them saying, Grizzly Flats Road is our good thing. Let's splash it with more retardant. Then the tankers left to go to the other fires in Calaveras County and such. And, the Bennett...
India, Scott Force 5810 on command. Were you guys able to locate Crew 35 by chance?
we've had a mixed bag of, okay, you know. We thought that would be horrible. They said, oh, without the tankers, we don't know if we can hold Grizzly Flats Road. But they did. The tankers came back after slamming the Calaveras County fire so much. So we've had some good bright spots. Oh yeah, the Cap Radio article. If you want to, let me just give you a quick link. Cap Radio. Let's see. NPR did it too. Cap Radio.
1860 K761. Confirming you're still on Crook.
We're at 445 coming down south to get everything northeast of us.
I'm coming around that side. My team is working their way towards you guys from the other side.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
Okay, here we go. There, that's where I'm getting information. NPR was doing investigation too, and so it is not one of those. Oh, let's try to, we're a rabid right wing thing. Let's take down a Democratic governor. It's not like that at all. He's done shady things, screwed the campfire victims out of the money that they should have gotten by signing a law stating that PG&E doesn't have to pay them as much in cash, like they should have. And in order to do some of the payouts, then they can raise the rates on the victims. So that has just been something I cannot respect. I don't care if there's a D or R in front of your name. He's not the right person to lead us through this crisis, and we're in the middle of a crisis. So I don't know who you should vote for. I haven't looked at it.
Admin 4420, copy on tone 5.
I'm not here to get political or tell you who is the better person for the job. I can just tell you when I'm dissatisfied. We need new blood. This has happened on their watch too many times. And so I would love to see a fire expert as the governor. That would be cool.
74, one fire, approximate 5 acres.
Admin 4428. Go ahead with 4474. Yeah, if you find good access, let's get it marked.
Yeah, I copy. We're still working our way down the hill. I can only see one fire at this time. It is over the bank. From what I can tell, appears to be about 5 acres.
Yeah, copy. Are you off Jesus on another road, if you could advise?
On Jesus, working our way down.
Yeah, copy.
Need for a water center.
At least some new 5-acre fire thing is happening in the calm of the night. I'm watching the lazy wind sort of a deal here. We need to look at the forecast again, but look at the smoke. Today we had a blessing. This smoke was a blessing today. The fact that it cleared a little bit for some tanker action on the west side, and it cleared a little bit for helicopter action somewhere in the 50 corridor was a nice little bonus. But it meant that the fire it has the lid on it, just like they explained in the meeting. This buys them time. And when that lid comes off with the high winds, it'll blow it away. This is like overheated bacon, right? Frying up on the stove, or your turkey bacon, right? And what happens when you crank the burner on high and then you take that lid off? That sizzle is what happens. It's what's called the inversion thing. The inversion is this smoke cap. In general, just you don't have to graduate meteorology class. Just remember that's what they're referring to when they're talking about the inversion thing. So going back up here, and all the V333 sounds to me like they are expecting this to get much bigger. Perhaps going to split up the forces like on the Dixie. That's a good thing you mentioned. The Dixie now,
Kirk trail is complete.
now, just when it looked okay, no refusal. So not sure what that exactly means, but the what was I just in the middle of saying? The point you make about whether or not they expect it to get bigger, well, yeah, they seem to be telling people about big potential. They've increased evacuation warning zones. They wouldn't do that if they were super confident about certain areas. So just keep looking at the evacuation zones, and but they can make mistakes. I don't know why the entire SLT isn't under a warning. There's a mega fire really close by. We saw 100,000 acres of expansion with similar weather like this on the Dixie in a single 24-hour period, and it marched 17 to 19 miles off in a direction that nobody expected it to. When they had black line and a lot of confidence. So 7 miles away from a mega fire is not very far away. People are like, dude, it's 7 miles away. How far away is Polga from Susanville? You know, maybe we should use the better example here. We'll keep looking back at the cams and look at the weather. Nobody ever thought this could be a thing. It's 47.4 miles. And most of this march happened in a single 24-hour period from here at Round Valley Reservoir. Oopsie. Round Valley Reservoir.
Hey, Division Lima or Lima Trinity, Branch 15 on command.
It moved 16 miles pretty much in 24 hours, closer to Susanville. It's 7 miles away. We're fine. Are you okay? Are you? Please pass me whatever it is you are partaking in. I would love to sample. I'd love to sample that.
Division Lima or Lima Trainee, Branch 15 on command.
Whatever's giving people a good idea of safety, that like downwind of any mega fire is a safe place, especially in steep, rugged terrain that's primed in a mega drought. Anybody who's thinking that's like a real good, solid situation, man, you have good stuff. Where'd you get it? You know, where'd you get that? Trying to make light of the situation, but you know, right. So, wait a second, Lemkins. You'll be back when it's fire talk again? Oh, okay. Well, he's not a Democrat, you know. He's somebody wearing the name tag. Doesn't matter if it's D or R, you know. In my book, he's just somebody out for himself wearing a name tag of politician. Yeah, but give you right to do whatever you like here. So I'm not here to tell people who to vote for. I'm not here to tell you what party you should be affiliated with. I'm not here to say one party's better than another. I'm a moderate, and I don't like the current leadership. It's failing. Current leadership is failing in the area. I was disgusted when the governor and the president during Paradise, pointed the finger at each other and refused to work with each other. That was just bad. I eagerly watched the presidential debate, wanting to know what would they have to say about the mega fires. It wasn't mentioned. Oh boy, do I hate the political system that's just broken right now. All I can tell you is when you vote for more of the same, you're going to get more of the same. No matter what other issues you might like somebody about, you have to figure out, the state has to survive. These fires have to be stopped. They don't just affect, one group of people. There's everybody affected by these wildfires. If you think you live in inner city areas and you're not affected, well, your rent's going up because the lack of housing burning up in the fires. Everybody here is affected, and so just vote for whoever will be has a good plan, a good common sense plan to actually address the real issues with the fires. That's all I can say. I don't know. I don't have a favorite. I just use logical thinking. When something doesn't work, we quit doing it. He points fingers at others and blames rather than taking responsibility. But a real man would. I want to see a fire person, maybe a fire expert as governor. That would be good. All right, so that's all I'm going to say about that. Let's look back at the chat. Fire questions I may have missed. And it's okay to say, I like such and such person, but it's not okay to be divisive. And that's what the chat rules are about. There's no division. We're all Americans here. I don't care about the DNR thing. I just vote for whoever makes logical sense. And I don't particularly say pay attention to party. There's a lot more diversity in parties than you think. There's things like Blue Dog Democrats that are more conservative. There's things like, one good example, the Maverick himself, who was in the Republican Party, got Palin and why can't I think of him? John McCain, right? So there's moderates out there. Sanity's in the center. And so I just look at the plan, and I think the way we should vote with crises in any state, anything like hurricanes, this and that, who has a good plan? Do you have a good plan, sir, in the town hall meetings? What is your plan for these disasters? How would you handle them? How can we improve? If he doesn't have a good plan, or she doesn't have a good plan, next, who's got the good plan? That's all I gotta say. So, sorry guys, the screen went yellow. Did it just turn yellow for you guys? There's a thing on Windows, the nightlight, that makes the screen yellow. Okay, so fire education questions. Oh, where's Leisure Corps?
Not that I know of.
Pottsville 1, we're up on Leisure Court. Multiple houses up here. We're checking a house now that appears to be vacant.
Where's Leisure Court? I spelled leisure wrong.
Placerville from Folsom 1. We hit up the guy that would just leave that residence, I believe.
1, 10-4.
Okay, right here. I can say one last thing about hero worship. Sometimes a candidate or somebody says all the right things and you agree with them a lot, but you have to think about competency too. I mean, the wrong call was made with repopulation of Greenville. I found out that was law enforcement's call. They're not fire trained. As much as somebody might adore, somebody like a sheriff, you have to think about, are they right in that in the current situation? You can like the person, but still. Still understand. Yeah, you can still understand.
6640 Onyx Trail.
664. Onyx Trail, okay. And you're at Leisure Court. Sorry, I'm making a note here about the time. That was 9:05. 9:05. Don't let hero worship just because you like somebody be your determining factor of whether or not they should be in the job in the new era, because a lot of times we're going to have radically new thinking about this new era, and in a mix with the good old-fashioned, common sense, boots on the ground. The reliance on computer modeling sucks right now. That's a mistake. So there's the good mix of that. And just because you like someone doesn't mean they would be the best person in the position going forward. So the situation here, let's do the heat map. I can see why they're going.
Caldor Communications, Branch 10 training.
Can I vote for a gal instead of a guy?
Go ahead for Caldor Communications.
Okay.
All night resources are off of India and Juliet. Correction. India and Hotel. Division Golf will get to you when his resources are clear of the line.
All day resources off India and Hotel at 2105.
This is Wildfire Stream. We're talking about leadership. Leadership matters in these fires. If you don't think it does, well, who do you think's in control of the budget and making the decisions here on how much how much money is devoted to fighting the wildfires and where does it go? That is leadership. That's a question of leadership, and it's not political. I say put leaders in charge, and the way you're going to identify them is, A, they're going to take responsibility for what they do. They're not going to point the finger at somebody else or some agency. 2, they're going to have a good plan, and it's going to be a mixture.
I will advise them.
Wish that was coming in clear. But unfortunately, leadership, this is a war. This is the war on these mega fires. They're not particularly natural. These are pretty much 35 different reasons for them to happen. And droughts and such are a factor, but a lot of it is our mistakes. It's a new era, and we have to adapt to it really quickly. And anybody who fails to understand this is a new era, and fails to understand that you can only change what you accept responsibility for. If you blame somebody else, you're not taking responsibility. That's what blame is. So a real leader who will say, "Oh, here's a mistake. I adapted. Let's change." Or here's some of our past mistakes. Let's adapt and change. Here's how we're going to fix them. Here's our plan. This, and this. And we'll adjust it on the fly as needed. And we're going to aggressively go after this. We're going to put the budget where it needs to be. Prevention and reaction. We are going to consult experts. We're going to make firefighting attractive. We're going to attract the elites to the system. We're going to cut through the red tape and get rid of the old Byzantine red tape stuff that's preventing them from reacting quickly. We're going to cut through the red tape that prevents them from speaking directly to the public and just, boom, getting the information out to people. We're going to embrace new technology and fund it. We're going to get the information the public needs. Like what I'm doing shouldn't be me. Should be some government agency, right? That sounds great. I don't care what kind of D or R behind your name is, but somebody whining and saying, we need to tax cow farts because there's too much methane. Like, I'm sorry, what? I'm going to blame the president, or I'm going to blame the Forest Service or somebody else. I'm sorry, what? Whoever's saying that, that's not good. But a lot of this is personnel, budget, what's funded. Tooting your horn about buying a couple of Blackhawks. Why don't we have 60? Why don't we have 60 nighttime flying Blackhawks? That would turn the tide of many wildfires when they're small. That's going to be, unfortunately, a political thing in charge.
Communications, Lima Trinity, on command.
Yeah, no pointing fingers, guys.
Lima Trinity, go ahead.
Just say you like, leave it at that. Otherwise, we have to shut that conversation down.
Communications, like to place a line order if you're ready, copy.
Okay, Metal, that's a good question. Why is the Caldor burning more fiercely when they have a decent handle?
We got most of the division out here for the night. I'd like to order 150 breakfasts and 150 lunches to be delivered to the Silver Fork Mormon Immigrant Trail intersection at 0700 tomorrow. I'd also like to order 50 gallons of Jit Torch mix. Howdy, copy.
Well, if you guys are picking on left coast, that's not appropriate, man.
Caldor Communications copies 150 breakfast, 150 lunch, and 50 gallons of drip torch fuel to Silver Fork across the MEC at 2110.
Oh, Danielle? Sorry, are you going to bed before I answer your question? I'm sorry. When do I think that SLT could be impacted with the winds? Oh, God. What a horrible... I've been struggling with that. Because I'm not there.
With that meal count, though, I'd like to make 30 of those meals vegetarian, if possible. I'd also like to order 20 QBs of water, or 20 QBs of water, and 10 cases of Gatorade.
I copy 30 of the total lunches, veggie, 20 cases of water. Repeat your count on Gatorade.
Gatorade. Swirling wind. 10
cases of Gatorade. And for the water, I'd like 50 gallons of water.
Well, that's what I've been agonizing over, that's what I can't answer. If anybody says they've got the answer about when South Lake Tahoe could or would be impacted, hang on.
On break. Still fuel at the 76 station at the Silver Fork 50 intersection.
Yeah, where's the milk?
Vision Lima, Caldor Communications. I don't know at this time. I can inquire. It's 2112.
Rated?
Division Lima, Division Hotel. That's a negative on fuel at the 76 station at drop point 21. I think it moved to Strawberry.
Yeah, just
Lima copies. Thank you very much.
I know when I can talk. So I'm trying to attend to chat here. Joshua Daniels, I wanted to find out about the eastern progression of the Caldor Fire, not have a civics lecture. Okay, see ya. Then you should have flagged me and asked me a question. Going back up here. Let's see here. A lot of people are 8 years old and actually need the civic lesson. We have 8-year-olds in the channel. We have 11-year-olds in the channel. If you're like, oh, you're talking down to people. No, you have no idea that there are kids in the channel. There are 17-year-olds. I remember my people were arguing with a kid, turned out to be a child. He was 8 last year. So there are no dumb questions here. And it's the truth. I would love to not talk about anything but fire behavior. But it is true. A lot of where the budget goes will, unfortunately, fiscal stuff determines how big and bad fires get and how many people they kill. You know, does your fire engine break down on the way to the emergency? Do they have the jaws of life to extract you? Do they have enough of anything? Do they have reliable vehicles? Do they have radios that work? We keep hearing radios that don't work. If they did, rapid response is everything. We have to give them all the tools. That means we have to give them the money. It means we have to elect somebody who will. So that's it. So going back to the eastern flank, should have said, is Strawberry safe? We will stop it at Strawberry Creek. Should he have said that? Let's see here. Yeah, we don't. What? I don't understand the timeout stuff rated. Rated, you okay there? Trying to get to people's real fire questions now. Yeah, Tim G's comments was okay. You know, he was kind of supportive of me. All right. Heather, was the scanner traffic last night about structure protection on Sly Park and Middle Arc related to the high intensity burnout on the Danaher camera, or was that prescribed? You know what? When I got up this afternoon, because I started the stream around 4 in the morning, they were talking about that. And they said somebody lit a fire trying to do their own backburning, and they were just incredulous. It was sometime around between 3 and 4 in the morning, right after I left, and they had to respond to that. And I don't know what we were seeing on the cameras. Part of it was prescribed, and part of it may not have been. But it was almost dead silence when we were seeing the red stuff. So it is both, potentially. Don't know. So going back to, let's see here. Yeah, perhaps a whatever farm was burning nearby. Try not to mention that exact word. I might get flagged. So, Coho Val, did we have a warring day for once? No, we didn't. We had sort of a crisis breaking out on the west flank here. So, the agonizing question of when could SLT be impacted?
Lane is complete.
They're checking properties, and they're checking back in with this place, this road, and this road.
EVACs on Leisure Lane. If everybody could rally up at Pleasant Valley and Leisure.
Yep, it's a door to door. So where they're going door to door is right here. Because, well, here's where we saw them slamming with the tanker today, and the crews pulled out. So if I get that message, that map looking better. That is around the Four Springs Trail area. Heck, I hate this version of the map. It's a good one. Street map. There. Hope that orients you guys. There's your Placerville, Pollock Pines. They had massive problems. That's why we're watching that particular cam. We saw tankers on it sometime. But that was the good news, is that the crews pulled off and they escaped with their lives when it got hairy this afternoon when I was trying to have a quiet day. So the crews seemed to have gone this way on Happy Valley Road, escaping. We saw the helicopter escorting them that way. And then he immediately said, guys, cover their backs with the helicopters. As soon as the dozers were out and the crews were out, then they said fire at will, basically. And he authorized dipping even into backyard swimming pools and such to cover their retreat. And then the helicopters, he drew a line right here. Helicopters would work up here, and the air tankers would work down this way. We saw Tinker 911 and 914 and other DC-10s show up. And even around dusk, the Australian in his K-Max presumably showed up, which was cute.
Central, David, 1483, 10-8 from Orange Drill.
then they lost visibility. They found somebody collapsed next to a motorcycle, and they're still completing door-to-door stuff. And they're going to meet over at Pleasant Valley when they're done making sure everybody is out. But so far, there's been very few refusals, if any. I think most people looked out their window and saw this craziness today and went, yeah, that's a threat. If they were there still. So here's a last 3 hours time lapse. Well, this wasn't when it was crazy. We can go back to 12 hours now. And let's look at the weather and Daniel Kern's update. Bob Fraser says the young man at the briefing today with the Caldor seemed overconfident, probably trying to project courage. You know, I was on the phone for part of that. So, but I don't know how to interpret body language like that. Wait, Bugs, you thought I said I was off until Tuesday? No, I never said that. Nope. So we were going to have hell on Tuesday. But I was hoping to have a break where I could walk away from the computer and do my own things and actually empty the dishwasher and get my mail and go outside. I haven't been outside too much since, maybe a couple times since July 14th when I started. I just sort of wake up and do this. Partly because when it's exciting, I can't look away. I'd be doing a lot of this even if I wasn't live. It's how I used to do this in the past. And finally, 3 years ago when Paradise happened, I just decided to go live and just, dang it, try to help the public. Did anybody find out about the Stockton fire? I don't know. What I thought about for many hours was how fast would the fire move to SLT if so? I'm not there, so I can't tell you what preps they have. We're looking at old satellite images, old street view images. Not that that changes too much. It's going to depend on luck, wind speed, and what time of the day the wind comes up, and how much prep they're able to achieve. Like for example, the difference between a fire reaching any town by noon or by 4 p.m., 4 extra hours, might be that there's a clearing of the smoke and then they hit it with tankers and they lay down a red road of retardant. We saw Calistoga be saved like that last year and some other little towns. And in some towns they thought they'd be able to save. They had to call off the retardant drops, get the crews out because they had other problems. New fire starts from embers flying over their direction where they had a confident line and they were going, yeah, this is going to work. All of a sudden, plan changed. There's so many things out of our hands.
Branch 10 trainee, Division Golf on Command 109.
I wanted to finish my sentence, guys. Let's see if that's important. Let's go to Daniel Kern's.
Branch 10 trainee, Division Golf on Command 109.
Hi.
Oh, sorry guys. Listen a second. Oh no. Okay, I'm going to shut that off until it stops clicking around like that. No, we don't have 7 days of good weather. We have hell coming to town on Tuesday with an appetizer on Sunday, some wind gusts on Sunday. Monday won't be good. Tuesday might be terrible if the forecast is real. I was trying to rest a little bit to prepare for Tuesday. We keep having new fires every day and crises.
Yeah, for planning purposes, engine 322, engine private E284 from Division Golf will be laid into camp.
Oh no, 3 people missing, Lorna. That
I
sucks.
copy engine 322 and private 284 will be late to camp at 2124.
It's all kinds of bad news. I was hoping nobody was going to be killed in the Stockton fire. That was bad. The cause undetermined, but apparently outside of the building. Metal says nobody got hurt. No building destroyed. Wait, what? Wait, what? That's not what we're talking about. LMPC, the 4-alarm fire of Stockton that
Miller Richardson, Leisure Lane EVAC is complete, including all 5 streets. Units will be racking route to Station 19.
Yeah, the roof collapsed. That was a explosive, literally many explosions rocking the place. 4-alarm fire yesterday. That awful. So
232125.
Why do I type Daniel wrong? I'm just gonna type this. Daniel. Daniel Kearns. Okay, so the last thing to say about SLT is that, okay, since I'm not there, I don't know about their preps. I'm not a meteorologist. All I can say is that in this terrain, previous fires, previous fire history, what just happened on the Dixie on the 5th, okay, all the vegetation is even drier since the 5th. That fire expanded in the same kind of terrain, same neck of the woods, same kind of winds, same kind of humidity, right? That may be in the forecast. I don't know how sustained the winds are going to be. I don't know if anybody knows. But that was sustained, what was it, 19-mile-an-hour wind gusts? Sustained 19-mile-an-hour winds with 35 to 40-mile-an-hour gusts. And even with those light winds, we saw that fire expand 100,000 acres in like somewhere between a 24 and 38-hour period, 36-hour period. So, is anything different? Is the weather going to be different? Is the terrain that different? Is the preparation different? There's even less preparation here than the Dixie had. Dixie had not only black line, but contingency black lines. We have a little bit different kind of fuels. We have a lake. Well, we had Lake Eleanor too, right? It is not exactly the same terrain. There's a nice speed bump here called the Desolation Wilderness. But let's look at the Tamarack too. That had explosive and fast growth. It would be reckless for anybody to give an estimate on how fast it would reach South Lake Tahoe. The worst case scenario is it would react just like the Dixie did that night, at the rate of spreading 50 acres roughly an hour, 1,000 acres a minute. The long range spotting it's already done has been through 3 miles at a time, like it was here, and then all of a sudden it's there. I mean, that's like, wow, it's here, all of a sudden it's there. And that we watched that before our eyes. What's the microclimate going to be? Like, maybe South Lake Tahoe is spared because of a wind shift that just the wind funnel pushes stuff that way. Or, maybe there's a strange pyrocumulus cloud creates its own weather and it just funnels stuff that way and unexpectedly for a time when that's not the direction of the prevailing wind. Is there a miracle, or is the forecast wrong? It could move very fast. That's why I think they should prepare for that, that if the weather forecast continues to be bad, looking at today and tomorrow, that they should prepare the community to have a rapid evac in case. It just seems logical. And they give them a 3-hour evacuation time, do the math, calculate how fast, how many people can be in Lake Tahoe area, the south, and evacuate in 3 hours, and then reduce the population in the danger zone to that number. Get the most vulnerable people out first. Have them spend a weekend somewhere else. Pay people for their business loss so they don't feel like they have to sit around and keep their store open and remain alive. FEMA and such needs to reimburse, in my opinion, or disaster agency to reimburse the tourism type losses here in order to make the population safe in a perfect world. I wish it worked like that. I just don't think you should have a vulnerable community with a few ways out, with 2 roads, maybe only one of which would be viable, period, with more than 20,000 people here at the time. Does that sound like a good idea to you? It doesn't. Okay, there's a bunch of static. They're talking. I think it's a pilot talking. Well, where's the FLIR? Where's the FLIR? Yeah, oh yeah, the difference is there's a lot more urban interface here than the Dixie. They barely got 800 people-ish or 1,000-ish people out of Greenville. They had missing people. That was luck that nobody died. Maybe the grace of God, just something. But it was reckless to have people come back in when Round Valley Reservoir wasn't secure. And, well, the entire hillside area wasn't secure. I don't understand the thinking process, but it was the sheriff's decision, and I'm not like, oh gosh, that sheriff is bad. He is not a fire expert. It shouldn't be. It's not in his realm of expertise. It's an unfair burden placed on him. He's trying to listen to the people he actually knows, wanting to go back to their homes, and he has that emotional tug, plus trying to listen to the fire experts and have their conflicting opinions. Plus, the fire it's the frog in the boiling hot water situation. They had fire around them for so long, it almost they got complacent. It's a natural human thing. But somebody else without these conflicts with expertise should be in control of that. I have no idea who's in control of evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. I'm not sure I want to know. But I've gotten emails
39 operations on command
with supposed insider information, but I can't tell you guys what I can't verify.
Night operations, branch 30.
Yeah. Micah, Chester had multiple roads out.
Branch 30 night ops. I want to make you aware of an addition to your 204 in Division Tango. I don't think it made it on your sheet. They checked in this afternoon. They have been through briefing. They should be en route to Tango. It's a Type 6 engine, number E336.
There's Tango. He is Tango.
Negative for X304.
The Tango, and confirming they've been briefed in and know their leadership is engine 364, or should I take care of that?
It's in the regular night. If you can just tie the specifics of the division. Thank you.
Branch 30.
I'm seeing one thing that just is scary: incomplete lines. This is today's map. The light gray is incomplete lines. Look how the red is the fire's edge. And when they made the map this morning, the light gray hashes are incomplete. The darker black are the completed lines. And then they won't pencil it in as solid black until they've done firing and a lot of bulldozing and such of the vegetation that can burn, and a lot of clearing away of dead trees and such. They won't pencil that in as black. Black is super confident. They did pencil it in black over by the Dixie, and they had multiple contingency lines of black that it breached with flying embers. So,
44, 21, 21, 34.
I just don't see that they've had enough time to get everything done that they wanted to. So the burning off of stuff in the 50 corridor is good, because that's the wind tunnel where it could spread and race along the wind tunnel of the 50. I think they've done a lot of that, and Wildfire did a lot of that. That's it's good progress. But you know, I look for what looks good, but there's not much to be found. So I can't give you any opinion on how fast it might reach South Lake Tahoe. Hopefully not as fast as fire reached, went over Dyer Mountain and reached for Susanville and Janeville that night. That was crazy. The whole situation with fire being to the west of Antelope Lake, and all of a sudden it's on Janesville and Milford's doorstep, that escalated in just a couple of hours with long-range spotting. Same thing with Genesee. That escalated. It was fine one moment, and it was not fine in a couple of hours. So, CA fire scanner, sure, I'll take a look. It's he's a great resource. He's the Kiwi. You guys should throw money at him. He's the Kiwi that monitors California stuff with some sophistication. Just awesome. So he's saying and make sure you name the fires that you're talking about, guys. I want to watch Daniel Kern's here in just a second. The Whiskey Fire, Calaveras County. Multiple fires along Jesus Maria Road, or Jesus Maria Road, east of 26. The fire is just east of 26, 50 by 50 spot handled by a water tender. Incident Command thinks they have 3 different fires. The others are 2 to 5 acres each further along Jesus Maria. His camera is Jackson Butte 1. Let's look. Daniel Kearns will have to wait a little bit. The heck. So, very light, very pale. Hard to see anything. 51 minutes ago, Craig Philpott, I'm going to retweet this if you have the Twitter. I don't have permission to, use his footage or anything. Fire was backing down the south side of the canyon on the Caldor above Whitehall, California, Highway 50 corridor. The fire has reached the river just east of Whitehall. That's something I just retweeted. And they're very quiet right now in the Caldor. The nighttime shift happens. That's when we get a little bit of a lull of things. But man, we don't need new fires. Whitehall. Okay, so that's where this is what I just read about Philip's post. The thing is to watch that right there. Look back at the chat. Heather says I was in LT when the Beckworth complex exploded. I thought the people might have been evacuating Tahoe because traffic not moving. The locals I spoke to thought pyrocumulus clouds were a thunderstorm instead, and I thought evacuate. Yep. That's why fire education is so important. It's not a thunderstorm. It's not fog. Alright, thanks for the tip. We'll monitor this. Strange happenings in Calaveras County. Let's see here. Already have what out? I'll try to read chat backwards. And you're right, Mika. Chester had multiple roads out, got down to one before they evacuated, and then all roads were blocked. Chester was surrounded. That's another scary thing. When you have a bowl in a lake, you could have a town surrounded by fire. Water evacuation, it was universally decided that was not a good idea. Okay, guys, it's time for Daniel. Well, keep an eye on those new fires for me. What does Daniel have to say? Whoopsie, I should turn that on.
Friday, August 27th, just before 1 p.m. I'll give you a fire update here. So, in Taylorsville, Crescent Mills, Greenville, North Arm, right? Everything remains the same on Huff, remains the same behind Crescent Mills, same around Greenville. That you're gonna see smokes and flames, interior, and all this stuff. There is still heat out there, but it should be well interior. Shouldn't be anything that we need to worry about spreading. If you do see something that is a threat to a structure or to getting back into the canopy or something like that, then you'd want to call that in. But it should just be, there's going to be a lot of smokes and flames out there that are not a threat to us. Some changes. You see the Buffalo Ranch is all black now. All black in Peters Creek. Black all the way up to Foreman's Ravine there, which is continuing to cool off. Continuing to cool off up on Mountain Dorado. You can have a look. Still pretty smoky, but as you can see, this little hump right here is what we saw smoking yesterday, and I see very little smoke coming up out of there. So that did a great job cooling off. We probably had about, I would say on Mount Jura, from what we can see from Taylorsville, the whole thing, about half the trees survived. So it could have been worse, right? Everything then going out, everything's cooling off along the Genesee Road, all the way out, everything along the north side. Look, you can see here a lot of this from Flournoy Bridge all the way to where the road meets the western side of Hosselkus, the Hosselkus drainage there, Pat. Here's the Genesee store. So black all the way through all there. That's good news. The fire has not made it across the road on this part that still continues to be red. None of these structures have been lost that I'm aware of. It's been a few days since I've driven out there, but talking with the leadership every day, no structures have been lost. Same goes for the Genesee Valley Ranch. Same goes for the structures out along the Ward Creek Road there. Structures up here that go up in the Five Bears area And along all that, they're prepping all those. They're pretty impressed with some of those structures back in there, so the crews are doing a good job, doing the best they can. Get those ready for the fire to get there. It's more than likely going to, but same as it has in most of these places. When the fire comes, they've prepped the structures well, and they're able to coax it around them. To my knowledge, the houses back up here on the Walker Mine Road or the Beckworth-Taylorsville Road, depending on what map system you want to use. To my knowledge, none of those have been lost. They've all, even the ones that are within the burn area there. I will try to double check that. I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure what the chances are of me getting back in there. So that's the update on there. No structures lost that I know of. This fire does continue to spread out. This is the, let's go back over here to the Walker spot real quick. Their dozer line coming back up in here off the valley floor and heading up is held well. This bit where there is no dozer, they're trying to use the roads to hold it there. That's been giving them some problems. We'll just have to see how that develops. So that is wanting to push out here, towards Mount Angles. Then this Grizzly spot over here continues to push the Grizzly Ridge coming upslope this way, and continues to spread out to the southeast there through that little Grizzly Creek. This is the Walker Mine Road again, so it's pushing out towards Walker Mine, Peel Ridge. This is Peel Ridge. Some people were thinking that Peel Ridge might have been on Mount Jura or somewhere. Peel Ridge is the ridge that runs in between Ward Creek and Grizzly Creek. Right? So Peel Ridge is right out there. Here's Genesee, the face of Peel Ridge, the northern face there comes down right at the Genesee store. They have been doing some firing off the top of, minimal as they can, but firing off the top as this thing comes up so that it loses some heat and doesn't hit this dozer line system as well. Nothing has changed, so there's nowhere that I'm aware of where the fire has crossed the dozer line towards Quincy, right? Quincy's sitting down here, right? Greenhorn over here, right? Nothing has been breached there yet. On this western side, so that amazingly ballsy hand line system that they were trying to hold this fire in the drainage with there, that didn't end up working. They got pushed out of there yesterday. So the only piece right now that seems to be threatening Taylorsville is this fire front still has the ability to come around through the Montgomery Creek drainage and still come up at Taylorsville from the south. So, unless we get a very specific and significant wind event that really pushes this thing hard this way, it's going to be a long time creeping around in here. This growth is really old. You have a lot of 200-300 foot tall trees in there that have been growing for so long. That canopy has really covered up the floor, so there's not a lot of brush or undergrowth in there. It's mostly just this almost old growth canopy. So that fire is, and it's really rocky too. So that fire is just going to kind of creep around in here. It could be quite some time, barring any sort of, like I said, wind event or weather event that really pushes it. It's going to be quite some time and creeping around here, right? I would imagine it's held in this drainage for, I believe, like 4 or 5 days now, right? So, so we could have, a significant amount of time, a week or so, before it comes around here. Just to prepare everyone, should this fire make it around to where it's coming down, it gets to the top of that slope that goes right down into Montgomery Creek, that would be probably a trigger point for them to start backfiring off of the dozer line that goes around Cemetery Hill. So just please be prepared for that. I understand. I share feelings. I really don't like the backfiring. Some people are very, very, very upset with the backfiring and very frustrated. I am as well. For better or for worse, please understand that given the weather, the condition of the forest, the number of resources we have, right, all these things we've been talking about, this backburning is the only tool really that is working, right? So I know it's awful. I know it's terrible to see even more of our woods and natural world getting burnt. Unfortunately, it's really the only tool that the system has to use to stop the fire effectively. Backburning and dozer lines, right? And just know that the manager, they're trying to do everything they can to put this off as long as they can, and to do it strategically and in a way where tree mortality, as they call it, is kept to a minimum, right? Again, not just lighting off from the bottom, starting at the top, bringing the fire down in increments, just like they did on Mount Jura. Those of you who watched that play out on Mount Jura, I think, should agree with me that fire's done a very good job in most places, just kind of backing down and doing a good understory burn with some.
I want to point out that understory is like the bushes, the dead logs, the saplings, seedlings. It means that when they're backfiring, just doing the understory is clearing out that brush, and that's beneficial. It fertilizes the land, and it doesn't generally take any healthy adult tree that's of any size. I mean, occasionally it might, because it'll climb up a sap waterfall, so to speak, on a distressed tree, but honestly, those trees probably wouldn't make it anyway. If they're bleeding sap everywhere, it's a sign of ill health. Or attacked by disease or bugs. So that's what he says with understory.
With some exceptions, of course, but for the most part, it's worked well. I think that's about all I have for the fire. I want to have some other things to share with you guys. One of the themes that I've been pushing out here is there's things that we're angry about, things that we're frustrated with.
Water boys, water tender pattern.
And I've been encouraging people to not take their anger and frustration out on the boots on the ground, firefighters, law enforcement, the PG&E employees, right? That we're all on the same team, and I hold to that. I also, I've been encouraging people to take their anger and frustration out on the management, on the decision makers, and I'll still stand with that. I just do want to correct or maybe add perspective to that. Like a lot of these CEOs or commanders or board of directors, right? Though they're making some of these decisions that are definitely negatively affecting us, they are also ultimately just scapegoats, right? For the real criminals that are afoot here. And those criminals, I want to encourage you that you can find them, right? It's all public. It's all
okay. All right. We just wanted an update on Genesee. What were you saying? That's Commando. That kind of alarmed me. You said, what on earth is the massive fire blowing out between Dixie and Caldor? What? What do you mean? Is that a joke? I don't see one. Here's our satellite. It's halfway between. It's off scale modus. What? That we would know about something like that by now. Are you looking at something random? On a base? Several thousand acres burning at Area 51. Okay. What are you meaning? Are you talking about somebody else saying that? Or are you saying that? Because I'm just, that was kind of out of left field, that statement. I don't believe there is any other fire in between them. Okay, so let's see. Do we have another video update from Daniel? Because the purpose of this channel is not to point fingers and make vigilante things or find out who criminals are. You know, we just want to monitor things, and we have to go back to monitoring things. So, Simone, who is Simone? I have no idea what's going on. Could it be just spotting? You know, could it be just spotting? Because that's known to, you know, happen, guys. The one at Calaveras County, they're not out. They're not contained. Everything we saw going on here with the cams, these that affected this area by here, by Sonora here, are not out. Oh, text to speech, gotcha. I was like, who's Simone? These fires aren't out. The ones that we've been monitoring, remember? So, yeah, let's talk about defensive space. Could I use my sprinkler to wet down my house? And I did 200-foot defensible space around it. Well, before you left, but it would be dry in just a matter of hours. And then if you set up a sprinkler system, which would be a great thing, on your roof and up under the eaves and all that, on a kind of a light spray to a mist sort of thing. The problem is you run your well dry, especially in this drought, because you might be evacuated and not allowed back in for 2 weeks. We come back to a dry well, and maybe the fire crews showed up to help defend your house, and they looked and said, hey, everything's dry. It would also fail if you didn't reinforce your pump house and put it on special ways of generating. But it would be a good idea if you had a pro setup that would only turn on when it detected massive heat of some sort. You know, automatically come on when the time is right, like right before impact. Because when these winds whip up, even if they're not in a firestorm, wind-driven fire, you can walk outside completely, in your birthday suit with wet long hair down to your waist and be dry in a matter of like 10 minutes in front of these fires. More like probably 4 minutes. Like you'd be dry and your lips cracking and almost 0% humidity in front of a fire. So retardant is a better option for now. You can buy your Phos-Chek or whatever it is that Blanco Lirio was espousing. That might be good for a couple of days. Slather that on the house, put that in the yard with a note, firefighters, please apply more if you wish. I'm sure they have their own, but if yours is handy, they might put a fresh coating on. But don't stay to defend with the hose, and don't leave water on and leave. Too many people come back to find a green yard and her house burned to the ground. My brother was doing his morning watering in Paradise. I don't think he left everything on. If he did, it was probably just because they dropped their forks and knives at the breakfast table and ran for their lives when the chaos ensued. I mean, wouldn't it have been purposeful? But I came to his completely burned to the foundations house, and, well, there was some green grass at the end of the driveway and some roses that survived. Nothing will really protect your house by turning on the yard water. Nothing at all. Like, just don't, if there is a well or a system, when they show up at your place, they need all the water they can do to try to help your place. So I'm not even seeing a GOES satellite heat detection at all. It's burning my eyes, being a little bit too bright here. And so, yeah, we were looking at the cam, the Jackson Butte cam, which I'm not even sure where this is. Oh, it's pretty far north of the area, but it's looking, it's probably zoomed very far. But, it doesn't have to be too big. Just a couple of acres in size to give us a heat detection. Looks like there never was one. That might be a very small affair. Looking at flight radar, I wouldn't think that aircraft would be responding now because nighttime is almost unheard of. Just trying to get my head around this situation. Remember, there's only 2 aircraft in the game in California right now that can fly at night and do night drops. I mean, they might go look at it, scout it, but that's an Aero Commander. Could be. A Beach Green, yeah. Going over to look. But are they looking at the existing fires or trying to figure out the other one? We never did good feed about this. We never had a good broadcastified feed. Am I seeing the Dixie fire on Cal Topo near the lower Taylorsville? Alright, let's check it. Here's Indian Ridge. Just don't know what the heck you're referring to. We've got the smoke layer, and we've been seeing this night after night, as Daniel told us we would, that some of the fire would just play out around northeastern parts of Indian Valley. So there's Indian Ridge. Can't even see fire from East Quincy right now. Too much smoke. That would basically have the effect of dampening down the fire. No, I have no idea what you're referring to. We could look at the Dyer Mountain cam. In fact, didn't I have that up? Gotta close some tabs. Did we have a West Zone meeting that I missed? I never got an answer, or I missed it. Or did I not play it? We played the East Zone. That was very, very good. They're very frank. 7 hours ago, there was their operational update of earlier today. Seeing the Indian Valley like that is hard. They reduced evacuations around Lassen County. There was a meeting we saw. I check it there to make sure there's no new info or evacuation stuff. It's on goes, Cal Topo. All right. Okay, let's zoom over there. So I would think that if that was massive, wouldn't we see that from the Quincy cam? Looking right at it. Look at Leak Springs, okay. Look back to the Caldor real quick. Where did I put Leak Springs? There's Omo Ranch. Alright, let's turn on radio. Caldor radio's back on. Weren't they planning to do these firing ups over here? I missed half the meeting, but that's what the retardant was about. Yeah, I mean, right now, I think the wind's pretty dead. Because the smoke's over it. Now, we do have the feed on. They're just not seeing anything right now. Yeah, KCRA had a 7:15 p.m. update. Crews have managed to contain part of the wildfire that sparked in Calaveras County near New Melonias Lake Wednesday and prompted those evacuations. Called the Arola Fire, it burned at least 700 acres near Parrots Ferry Road. And the bridge, it was 50% contained as of Friday night. Animal shelter information. This fire ignited about the same time as another one in Grass Valley, which also prompted evacuations. And when people go, why did they happen at the same time? That's because vegetation fires break out multiple times a day in summer in every single county on the West Coast. That's just typical. If you look at Pulse Point and see vegetation fire, they're usually a couple acres in size, and you just don't hear about them unless you're looking at Pulse Point, which shows in real time what emergencies are happening in which counties. So I could click right now, Kern County right now. Medical emergency at 10:20. Traffic collision at 10:01 p.m. Medical emergency at 9:49. Medical emergency at 9:44. Vehicle fire was at 9:24 p.m. And there's still some engines over there on it, I think. Mutual aid occurred at 7:11 p.m. Medical emergency, blah, blah, blah. Illegal fire was in Kern County today by Bakersfield, 8:52 p.m. Scrolling down. Outside fire was in Bakersfield today on Oliver Street at 6:56 p.m. Scrolling down. Vehicle fire, 6:17 p.m. This is just Kern County. This happens multiple times a day. Structure fire, Cascade Falls, Bakersfield. However,
go ahead for Division Golf.
Hey, did you get a size of the, swap over a spot, and then do you have the resources to deal with that?
This is Caldor.
My understanding is a couple acres. We just have one engine engaged. And have two on the way.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to get two more engines if possible.
We do have a new view. Maybe it'll pan. It seems to be panning around.
Yeah, the water tender too. I have my 12-hour that's heading in.
Yeah, I'll see if I can order one up. I think we have one for the whole division. Correction, for the whole branch. One of the 24 hours lost an operator, so do you have one up there?
Yeah, I have a 12-hour with authorization. I'll hold them if possible.
Do you have water tender 20,324?
Negative. Branch 10 pulled them about 3 hours ago to Division Delta.
Uh-oh. Delta is over there by Sly Park-ish, Pleasant Valley. They went door to door with evacuations. There's a spot fire there then. Okay, so this person, Craig Philippot, excuse me, I typed Philip. He keeps driving around Highway 50. He photographed a bear today, or videotaped a bear by the Strawberry Lodge, but we have to remember we have to take it one day at a time if the towns are surviving or not. Just because they survive one day doesn't mean they do it again and again. But we can't just assume despair either, because a lot of small towns like Markleyville make it. Westwood's still there. And sometimes the smaller towns are easier to defend. It really depends. So I would say definitely check him out. I can't show too much of his work here because I don't have like permission. I think he might be a journalist, and but holy mackerel, I would be linking to him and others. I try to retweet that as much as I can because he's doing us a great service by driving around there. But I ran out of characters in the description of this video to recommend more people. Oh yeah, I would have tried to give the bear some water too, but maybe like lay down a bucket and then run back into my vehicle. Yeah, I think it was scratching itself, and I flipped out thinking it was hyperventilating. Action 911 photography, that's a good one too. I don't think they're the same. Here, let me give you guys a real link. I think they're different. I think they're different. Here you guys go. Does anybody know if High Ranch Hill and it is called Apple Hill, if it has survived? Is that what you mean? They have a new spot fire they're trying to contend with right now in the Caldor. And I'm hoping this will pan around and show it. It doesn't seem like it will. This camera view is from Tahoe, looking, that way. From somewhere east of SLT, up on a hill. It looks like. I have never found one website. This is their Facebook. This is their YouTube. You guys could check this out on YouTube too, but you're supposed to not link other YouTube things. People like leave your video. I don't care. Here it is. Bookmark it. It's not calibrated. There should be much more purple, especially at nighttime as vegetation cools off. Cold things are purple like water. So when you see all of the vegetation yellow, they did not calibrate this. I don't know why it takes them so long to do that. But, well, we have what we have. Mostly when it's calibrated right, the brightest yellow, bright white is open flame. And as you can see now, don't be confused by rocks. They take the heat of the day, like the 90-degree heat, or the heat of the wildfire, and retain that throughout much of the night. And they'll look pretty yellowish too. But you have to look at water or like shaded forest. See if it's purple. If it's not, there's something a bit off. But this lets us see through smoke. It's pretty dang cool. Apple Hills, west of Pollock Pines, close to Camino. Okay. We look. Yeah, I'll probably have to say El Dorado County. No, okay. So I don't see a heat detection. Don't see a fire perimeter there. There's a couple of cams. You cams might, whoops, not Danaher, overlook it.
Brand 10 trainee, division call, man.
Let's listen. It probably.
Yeah, I have an update about 5 to 10 acres.
This is a swap over that's in between sections 27 and 34.
Aha! Found it. Section 27 and 34.
It'll be between section 33 and 34. West side of the 9. The 9 intersects the 10.
slop over. Meaning,
Branch 10 trainee, Division Golf. It'll be section 33 and 34 where the 9 and the 10 intersect on the west side.
Copy. I had that marked down as a slop over already from earlier this morning. My question to you is, that's that whole island that's probably going to burn out anyways. Wasn't that in the area where the dozer is stuck?
No, this is to the west of that on the other side of the dozer line, where the 9 intersects the 40.
Yeah, copy. I got that. I got intel from one of the captains this morning that already had that, or close to that, already burning out there. So, containing that, isn't that just over that's down by the dozer?
Yeah, my understanding, and from looking at it this morning, it was still on the east side of the dozer line, going up the 9.
Lots of structures here. Oranges and structures. It's hard to it's real hard to make it show up. I don't have a darker background really. Yeah, that one doesn't work. Right. So when they're talking about sections, and they first out. And mute that for you as that continues to be rocking my ears. When they're talking about sections, sometimes it's hard to tell, but you zoom in on the topo maps. And if they say their division and such, then it gives you a good clue, but sometimes it's hard to know what they're talking about. But we got lucky on that one, but that's a lot of structures to defend. So let's look at fire activity. We'll watch that and see if it moves. Hopefully it won't. I'm sure they'll squawk about it if it does anyway. Right. So Bug says an LA Times article says the flames at Caldor got up to 6,800 feet last night in elevation. Yeah. Crazy. My hero worship is confined to Liam Neeson. Is that because he's Aslan? I approve. Okay. But guys, I'm going to type here. Make sure you hit the live button if you rewind my channel, or else you can be talking about things I spoke about 3 hours prior. Sometimes lag makes people go behind in time, and all of a sudden they're cracking jokes about what I said 3 hours ago, and I'm like, well, so
Engine 284, Division Golf on Command 109.
I don't think you would have to go to Pollock Pines to get to Apple Hill. It could spot over from here. Like, what if that happened? I mean, it's climbing around on 50. What about that? I would like us in chat to talk with a bit more. I speculate it would have to go through Pollock Pines. I really need to enforce that. Don't tell people. what the fire would have to do to reach somebody's place. Remember, they could be sitting there wanting to know if they would evacuate. You give them advice like, oh, the fire has to go through this first. You better be damn certain you're gambling with their life. You know, they may make decisions based on your advice. We can't do that. We're not the experts here. We're not there. We're sitting in our armchairs looking at the monitor. And while you may be well-meaning, you have to keep saying stuff like, well, in my opinion, this would happen. And please don't say anything with like authority in my channel where people might think it's me saying that and that you're repeating me. When people come into my channel, they're mostly looking for answers from me. And I can't keep up with chat. And so we just need to be real careful about that. You know, locals with local knowledge and people with expertise in this, your opinions are very valid and very wanted, but we can't do dangerous things like say a fire has to do this to get to your place. Like, are you there? Have you surveyed it? Are you, these don't tell us where the fire is. These are new heat detections from space. We don't even see the fire. What that means is if a fire is low near somebody's place, I'm just going to draw a random spot on the map, okay? Don't confuse this with a fire detection map or a fire tracking map. It's not. If fire is here and it's just been at a low level of activity for beyond 6 hours, you don't get a square. Gray is within the last 6 hours. There has to be a flare-up big enough to be detected from space for it to trigger again. Is fire here? Yeah, there is, but you wouldn't know about it from looking at this map. There could be fire right there, and here, or here. But as long as it's not flared up in the last 6 hours, this is invisible. It's invisible. This is we have to be real clear on things. We can't give people survival advice or say in stone, you know, to reach your place. This is what fire has to do. We have to let people know that we are speculating. The way we know is listening right now. We're listening to what's actually going on. Like the camera shows us this at Somerset, and we had no idea whether or not it was a backfire operation or whatever. What if we had been watching this and watching the airplanes hitting it, but we didn't have the radio on today? We could have just thought that it was all under control and not a bad situation. We turned on the radio and said, crews evacuate, and then we perked up and said, wow, that's a problem. You have to get the best idea. We are the blind men and the elephant, feeling around the elephant, trying our best to describe the elephant with the different tools. So one of these is a tool, this map's a tool, the radio's a tool. What they tell us to the public is a tool of finding out info. Looking at historical data, looking at the cams, these are all tools. We are still blind, we're not there. We have had new spread here. Do they do retardant drops at night? You know, those helicopters are mostly, I think they're water-based. I've seen them, the two of them, there's only two of them, the National Guard helicopters. They seem to be dipping out of water lakes and such and putting out spot fires to be supporting the crews. Retardant is generally put on vegetation. It's a speed bump for fire. You don't hit the fire with it. And so what they can see, either if they have FLIR or if they have night vision goggles, whatever tool they have, you have to have some of those. Whatever they're using, they're seeing the flames. But regular straight up vegetation would be harder to see. It's just dark at night. Look at all the needles falling off in the wind here. So there's Dire Mountain showing what's going on in Indian Valley. Where's my FLIR? So I wouldn't think they're doing retardant. I think they could see the heat with their night vision and heat detecting whatever they have to see. And at night, wetting down structures in danger, wetting down the line right as a fire approaches it, wetting down the smaller fires and putting them out, I believe is what their typical mission is. It's raining in Sly Park. That's the fire suppression system on their roof. Isn't it? Okay, here's JB. Here's the expert. He has something to say. Air tankers stop at sunset. Helos can use retardant if a retardant helispot is set up. Does that typically happen at night, though? I mean, I would think that would be very difficult to see. What we can do is track them, and you'll see whether or not they're dipping, going into a body of water. All that's pine needles, ash, and a little bit of their fire suppression system, the best that we've come to understand. During the day, you can see the water kind of drop off. So the difference, the ash is the small round particles. The longer ones are oftentimes the needles. Smaller, and some of them that look wet, like shiny long things, seem to be the sprinkler on this building. I don't believe it's raining. We were wondering about that. We looked at the windy, we looked at the radar, and at one point there was some clouds above it. And we speculated on rainfall, but then we hit the rainfall button here on windy, and there's no measurable. It's just a cloud. So if we look like right now, winds are in knots. What is it? 12:27 p.m. It's went over by Pollock Pines. JB, by the way, they're requesting help on a spot that's over here, and we've been able to find. And so there's action still here that we might be able to see a little bit on the cams. I'm hoping they'll get some nighttime drops, but there's only 2 certified to do that with the training. It's extremely dangerous. Just unheard of kind of dangerous. Okay, so we're on 4 p.m. It's now 11 o'clock. Reversal is supposed to happen. So there's supposed to be 7 mile-per-hour wind gusts after 11. 7 mile-an-hour sustained winds, temperature of 66 degrees, and 15 mile-an-hour wind gusts, east wind blowing to the west, right, as shown. I wish there was a way to just look at a wind gauge right now, like where's the nearest weather station? Do we have a way to just check what the nearest weather station is? You'd think it would have a constantly updating wind speed rather than this kind of a deal. But those gusts could be quite a problem and cause spots towards the west tonight. Tomorrow, but 2 a.m., more of a sustained wind, not by much, 8 to 9-ish, but look, those nice low temperatures, 63 degrees. 63 degrees. Until the wind should be blowing to the west. The east wind should be blowing to the west till about 10 or 11 in the morning. It'll shift back, blowing towards northeast, east by northeast. So JV says division on the Caldor is a challenging area right now. Yeah, Division Delta. Right, we're looking at these. We're looking at this. Yeah, they went door to door. Most people cooperated with evacuation, thank goodness. They slammed that with retardant and pulled out dozer crews. And after they did their door-to-door, they met back at Pleasant Valley and just called in recently a slop-over. So we're waiting on pins and needles for them to report on how that's going. But with wind gusts tonight, we're hoping for another midnight miracle. We just don't know how often the winds are gusting. But it could be quiet for 2 hours and then whoosh, you'll see a giant big white thing on the cam, and you'd be like, oh my god. And what I keep reminding people of is that's the nature of the nighttime wind gust movement. Whoa, it looks huge, it's exploding, but then 20 minutes later it's died back down to almost nothing, and then whoosh, it's exploding, oh my god, and then died back down to nothing. That's just what typical we see on the cam, so I don't want people to freak out. You'll drive yourself insane watching the nighttime cams. But crews are out there, they've been working all day. Nighttime crew is here with their 50 lunch orders, 50 lunches, 30 of them vegetarian, and 15 Gatorades. Yeah, Division D is Delta. So if you go to InstaWeb, you guys can have access to all the maps I have too. And you'll see which division it is and what they're talking about. And they'll say, the fire's over by, say, I'm making this up, Meldip. Well, there's Meldip. And the fire's over by, making this up, Dip 57 or something, and it would be here, right? So this will help you out greatly. And there's a new one of these coming out every day. They're issued in the morning. So even by the time they're printed, they're a little bit out of date. But this is perfect for figuring out, like, where's what. They'll say the break between Whiskey and Alpha. That's that. If I'm right, JB? Am I right? That's a division break, this symbol. I keep confusing that with sections, but there's a handy key here. No, it's a branch break. Okay, division break is the curvy ones. I'm trying to tell these apart. Okay, so if it says, the branch or the division break, you go and see. So here is an actual branch break, the curvy, Whiskey, and I don't know what U is. Is U umbrella? You get the picture. B is Baker. Bravo, I thought. I don't believe there is one right now. They did something the other day. They seem to have combined one. Somebody said the other day, there is no Gulf. And I was like, oh, okay. Uniform. Thank you. Uniform. Thanks. So we can look back at the Somerset camp. I was hoping this FLIR would be worth a darn, but does not appear to be. You can see some smoke. Smoke's quite hard to see on these. The whole idea is see through it. But you can see smoke. And that would be kind of, oh, okay, it just pivoted. You can see that it's coming up. Well, it was looking there, kind of by 50. So I was speculating that could be activity we couldn't see coming up from the spot over 50. But this, if it's going to constantly rotate and be out of sync again, we might have a hopeless, crazy-making wild goose chase. Try to figure out where that is. Sadly, I don't see any mention of nighttime drops, and I don't see much possibility of that with this smoke. I was hoping maybe we'd see them at the French. We're very worried for Kernville. They were operating down here at a time, but let's go look at Kernville. There's Shirley Peak. Or we'll look at French Fire, I mean. Shirley Peak. Rocky Point. Still flames above Wolford Heights, excuse me. Wow, the Tobias Peak cam. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse of the French Fire real quick. We'll go back. There's a dead calm in Reno, Mark says. Wow. Good. Dead calm in Pleasant Valley. Good. That's a window. See, whether or not a spot gets big or a slop over becomes a crisis can depend on, do they have like an hour of the wind dying down? Well, boom. react and pounce on it. If the winds gust up too frequently, their ability to do that diminishes, and they just kind of say, man, this is unpredictable, we're going to retreat to safety. So, but yeah, it is raining a lot of ash in Slide Park, and a lot of needles too. The way we found out that they were needles is they collected all over the cam when the cam was wet. So, I'm glad to see you, Bugs, by the way. So where is the fire at now? Still moving towards the summit at 50? Well, that's what we're listening for. We have multiple points where it's at, all over 50. And that was the French fire. We should keep looking at that. The smoke blanket is keeping it tamped down. When you have the smoke, it's the lid on the frying pan situation. And so this is a good thing to see, that we could barely see the fire. That's good. And presence of smoke is generally because there's not much wind to blow it away. So they were talking about it being present tonight. So pretty much a snowball's chance of seeing any nighttime drop action anywhere there's smoke here. And maybe we're having our midnight miracle around 11 or between 11 and midnight. Sometimes it looks like it's lost. All hope is lost for a neighborhood. But they go, guys, we got this opportunity window. And at their own risk, they insert themselves. Well, carefully, but still at their own risk. So we've gotten a lot of images of 50 on fire within the last 24 hours. But unless they say something like strawberry's gone, we don't know. They would probably be saying, we need help. We need backup. Help at Strawberry. Help at Twin Bridges. What is that? Division, Juliet, and what's I, guys? I would say India or Indigo, but really, what do they do? Those guys help each other a lot. And we know they wanted to do a lot of backfiring here. Maybe this is the right time of night to do it. So unless they're squawking help, oh no, we just remain calm throughout the night. So, yeah, I haven't seen much rain since May, mega drought, absolutely. This is the race against time. The clock is ticking. It is 11:38 p.m. They are racing against time until Sunday's taster of the wind, which I was in the middle of looking at with Windy. Yeah, it keeps changing. Every day they're saying, yeah, the wind will be fierce and bad. It fluctuates between, say, 42 mile an hour wind gusts and 45. It also depends on where you plant this flag. Get it closer to the wind tunnel of 50 and you get the more purple. The purple is scary. The green is the light wind, right? I'm going to show you a trick. The green is the light wind. The orange is a little bit concerning. The purplish stuff is like, kind of like in a thunderstorm, right? The heavy, heavy hail is in the purple. So this is what most people look at, and you have to fast forward time to the date in question. So here's 10 a.m. on Monday, when it's going to be bad, and Tuesday might just be hell, but you know what? Maybe Monday and Tuesday will both be hell, as far as wind conditions go. Most people stop here and they go, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it does, actually. You're not reading it right. This is sustained. When you plant the flag here, just touch. That's sustained. There's a different button for the gusts. Oh. Okay. Which fires are going to be affected by that? Mostly it's Caldor. Some stuff down into all the way down to Mammoth Lake, sort of. And this is just what predict. Generally you shouldn't trust a forecast a couple days out, but Holt Hanley said wind is different. Wind is usually the most accurate part of the forecast when you're looking at fire weather, which was news to me. I think he's a wonderful person explaining this to us. The humidity, how bad do things get, depends on Haynes index. You don't want to see a 5 and 6. You don't want to see humidity that's low, especially not the 9% or whatever it could be. Heck yeah, I think it was something like that for tomorrow. You want to see nice humidity recovery at night, but we're not really having that, which sucks. So gusts are bad enough. You don't want to see them driven by sustained winds in between the wild gusting. What do we have? 14 mile an hour sustained winds too. Now there's a couple more factors like temperature. A lower temperature, well, what's the fire triangle? Heat, fuel, and oxygen. The wind brings the oxygen, like a woohoo. Lower temperatures do matter, but they're not as important as things like the wind speed, humidity. What's the humidity recovery? What's the humidity of the day? Sustained plus gusts is bad, extremely bad. It's the most important thing here. People are asking me when would I remove myself if I lived at South Lake Tahoe or any place in front of a fire. It's those conditions. Sustained winds over 12 miles an hour, pretty bad. Wind gusts beyond 35, I would be like, okay, packing my bags up, let's make our final arrangements. And then humidity below 20% is pretty dang bad, but single digit, okay, that's extremely bad. I believe that's what's in our forecast. We should check out the thing that JB showed me. Let me bring it back up. Let's hear the fire weather forecast. This is there every day. And I closed the dang window. But the forecast out of Redding is the one-stop shopping, all you need to know. They're the ones telling the fire crews what's what. It's better than NOAA. Yeah, thank you much, JB, for showing me. They make the decisions on how dangerous it's going to be. See the pine needles stuck all over the lens? That's what I want to show you guys. Let's look at Placerville right now. They make their decisions, and they get several times a day updates from Redding saying this is the fire weather forecast. They'll make decisions like, should we pull out of a ravine where we're doing good work? If they say winds are going to pick up and humidity is going to drop and or the smoke cloud's going to lift, that's how they do it. That's why half the time we're listening to the radio, we get interrupted by a random weather thing, right? So we have access to this too. So let me go, but to finish my sentence, the weather forecast is what I listen to get away from the downwind of a mega fire. Does the smoke consistently blow towards you every day or most days? That's generally the way the fire wants to go. Can humans stop it? Maybe. Notice how they're not giving guarantees. That would be reckless and foolhardy because they don't know if they can stop it, honestly. Don't wait till you're told. Just the closer you are to a highway that's paved and a quick way out, the safer you are, and the more luxury of time you theoretically have. Just, of course, not in a traffic jam. But if you're on a dead-end driveway up on a hill, gravel road to get down to a highway, and then you depend on that highway to be free of car accidents and fallen trees and traffic jams to escape, then recognize your own specific vulnerability and leave way before you're told. That's the best course of action. So let's go back and look at that fire weather forecasting that I keep forgetting to bookmark. Hang on. Predictive services, guys. Name of the game. So, the predictive services. We'll have a little video to watch. I still have the radio on. It says the connection is good. So, they'll probably scare me and randomly cue up the microphone, and if I yelp, that's what happened. So, it's one of the world's worst websites to navigate. Seems like it was probably designed in 1992. What was this, HTML4? But you go over here, and you find the fire weather webcast, updated daily during fire seasons. This is cool. So first of all, here's the main link, guys. I'd have this in the description of my video. I ran out of room. Then the next thing you do is look down to webcasts and videos. Then they got cool stuff for us to watch with groovy music. So like here's today's. I know it's... I should have played this earlier, but when I sat down, there was an instant crisis. So I couldn't play it earlier. So here we go, 5 minutes long.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Friday, August 27, 2021. The most recent...
What? Sorry. Let's hear what they have to say.
Romeo Trinity for Caldor Communications. Go ahead.
Good evening there. All Romeo day shift equipment are off the line and route to camp.
Caldor Communications copies 2245.
Where is Romeo? Ah, okay. Sorry, that's just their daily check-in.
Recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows a low pressure system passing to the north and northeast of the region, while the heart of the ridge remains offshore. A distinct dry intrusion can be seen over the area, as indicated by the orange and reddish shading. Visible imagery this morning shows abundant amounts of smoke, both at the surface and aloft across northern California. Large areas of smoke will continue through the afternoon and affect solar radiation reaching the ground. The marine layer intrusion and depth was fairly minimal this morning, with low clouds relegated to the north coast. These clouds will mostly erode by midday. The region will remain caught between a more active jet stream to the north and stronger ridging to the south and west through Saturday. The weak ridge should begin to break down Sunday, with more distinct troughing Monday and Tuesday as the jet moves overhead. Weak troughing could remain the latter half of the week, although confidence in the modeling is less. Temperatures will be above normal pretty much area-wide through the weekend, although smoke will take the edge off the more significant heat in areas. Cooling trend for next week and getting back to near average. Gusty northerly breezes will affect the Sacramento Valley and surrounding foothills this morning. Expect peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but locally a little higher in the known gaps. This forecast image is valid at 1100 today. The northerly wind flow will lessen within the Sacramento Valley this afternoon. However, locally gusty north-northwest winds will affect the coastal range, and locally breezy west-southwest winds will affect the greater Bay Area. Peak gusts will generally be 20 to 30 miles per hour in the gustier locations. The overall wind flow will be split or variable across the region today, as noted by this graphic. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. Gusty northerly and easterly winds will return tonight in favor of the higher ridges found across Del Norte and Siskiyou counties, as well as the Sacramento Valley and lower west slopes of the Cascade and Sierra ranges. Expect peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour, but locally up to 40 miles per hour in the known gap areas. This forecast image is valid at 0500 Saturday. The breezier northerly and easterly winds will lessen more rapidly as Saturday progresses and lead to a much lighter and variable wind flow during the afternoon. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Saturday. Locally breezy northwest, west, and southwest winds will return Sunday and provide peak gusts generally between 20 to 30 miles per hour. The stronger gusts should be found across the northern Sierra and Far East Side, as well as within the coastal range and Greater Bay Area. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Sunday. Gustier area-wide northwest, west, and southwesterly winds will develop Monday and Tuesday, with the jet becoming more focused over the area.
That's a mixed bag of nuts right there. Let's rewind so we understand this. Gustier area northwest. Okay. A northwest wind means it comes out of the northwest. The northwest wind, west wind, and southwest winds will develop Monday and Tuesday. Now that's not good. You want to be able to predict. If you want to put yourself in harm's way working on a fire, you want to have predictable winds, but that's going to be shifting. So that will develop Monday and Tuesday with the jet becoming more focused over the area. See why this is frightening?
Greater Bay Area. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Sunday. Gustier area-wide northwest, west, and southwesterly winds will develop Monday and Tuesday, with the jet becoming more focused over the area. The strongest winds should be found across the northern Sierra and Far East Side, but also include the Modoc Plateau and portions of the Bay Area coastal range. This GFS surface wind forecast is valid at 1700 Monday. The air mass will be unusually dry with minimum humidity values in the single digits and teens and 20s across a broad portion of the region through early next week. Recoveries will also be poor to moderate across most areas. The onshore flow should become deeper and provide some reprieve to the near coastal areas early next week.
Yay.
This forecast image is valid at 1700 Sunday. The 7-day significant fire potential product reveals a few days of high-risk conditions, including today for the Sacramento Valley's foothills, as well as the northern Sierra and Far East Side early week. The unusually dry air mass, coupled with periods of enhanced winds, will lead to several heightened fire danger periods during the next several days. Ventilation will also increase late weekend, and especially early next week, and allow more solar radiation to reach the ground. In summary, periods of enhanced fire danger during the next several days due to gustier wind flows accompanied with an unusually dry air mass. Gusty northerly winds will promote high-risk conditions within the Sacramento Valley foothills today, especially during the morning. Northwest, west, southwest winds will start to increase Sunday, but peak Monday and Tuesday with area-wide breeziness. A high risk has been issued for the northern Sierra and Far East Side Monday and Tuesday. The air mass will be noticeably drier and warmer area-wide through the weekend.
That's groovy. I sometimes wonder if he's trying to speak like that. Bueller. I love it though. I am a connoisseur of the corny. So you guys can check this out, for yourselves with the links I provided. That's every day. And we should be watching that every day. That would be like, how do I start my day? So looking back at, let's put a cam up and continue to monitor Somerset. They're not saying anything on the Caldor, and we usually don't have them say much until the crew shift completely changes. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse of that Somerset so you have something to look at. Yeah, we could use your expertise, Susie, who's a meteorologist. And by the way, thanks for all the pats on the head. It was chaos today, and I was kind of like attacked by a bunch of very small chickens, saying I didn't know my stuff, and just, the mansplaining crowd. So when you guys tell me I'm doing a good job in helping you, it helps me offset that stress where I am not here to deal with their crap. You know, you think I'm doing something wrong, go do something better. You'll be hard pressed. You know, I have a lot of experts here that are talking to me, and I'm just trying to give them a voice. And I'm talking about what I've been through and what history is here. And you know, being a local on the Dixie fire, I've got some pretty good insight on, well, what things will do. But I don't make stuff up. And so just when random people come in and they're either jokers and they're just weirdos, you know, it helps me to get the stress off when you guys let you know that I'm helping, because that is the motivation here. The moment that I don't think that I am, this ends. If somebody else can do it better, I would just breathe a sigh of relief and go, finally I can rest. This isn't what I want to be doing, you know. So, but back to what Susie was saying. Man, it's so good to have you here. Please share your opinions. Everybody who has expertise, everybody who's a local, we want your valuable opinions. Absolutely. And it's okay to share opinions. The thing I was talking about earlier is that, though, we can't do the dangerous thing and tell people like we're some sort of a prophet, oh, the fire won't come to your house unless it goes through this street and this street, or, you know what I mean? We have to say, my opinion is, in the chat, especially since people have, I'm honored to have a lot of trust placed in me. Sometimes when I'm too busy talking, my mods repeat what I've said. And if too many people repeat like a blank statement, that can be confused with what I've said. And holy mackerel, that's dangerous, you know. People are starting to take what I'm saying seriously because I do have so many experts around me, you know, making sure I'm saying the right things, correcting me. I know more about fire behavior and history in the landscape, but very little about how wildland firefighting is done, for example, or aviation. I want to be educated. I learn a lot from the experts here in the chat. So knowing that, a lot of people are putting a lot of weight into what I say, and we've got to be absolutely careful. The idea here is to help people and never ever give anybody a false sense of security or danger or false anything. So going back up here, just what Susie was saying, wind will be shifting from southwest to northwest as the cold trough moves through. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's so cool. You're a meteorologist. Tell us about your background. That's cool. This is the same pattern we've had the past few weeks. Eventually, we will see troughs draw in Pacific moisture. Usually, we get the first snow in the first 2 weeks of September, but is it going to be significant? That would be phenomenal. Would it be like fire in a mitigating way significant? So Susie says, this is the same pattern we've had the past few weeks. Eventually we'll see troughs draw in the Pacific Ocean. I already read that. Oh, Navy meteorologist, so wind, seas, and visibility is what we care about the most. Yeah. Learning mountain weather since living in Tahoe the past decade. Yeah. Yeah, I've only really been to Tahoe once within living memory. We've messed around going past it, you know, to Reno and things like that. I spent more time in the foothills and in the mountains by far than anywhere near Tahoe. But man, what a place. Steven says, think you're doing a fantastic job. Thanks. I actually need to work on not getting flustered and reacting to trolls too much. I come here to inform. It's like my class. If you don't like my class, there's the door, you know, with the people who are too disruptive. I want to be corrected by, you know, sane people with expertise and assertive communication style. But I'm not here to take any crap. Did Genesee just... Wow, Commando. We have no idea what's happening in Genesee. You know, this pattern of spots here are pretty much the same because we see them every single night. You know? Is CA fire scanner monitoring the Dixie? Every time I do, there's these horrible sounds. Okay, I'm going to stop Caldor. Start up Lassen County Fire Special. We watched their 6 p.m. meeting and such. Remember, this is margin of error. Most of this place has been on fire before, and with winds at night. Remember, somewhere, it could be this small, is a heat detection. That's almost 4 square miles. That's a big area, you know, that has flared up. And the nature of fire is to be in little, like, stripy areas and such as it climbs a certain place and goes up a ridge or goes down and this or that. Not all of it's on fire at once. So night after the area is on fire, it'll just find the unburned pockets of fuel. But we can continuously look at the... Wow, Tobias Peak looked amazing earlier. Whoa. Dire Mountain, we don't see any especially rambunctious activity. It was actually worse the other day. Let's do an Indian Ridge time lapse. I'm playing Dixie right now. Don't hear anything. Just they have every single building in Genesee and Taylorsville hooked up to a water spray system, which is just sweet. And we showed that Daniel Kern's videos and some of the other Lassen National Forest videos showed that elaborate structure protection system that they have. It's one of the crazy good things I've ever seen in my life. But I mean, if we were watching something massive, I mean, we'd see is Quincy's lights. One of the Quincy cams would show a glow. Like last night, we see nothing. Probably because it's so smoky, which probably means that the fire's at a low level of activity. We'll have to find out when the day breaks, and there's morning updates, probably from Daniel. So that's what were we talking about? The wind predictive services. Do you follow predictive services, Susie? Have you known about this resources? I think it's the bee's knees. I'm so glad JB showed me. Wow, it's almost beautiful at Tobias Peak.
9th Division, Papa, 22 Golf, Command 99.
Hey, there's Dixie. Everything is deadly, looks beautiful.
Yeah, just advising you that we're going to begin firing.
Break. And knife range 13. Knife
Papa. Yeah, it could. It could be.
Little lava flow down the primary line back to the west.
We're actually listening to Dixie.
Branch 13 on command.
Go ahead.
Branch 13, hey Josh, we're going to start ignition there with the plan we talked about a little while ago.
There you have it. They're starting ignition. They're backfiring. I mean, Dixie's a big fire. but at least somewhere on the Dixie they're starting backfiring. We heard that described by Daniel, and I already did go over there and look at it with CalTopo. Did you not notice that? Don't be too dramatic. The whole, for God's sake, look at CalTopo. You realize I was doing that probably as you were typing. Really, we have to be careful about not freaking people out. Alright. That noise is why we don't monitor Dixie around the clock anymore. I don't know what that is, but that's why I switched to Caldor. Okay, switching to Caldor again. See, these cams will drive you crazy, especially at night when infrared inflates the size of flames. Like here on Shirley, this is all heat. There's just flames down in here. That's the hot smoke. This is all hot smoke. Light and heat is what infrared cams are detecting. And boy, do they look gigantic the moment it goes into night vision. During the day, we can't see heat. Of course, you know, we can't see on the infrared spectrum, and at nighttime is when it shines, and that's when these cameras flip on over to it. That's why it's black and white on night vision cameras. It's infrared. It's the spectrum of heat as well as light. So when you have a blazing fire down there, when there's a lot of smoke, it looks way brighter because it's reflecting the light off the smoke too. There's that factor. FLIR, so much better because you can see not just black and white, but the purple and the yellow mixed together with more of a spectrum, and you go, oh, okay. And you can tell the difference between flames and well, smoke, because mostly smoke's invisible. I wish all the cams had this. I hope one day they do. See how different we could monitor fires, and we could respond to them quicker and with more accuracy and know what the heck's going on rather than speculate if we had this kind of a vision. So there's over 2 miles of open flame in front of south of Genesee. That's what we saw, guys. You may have access to that on Google Earth or something, but we also saw that on Facebook. I showed the pictures of Lassen National Forest. It kind of showed what's been on fire. Not in that picture group. Where was it? I was marking how that's really sad looking. And as Daniel was pointing out, and I was pointing out, there's unburned pockets of fuel that it'll always, find just as time goes by. Mountains don't cool down in a day. They exhaust their fuel, then start the cool down process. And wind fanning it up with the gusts at night and then dying down. Gusts at night, dying down. You'll see here on our Dyer Mountain Cam and others, Leak Springs and whatnot, you're going to see alarming white, and then it'll die down to nothing. That's the nature of the wind gusts at night. Maybe you could back me up, Susie, on that? What do you think? I would love to know that, Susie. What's typical gust pattern in the Tahoe areas, in the Sierras? How often do gusts come back when we have a general windy forecast like this? If you're still with us. Because it'll say, here's your wind gust, but how frequently do they fan up? I mean, in a windstorm, flying a kite, you can have your kite just almost torn out of your hand for a second, and then it's a blustery day in March or something in the valley. Your little kite will struggle to survive for a minute, and then the next 5 minutes might be okay, and then whoosh with a gust. But the rate of gusts is what I'm a little bit I'm curious about. So going back here to chat. Usually one direction in the mountains is more dominant than the other. Okay. Let's see. Very terrain based. Okay. Really, the gust frequency or wind direction? Oh yeah, Ms. Music Volcano. Volcano is a rockin' place. I wanna hang out there, guys. Well, Commando, is there a way that I can see what you're looking at? Because, you know, Sam Breedlove, roughly 6 p.m. tonight from Volcano, drove up the Shake Ridge Road. Oh, you're back. Hey, how was that? To Highway 88, then the Bear River Reservoir. Real smoky, poor visibility, looking north at Division Whiskey. Yeah. I'm surprised they did as much airplane activity today as they did. Let's rewind this back to here. And I'm wondering, Susie, is there a better program than Windy? I kind of hate this program. It's not as good as even radar, my radar on the phone. Is there something a little easier to understand than Windy and a little bit easier to see on the screen? Yeah, William Henry, the French fire did burn all the way around the Shirley 1 and 2 camps. That's the heel of the fire. That's the very tail end of it. And that's actually a good point. If you look at the Shirley camps, the fire's not approaching them. They've been there. They said, okay, we ate at this restaurant, and they rated Shirley Peak, you know. I probably gave Shirley Peak a 4 out of 5 on restaurant scales with the vegetation availability. Like, I would have liked there to have been more chaparral. But, you know, the main course of heavy, tall, mature pine trees, that tasted good. Docking a star for the taste of flame retardant. But, yeah, it's been here. We saw the insanely scary burnover several days ago when the French fire had started. So this is a good example of how a mountain doesn't just burn up and it's a done deal. A mountain with heavy fuels just continues to burn and burn and burn and burn at a lower intensity after the main fire passes. If there's enough fuels that are present, the 1,000-hour fuels, the dead and down timber, the logs, the standing dead trees, the bushes, the duff. You know, the duff and stuff could go quickly, but those logs and the dead stuff is just going to keep going. And fire never finds all fuels at once. It kind of moves in stripes throughout the landscape. Just like if you took your hand on a sandbox, like say if you're in this, making a sand castle at the beach, and it's kind of sort of wet sand, right? So your hand is fire. Most people think you would stick your entire hand in the sand and push around with their palm. And there's this like moving wall of flame, right? And it's not the way it works. Take your fingertips in the sand and drag them. You see the lines? Are you picturing the lines in your head? That's where the first lines of vegetation went. And then picture winds, a crosswind coming, like a different direction. Well, in between where you just dragged your finger, that's the unburned fuels now it'll take. So as wind changes directions, it finds its new fuel, or as it just kind of touches vegetation. You know, dense vegetation, there's fire spread where, well, the bushes are just touching each other. It's really slow. It's not wind driven. But that'll eventually creep along. And then what if it finds like a super dead tree covered in sap? Whoosh. And high wind gust comes up. Whoosh. And then that tree goes up and then shatters apart 500 hours later, throwing shrapnel of embers all over the landscape, starting newer fires. That's why standing dead trees called snags are such a hazard. They fall on our firefighters. They kill people. We almost lost the crew of 3 by Chester. And if you think a tree falling on you sucks, what about a tree on fire? That's really bad. Oh, there's a lot of lava beds up there on the Dixie. So the fantastic lava beds is over by Highway 44. They're trying to protect Highway 44 and trying to stop it from going to Old Station. So some of the firings are done up there by the fantastic lava beds. But Mount Lassen's a volcano, see? So it's dotted with millions of years old lava bed flows. And they're black scars on the landscape where nothing grows, and you can't even put a road there. If you climbed on it with your shoes, you would shred your boots. Like, they make roads around the lava beds. We know they're doing firing ops around here and other places. So let's see, where's our Forest Service? The fantastic lava beds. Can't make this up. Hope that's readable. Fantastic. Lava. Beds. Now, because of this name, I have to go put this on my list of things to see before I die. Probably seen it once, but, you know, I have to make sure. I ran around this as a kid. So you have other ancient lava beds all around the Shasta area, Mount Lassen, some in the Cascades by the Santiam River, I want to say. You just drive and it's just straight up, either andesite or basalt or whatever it is. Just black. Nothing will grow on the beds. I'm surprised to see the occasional tree here where there might be a little bit of dirt. But, you know, like in the middle of them, there ain't nothing. And you can see even the swirly flow patterns. It's pretty interesting. Why is this so dark? That's less dark. See how the lava flowed just like looking at Hawaii, but that was millions of years ago.
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody's talking on Caldor. Yeah, it's Caldor. Okay, we're not hearing nothing. You love lava beds, Barb? Yeah. Alright. Knight's Ferry is not too far from 120. Yeah. So Susie says there are lots of different weather models. The first thing meteorologists have to do is determine their model of the day, which varies by synoptic situation and locale. Them fancy words I do adore. And that's why I think modeling is cute. It's going to be the tool of the future for sure. But there's so much we don't know about the world that we should never bet our lives on it. A lot of the good old-fashioned stuff has been quite good. Let's get this satellite view. Back to DF Outdoors. So every once in a while they queue up the mic and say, "Go ahead," and we never hear anything. So I never really know when I can talk. Man, I'm just going to put on global imagery so it's dark. My eyes can't take this. Let's go over here. And you're stationed in Bay St. Louis during Katrina. This is not a good situation. Yeah, I'm so sad for the back east too. Knowing people in Tennessee and just I'm so focused on this. People have had to tell me what happened during the Olympics because I missed them all, and what's happening elsewhere in the world, and what's happening in Tennessee and hurricanes in New England. Like, I just basically glue myself to this. It's late summer is prime hurricane season. And it's a good song by Kula Shaker. You kind of stand to reason because it's hurricane season. All right. Susie says most of the apps only use one model, which is one of the problems. Yeah. I'm frustrated by the whole pale green thing for the light wind like motif. It really doesn't show up. They need some brighter. The wind shouldn't be white so that it contrasts, so I can just show people what the heck's going on. Yeah, Commando, we are kind of concerned that you're concerned. Part of what I do is try to give people reassurance as much as possible. Whoever said there's trees east of Copperopolis didn't put Google on satellite view. Oh, okay. Anybody have a question? And it's pretty cool. Susie's here. Meteorological questions. Let's see here. Patrick, see, you're very appreciative of our attention to the fires. Best I can, man. Best I can. I am only able to do it with you guys, helping me keep track. The experts coming in here and weighing in. My advice is only as good as what the people with expertise want to tell me and inform me of. And, well, as much as I can study about history. So, purple flowers always. Thank you. Drew Conrad, I do know a Class M solar. And Caldor is looking quiet and sounding quiet. A Class M solar flare hit Earth and could have caused the radio to cut out earlier. Really? And thank you for the pats on the head. I love all you guys. I am here for you. There's no way, like, if I didn't have chat going, that I'd ever have the ability to just, like, sit and crank out, like, regular videos or something. The reason chat's here is we're trying to have, like, a supportive group. There's a flare up on Armstrong 2. Let's check it out. Six-hour time lapse. Is it quiet or just me? Yeah, we're not seeing anything. We are connected to Caldor Fire Ops. Daddy D, hey, welcome back. Taylorsville is still here today. Yay! So, Daddy D, are you in Taylorsville right now? How's it looking? Commando had a concern about the mountains to the east of Genesee right now. Oh, thank you, Sue. And I'm doing a good job. The pats on the head, they just balance out my stress. I'm a shy person and interacting with people, let alone the circus. I could not do this without you mods and helpful people in chat. Yeah, Smitty, thank you for that local. I echo Smitty's sentiments. Thank you for the local heads up. How far is Caldor from Lake Tahoe? Closer every day. Which part, Myers or South Lake Tahoe? I mean, the nearest larger community is Myers, isn't it? I keep forgetting my little place names. Yeah, Myers. So it's around the Strawberry area. They've been working best they can to. It's 9.31 miles to Myers, but we've seen significant long-range 3-mile spotting. So don't expect that, oh, well, if it travels at this rate, it'll impact Myers at such and such. Nope, record scratch, get that out of your head. If it leaps on this hill and then spots over to here and then spots over to here, you know, a community can be impacted long before this is on fire underneath it. So don't think distance is a measure of safety. If you're downwind, you're downwind. And here's the wind tunnel of 50 every day taking aim with this crazy interaction of winds that can come from multiple directions, conflicting with each other, with different levels of moisture from the west, from the ocean, and dry desert stuff from the east. The unpredictability is just frightening. So it's not distance. I mean, how far away was Susanville from Polga? 44 miles, and Dixie basically was on its doorstep. Daddy D says Mount Jura is cooling off nicely. Yay! I went up to Genesee and saw the fire personally. It is a monster. Do you have any pictures? And Susie, was what I was saying about the winds here at all accurate? Because I want to make sure. I've been told that by other people with expertise that the part of the instability that we've seen over like the Tamarack and other places is, well, you got your dry desert stuff, you got your wetter Delta breeze stuff, you got your northern, basin stuff, the Great Basin stuff, and where dry air meets wet, where cool meets hot equals instability, where you have complex terrain, microclimates, means unpredictability. But all we've seen mostly is the wind, the diurnal wind patterns aiming that way, seen most of the growth that way, with the weird microclimate winds going in this consumed river drainage. Because when wind is going to the north, some of it keeps going, but a lot seems to collect this way. Is there any correction that you have for me with this assessment? Daddy D is the guy that built those neat traffic hose ramps we saw on Dan and Kern Stream. Shout him out. Dude, Daddy, you're the man. In which video? Smitty, do you have the exact video? We could totally embarrass you, but with praise. Tyrion says, weather people. I feel it as fires affecting weather from Rockies to the western coast. Oh yeah, weather is the thing. Oh no, Volcano's a town. Guys, Volcano is the town to the west here. It's a super duper town of immense historical importance that once was in the candidacy for the state capital. Yeah, so maybe we should capitalize Volcano. Because there's a town. The Volcano I keep referencing is not lasting on the Dixie fire. But Volcano, super town of history, just had is a ghost town of Class E status today, reinvented as tourism and other things, but mind you, ghost town is a compliment. It means the town once had a glorious past, and they've buttoned up the south area so much. I'm much less worried about Volcano. Knock on wood. You know, a new start is what would worry me about Volcano, but it was quite bustling. It was, gold based, and we know what happened to all the towns after 1941 when hard rock gold mining was stopped by the president after Pearl Harbor. And then the other hit to a lot of these towns was the 1889 ban on hydromining. And I'm checking the radio. Caldor is still playing. There's just nothing happening. I'm going to start and stop the feed to make sure. No news is good news. But yeah, there's so many conflicting places in California, you know. Grizzly Flats is down here, got devastated the night of the big blow-up of the Caldor. And then Grizzly Ridge is over on the Dixie fire with Plumas County. So the night that it happened, here I am acting like an idiot talking about Dixie, because we were all about Dixie. The Caldor had been a tiny thing of the day prior. I had no idea it was blowing up. People came in and said, "What about Grizzly Flats?" And I kept looking at Plumas County, saying, "Everything's fine. What are you guys worried about?" Nobody quite brought it to my attention. No, Grizzly Flats of Dorado County. And that's the big problem here that we keep having. Also, the problem that they keep naming fires the same thing. The River Fire of Placer County was already going when the River Complex Fire of Siskiyou County was already going when the Placer County River Fire erupted. And so everybody goes, "What about the River Fire?" I'm like, "Which one?" Things have got to change with their naming stuff. Okay. Going back to Susie, one thing to keep in mind is that there's no such thing as average weather. The weather is an average of extremes, exactly. California's average rainfall, guess what? They take the flood years and the drought years. Then they come up with a number, but it's never really accurate. California's a place of extremes. It doesn't rain, but it pours. It's a nice generality. You have drought, you have flood. 7 years of drought ends with one heavy snowpack winter with a few tropical storms coming in from Hawaii, the Pineapple Expresses. That's when you get so much water that emergency alert. Folsom Dam floodgates are open to the max. Spillway, Orville Dam, open to the max. Downstream mandatory evacuations from Sutter, Yuba, this and that county. That's it. You're running from, you either have fires or floods. So that's what people don't get. When are we going to have rain in California? It doesn't generally rain. Not very much at all unless Hawaii has a gift for us, which we usually don't want. We try to take it back, but it's snowpack. Snowpack reservoirs. Half of these lakes are completely artificial. In fact, the big ones pretty much all are, except for Tahoe, to do flood control and to irrigate. California is an extremely complex, rugged, geographical place that is extremely hard to tame. We have not tamed her. Mother Nature goes, "You guys think you could control the floods and fires? We do our best as weak little human beings." And that's all we can do. Okay, Heather Williams took a break from the fires today. How's everything? Well, you know, new fire starts, new evacuations on the east and west side.
534 Division Papa on Command 1.
I'll talk in a minute.
Unit looking for Division Papa.
I think it's La Nina. El Niños have the crazy wasn't Hurricane Andrew an El Nino event? La Nina's, you'd think, whoa, what in the name of cars? My eyes. What's wrong with the Sierra Tahoe cam? Jeez. You'd think they'd calibrate that a little better. Ouch. My retinas. Okay, that, guys, is an example of camera funkiness. It just changed focus, and it seems like it just changed aperture for a second. Oh, man. I'm sitting here in the dark. Okay. Trying to look back. It's like deer in the headlights. So it's temperature of the ocean.
Those are 543 to Division Papa on Command 1.
But La Nina's the wild card, isn't it, Susie? It's not predictable. Like El Nino kind of does something pretty predictably.
Go ahead for Division Papa.
I heard La Nina can't be.
Yeah, I was supposed to take up my relief operator for Dozer 543, and I got lost down some back roads, and I'm back at drop point 13. I'm trying to get a hold of someone to give me better instructions on how to get to him.
But yeah, Susie, chime in. Meteorologist is in the house. Go ahead and ask your questions.
I copy. He's going to be on drop point 12, and when you get in the area, switch to Misty TAC 7, and I'll walk in. I went to drop point 12 earlier, and they said he was at another spot, so is he back to drop point 12 then? Yeah, affirmative. He'll be at drop point 12 or just below it. So I'll meet you at 12. Thank you. I'm on the way there. About an hour out. I copy.
Okay. And not to put pressure on you, Susie, but man, you can answer this stuff way better than me. We're so lucky to have you. Hey, Jeannie Webb. Going back up. Daddy D, does anybody know what the weather's going to do in Plumas County for the next few days? Well, I mean, windy does one thing. It's not going to be, from what I can gather here, as bad. But it's not going to be good. Monday and Tuesday, it's going to be worse. Like by Monday, 11 a.m. This is the wind gust forecast. Kind of in the purple, depending on where you are. Purple is above 40. It's a step above red, which is in the 30s. We're going to have, down here in the Caldor, the 14-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the milder sections. You know, at the very top of peaks and ridges, and am I saying this correctly, Susie? It can be like, 10 or 15 miles faster, certain spots. Hopefully those spots are not on fire, throwing embers maximum distance. So it's not going to be a cakewalk at the Dixie. And my big concern is, are they going to pull too many people away from the Dixie and throw them on the Caldor and these others? Remember how right before we lost Greenville, they said, guys, we don't even need to do a nightly update. We're going to do it every other night. Community updates. We're shutting down one of our command posts, which is over Westwood. And then it exploded. Hopefully, at least, the bright side is that both fires aren't supposed to be bad at exactly the same time. One is worse than the other. So if they do a drawdown off the Dixie, which I think they're kind of in the progress of doing, they've had a lot of time to make lines to protect things like Susanville and Janesville and other places by now. They've had way more time than they have on the Caldor. Way more people were working at it. But it's not going to be good on either fire. This is a terrifying forecast for any mega fire. Okay, so looking back at Susie. Sorry, I skipped a little bit. Oh my God, D. Thomas. I'm so sorry. Yeah, come back for any support you may need. Well, we're here for you. Sorry I'm out for the night. I just received bad news. A friend did not make it through the bomb in Kabul. Some give a little and some give all. Forever on the guard. Yeah, a moment of silence. For our protectors. Freedom isn't free. Oh. Yeah, whatever you need, D. Thomas, we're here. But take everything for yourself off. If you don't want to be here or stressed, and don't feel like you need to. We're here if you need us. I need to go back. I'm sorry, Susie, for skipping your replies. La Nina is generally colder and drier for Northern California. Wetter for the Pacific Northwest. However, colder means drier snow and thus more. So often can bring a big snow year. Okay. And originally we were supposed to trend a weak El Nino this year. It's not happening though. Are we trending anything? Any El Nino or La Nina? Is there anything currently going on like that? Bonnie Johnstone, El Nino events are warming of the central and eastern tropical Pacific, while La Nina are the reverse, with sustained cooling of it. Now, I've noticed a lot of whales. You can tell something's going on with ocean temperatures when the ocean gets warmer near the coasts. I believe this is how it works. Fish can shoal near it. I may have that backwards. But with a lot of the warmer heat years, you have a crazy amount of shark attacks. And I have just gone into bars and people are like, let's play a game. And I don't drink, but have my Pepsi, and guys are like, so Ms. Psychic, what do you think's going to happen this year? Which I was being made fun of because I'd say stuff like, guys, I think we're going to have more shark attacks this year. And they go, drunk guys, I'm like, no, I'm serious. When there's a different water temperature, like hotter water, we often have a huge streak of it because it seems like they're chasing the schools of fish. They go to the coastlines. And, the predators follow it. You get whales and sharks of unusual sightings, like deep sea whales, blue whales and stuff coming by the coast. It's usually where gray whales are going to be. And so you get all of the shark prey, like your seals and stuff, following the fish too. They do odd things depending on weather temperature. Or sea temperature, excuse me. And so this year we've had a lot of those. Just recently, weren't there some blue whales and such off California's coast? And so I just say stuff like that, and it does come true, not because I have psychic powers, but people get attacked by sharks if there's more sharks near the coast. And it may have something to do with their behavior, making them a little bit more, I would say, active, you know. But the thing is we'll get news like that seems like, what's wrong with this year, you know? Weather patterns and volcanic eruptions influence the weather, which influences like crops and such, and even pests that would normally eat crops, things like rats and them moving around. When you get freak weather, you get the movement of animals in different patterns, coming next to humans and getting their eating their grain. You know, if there's like a drought in the wilderness, well, rats come to eat the grain stores because there's less seeds and stuff out there normally for them to eat. So you get outbreaks of diseases. Like if you look at history, the bubonic plague, first appearance in Europe and such, came from Egypt, and it came after Egypt had a whole lot of flooding. And so the rats of the fields were going into the towns and eating and polluting the grain stores. And all these fleas came with them. And then they had a food shortage and imported extra grain to Constantinople. And the rats infected people on the ship, as far as we could tell. I mean, they had records. And then they said, let's quarantine that ship. I mean, they even had that back in the year 500, you know. Whenever this was, I can't remember the exact year now. But Justinian's time, right? And they isolated the ship. They pushed food and medicine at the ship in rowboats, and they didn't make any contact, and they did their great social distancing and their great quarantine. They didn't know that rats can swim, and that was the vector. The rats just swam to shore. The disease outbreaks and freak weather are all tied together because it just changes animals' patterns. And even COVID could have something to do with bats changing their migratory patterns. And also you have different weather. Certain temperatures are just perfect for disease. Certain humidity things for transmission. So when we had a lot of rabies outbreaks, it usually was in the heat of summer. Rabies loves a hot body. It thrives. Possums can sometimes resist it because they have a lower body temperature. You don't have a lot of rabies outbreaks as much in things like winter. So when it seems like everything's going bad at once, well, yeah, that's the way it works. When you have disease outbreaks, food shortages, water shortages, you have social unrest. But these are episodic. It does not mean that the world's getting worse, the world's ending. It's episodic, meaning it's a time period of when things are really bleak for a bit, then they go back to normal. Part of the Roman Empire falling and such was their plagues and such they had, and their crop failures. They had a double whammy of all men after they lost a lot of their population. Why did they have barbarians at their door? They need extra soldiers, right? But they lost a lot of population from the plagues. Now they need as many able-bodied men as they could get to work the fields. Remember, it was mostly people harvesting back then with hand sickles. And just when they needed everybody to bring in harvests, they didn't. They needed to enlist them as soldiers because here comes the Huns and such. Why are the Huns coming? Because their land was changed. Climate change and bad weather. They first probably attacked the Chinese trying to get at their agriculture, because their pastoral lifestyle wasn't working. Water holes dried up, livestock died in mass. So they try to beat up the Chinese. Give me your stuff. Give us your food. We hear you have agriculture and irrigation and stuff. Chinese beat them back, and Where else are they going to go? They're going to go west. Chain reaction. Everything will get worse at once. It's basically tied to the climate and weather. And you can have many climate change events or long-term ones. But when you're in the middle of them, you don't know if it's mini or if it's long-term. The Dust Bowl was a mini event, but we fixed it. We figured out what we were doing wrong to cause it. But boy, did that look like it was the end of the world for my grandmother in the Dust Bowl when they looked outside and they had dirt tornadoes coming at them. And they barricaded themselves indoors, put their bandanas over their face. Dust was flying in through all the windows, choking people, and babies crying, and the wind shaking the house and ripping roof parts off of the tin roof. And there's no rain for weeks and weeks and weeks and months, and you plant and it all dies. And then when it's over, try to open the front door, and there's dirt. There's 6 feet of dirt. And you have to, like she did, poke a hole in the roof and crawl out of the roof, surrounded by dirt. And then you see your dead livestock everywhere that didn't make it. Well, then what does that do? Social unrest, mass migration. Grandma came to California with the Dust Bowl. They foreclosed on the farm. She ended up in California, like so many, grapes of wrath style. So it's episodic. The Dust Bowl's over. Everything gets bad at once, mostly tied to the weather and climate, but then it can become favorable again, especially if we learn our lessons, like with the Dust Bowl, and stop making things worse, right? So, yeah, there's something to be said for crop rotations, and that their plowing style wasn't good, and windbreaks and planting trees that work and such. And there's a lot of youth that have never heard of the Dust Bowl. And I'm tying, Susie, what do you think about tying the Dust Bowl to perhaps the Tillamook burn? I don't know if you've heard of the Tillamook burn, but I want to show you something. 1933, an extremely moist part of northwest Oregon. We're talking, it's considered the Coast Range, and well, all this is considered non-tropical rainforest. Ancient Douglas fir is 600 years old.
Branch trainee, branch 15 on command.
Whoa.
Branch 10 trainee, go ahead.
That scared me.
Branch 10 trainee, go ahead.
Wow, Susie, that's good insight.
Branch 10 trainee, branch 15. Just wondering your location, wanted to tie in with you.
God, why did he sound so desperate? He just wants to know location. Ah, my heart. Ah.
I'm at drop point 21. Where would you like me?
Oh, man.
Evie, what was the drop point again?
Thank you, Patrick.
Drop point 21, 76 station.
Copy that. I'll drive down to you here. That's 2176 station there.
Wow. So Bugs was saying, I'll get back to the Tillamook burn in a second. Bugs was saying there's a lot of dead spots in the ocean, and the low oxygen water, dead zones, kills the sea life. It keeps getting more massive, and it may still be related to the radioactive debris from the Japan quake. Wow. We forget that the little creatures, the algae and such, the plankton, and other things that influence oxygenation of the water are kind of sensitive. There is still radioactive fallout from all of our nuclear tests, more than 6,000 detonations by anybody's guess, between Soviet Union, United States, France, Britain, primarily, and like China did a couple. We all agreed as humankind to stop that. It's very seldom that all of humanity can agree on something, but we did. That was the above ground nuclear testing ban treaty. Because every square inch of the planet, as we began testing it, was full of radioactive debris. And to this day, all of the water, all of our food has radioactive particles in it and is somewhat radioactive. It's one of the things that made cigarette smoking so deadly, is tobacco loves to suck up things like minerals, and it sucked a lot of that up into its roots. And smoking in the 60s, oh my God, the 50s and 60s. The more than 75 chest x-rays a year was the amount of radioactivity. Even today, the amount of radioactivity in cigarettes is getting like 55 chest x-rays a year. But back then it was worse. So as the radioactive fallout is still in our soil and we're all eating somewhat radioactive food, it is all reaching the ocean because water is pushing it all that way. There's erosion. And so the ocean is a big collecting basin for the radioactive particles of the world. So when they were, one of the most scary things I ever read was an official document trying to estimate Fukushima's releases into the ocean. And they had to, get this, they had to adjust for the background radiation, as a control that is always entering the ocean because of the nuclear testing from all rivers of the world. So that's on a certain background level, and to figure out the Fukushima level, they had to disregard that. And that was like a very casual mentioning, and I went, what? What? And then I went down that exploratory journey, getting more and more disturbed. But I was on the Oregon coast with signs all over the place, in Washington's coast when I went to Oysterville. And these signs everywhere said, for God's sake, don't touch anything on the beach that looks like debris, especially not boats coming from Japan. And they kept finding these radioactive boats with pretty significant levels of radiation if they were metallic. And they found some of the boats had trapped sea life in them that were from Japan. And they went all the way across the ocean and landed on the Oregon and Washington coast. Like exotic octopus, like that would be an invasive species, just sitting there inside of boats. And crazy mussels and such attached to the and barnacles attached to them. And fishing gear. I saw a lot of styrofoam from Japan with Japanese writing all over it, and I eventually decided I'm getting off this beach. It's not like I was actually at risk. If you approach them and touch, that's when you'd be at risk, or took it home with you. But that was some frightening stuff. So back to my question for you, Susie. I tied in my own head a possible connection between the Dust Bowl and the Tillamook burn. So this is non-tropical rainforest, and it always has been. It was super old growth. Indians managed it, Tualatin tribes and others, to perfection with their control burns again and again until, well, they mostly died Most of the tribes out here died with very few survivors. They were eventually ended up on a couple of reservations further south, and so, by the mid to late 1800s, so the lighting of the backfires stopped, where they would burn off the duff, from the ground, but they had a perfectly managed old growth forest here. 600-year-old cedars, 400-year-old Douglas firs, and very moist, very silent mushrooms growing underneath. But when you have a perfect old growth forest, what I mean is that they are not competing for light. They're spaced out trees that are huge with maximum branch spread, and they don't compete for the water. They don't compete for the light. The seeds may drop down and pine cones may drop down, but nothing really grows unless one of them falls over and makes a light, area. And that means that there's not much undergrowth. There's not much underbrush to get them to ignite. To get a forest fire going, it's the bushes. It's the pine needles at the base. It's the stacked up pine cones and the ever-dripping sap all over that. And the Indians had been burning that off. And so you take 1933, it's been at least 50 years since the Indians did that. So you start getting the buildup of the pine needles and the cones and all that. That's a danger zone. They were doing lots of logging, unfortunately, just, destructive clear cutting, but they hadn't really penetrated much of this really, really steep, rugged terrain. And Salmonberry River Canyon to this day doesn't have a road from one end to the other, and that is this. It's too steep to make a road. Making the railroad was a feat of engineering. So there's like 16 tunnels and trestles just going straight through hard rock. And I'll share pictures one day, guys. But here's the idea. The thing about Portland is the 30s. In Portland, it had extremely low temperatures and heavy snow. The Coast Range almost doesn't have snow. A couple of weeks, maybe, a couple of days out of the year in the winter, it'll have snow. But this is very, very mild, extremely mild, almost never below freezing, and a maximum 3,000 feet. I mean, at the very tippy tops. And the passes, it's like 2,000 feet. It's very mild, the Coast Range. But here's the Columbia River Gorge. The winds whipping through here, especially here, funneled by the mountains. Windsurfer's paradise, super strong, just almost all the time. Well, here comes most of the time. There's somewhat warm winds going through the gorge. The gorge doesn't have a lot of snow, whereas everywhere else does around it. But it was different during the Dust Bowl. They had extremely cold winters with unusual snowpack and snow plows like in the Coast Range. I've seen pictures. And then during the summer, extremely hot summers. And so I figured out that the way the Dust Bowl could have influenced this is the great winds coming off from Canada and such. They kind of come that way. And a lot of them will affect the area here. And sometimes there's winds coming that direction, right? Much of the time, and they feed right through the Columbia River Gorge. It depends on where they're coming from. And during the Dust Bowl, during the winters, they were pretty severe. They could have been extra cold, but during the summers, they were extra hot because of the factors that cause the Dust Bowl, which I don't need to go into. But I figured that was a hairdryer effect. The hot summer, unusually hot summer winds, I mean, a lot of them continue on with the Columbia River and go to the ocean. But wherever you have a curve like that, some of them just go straight. This is a hairdryer being blown dry all summer, keeping away the wet moisture. This is typically the way the winds come. It's pretty wet year-round. In fact, some of this down here, smack dab, or actually maybe it was by McMinnville, either there or there. Can't remember the exact location. Was the wettest recorded place in the United States. Called what's that ghost town's name? Arg. It's too late at night. Anyway, wettest place in the United States. I think that unusual thing is what baked all summer. It baked the old growth dry enough to burn. And when they had a lightning strike, Tillamook burn began by Gales Creek. There's two different factors. The one at Gales Creek around here, lumber mill, took off pretty crazy. The extremely high winds, 18% humidity, just made this explode. But at some of the lookouts, they had lightning strikes by Wolf Creek and such. It's all merged to become an out-of-control raging monster. And the footprint of the Tillamook burn was never, ever controlled. Never. It was just immense. Of course, not everything burned in 1933, but most of that did. With insanity. Mushroom clouds, mega, pyrocumulus, everything. So the first experiences were photographs, aerial, airplanes are finally becoming reliable with fixed wing instead of biplane, like two wings, where you could see this glow for everywhere. They were about to evacuate Forest Grove and kind of worried for Hillsborough and Portland at one point when the wind just kind of went that way. And they said that all of the sailing ships, there's still some in the 30s, just went out to sea, and 15 miles out to sea, the embers were catching their sails alight sometimes. And quite unusual. That inspired Bambi. Bambi's an old cartoon. That inspired the fire scene of Bambi. It was just a super environmental holocaust over here, with 16 towns erased off the map that I've been able to find. There may be others. I haven't finished my research yet. But Cochran, Salmonberry, Schofield, Gales Creek itself was mostly devastated. West Timber, Mayo, Belding, Foss, Salmonberry. I think I said that before. Many, many towns just erased right off the map. That was our America's first, modern photography available, movie cameras available experience with a mega fire. So I was wondering, could what happened with the Dust Bowl have played a role? I'm loving this, guys. The quiet Caldor radio, the smoke settling on it, the fire's dying down. This is good. It's buying them time. So going back up to chat. Sorry, I haven't looked at it in a while. You guys are having a lively conversation. Correct. The 49ers of the Gold Rush found all kinds of dead natives. Died from coccidioidosis or valley fever. God. Yeah. Ishi's tribe was trying to survive at that point. I didn't realize that Ishi's tribe made war upon the 49ers, and they found slaughtered families and such, which was the other side of the story. When Indians waged war, it was total war. No gentlemanly women and children off the table. Those were taken as slaves. The rage, that whole sad situation, the rage, reaction of let's kill every Indian in sight was just absolutely brutal. One of the darkest chapters of American history. But they had no chance of winning that war, with the miners, because here they were trying to, protect their land. They depended upon the deer, and here's the miners eating everything in sight, and they're like, well, we're facing starvation. And to Indians, that is a declaration of war. You have to get permission. You have to get permission to eat their food. You don't just walk into some other place and dam their streams and reroute their water and kill everything and leave them with nothing. And, brutalize people too is a factor. That's just not done. But his tribe, they finally retreated. They pulled out of the war and went dark, went stealth into the landscape. And nobody even knew there were free Indians, not on reservations, in the whole region until, it was, when did he walk out of the wilderness at Orville? It was past San Francisco's quake had come and gone. They had electric trams and trolleys in San Francisco and steamships and stuff. I would have to look that up now, the exact time. But his family died of disease. They couldn't escape that war. The world's oldest war is organisms fighting disease. Before humans. So he was alone. Eventually he succumbed to disease, tuberculosis. It's truly sad, but he was an incredible person. My uncle took me to a place where they found him. We walked out of the wilderness to a butcher shop in Orville and said, "Can I have some food with sign language?" But his whole story, is just absolutely heartbreaking. When I walk the landscape, I just keep seeing places where I know people were. And the missing people. We don't even know today how many people were here. I mean, scientists and the people who cared, ethnographers and such, tried their best to document people as they were disappearing. We'll never know. Like, they died so quickly. Their tales and their histories and their knowledge is just permanently gone. And there was a painter who went out of his way to paint as many chiefs as he possibly could, of as many tribes as he possibly could, toward the United States, and it made this awesome record before photographs of the movers and the shakers out here, And they went and they were in the Smithsonian, weren't they? And there's some renovation. And a worker was cold or had to dry something. And they looked and saw that there was a little place where you put the stovepipe in the hole in the wall, right? And they went, "Oh, let's set up our stove." So they lit a fire and went on break or went home for the night, and the place burned to the ground. And that was where the paintings were. There's no copies of a lot of those. There's an inventory list. We've lost so much. We just don't want to lose anything else. There's a lot of sacred Indian sites here at risk, as well as our homes and properties that we were completely unaware of. Their graveyards are out there. They try to keep them a secret. Watching this happen is just, ugh. But we'll get through it. People keep saying, "Is this the end of the world?" Well, no, the 1800s was the end of the world for many peoples. 1700s. And what human beings can survive is a lot. Come back up here to the chat. Going back. Susie says, "One of the challenges is all these topics are tied up in climate discussion, so it's tough to get to ground truth, so to speak. It's a known pattern." Yeah, exactly. Can you speak about the 750-year drought cycle of the Southwest, Susie? Are you familiar with that? I try to explain that. And the this wind event thing I try to explain to people we don't know how much we're influencing the climate. We're probably doing something. I mean, deforestation does things. We can see the Fertile Crescent is mostly a desert now. There used to be this lush thing. Used to be elephants in North Africa and rainforest. What's there today? Camels. You know, we know that deforestation changes weather patterns and rainfall. Reforestation would be a good plan to fix a lot of things. We just don't know how much we're influencing the climate and what exactly is doing it. I think it's hubris, too much arrogance to make a statement like that. Best we can do is try to not rock the boat, so to speak, with Mother Nature, because who knows what our influence can do. Let's try to keep the atmosphere as much as we can about the same as it would have been if we weren't here. Like, can't exactly solve everything that we do, but just as like a guideline, let's maybe not deforest the rainforest. It just seems like there could be bad repercussions. If we want the world we recognize, then we shouldn't change it. It just seems like common sense. But we shouldn't also blame each other and say, hey, your cow farts started this hurricane or whatever, or this drought. That's nonsense. We've seen extreme climate change happen before humans did much of anything. It doesn't take humans. What the concern, I think, is rational, is are we tipping the scales, making things happen too rapid? We're coming out of an ice age. The ice age actually isn't over. If you actually Google it, we're emerging from it. Crazy thing about Scandinavia is that the land is rising every year, measurable by lasers, because of the fact the glaciers of the ice age are off of it, and so the pressure is off the ground and it's coming back like squishing down a sponge. That blows my mind. If Scandinavia is doing that, is that going on in California? Because we know the glaciers carved up Half Dome.
Trainee, branch 15 on command.
That guy always sounds desperate when he's just regular talking. Freaks me out every time. But I loved your... Hang on.
Hey, Stafford, just running. How's your progress going up there with both firing groups?
Progress is good, Brett. No Rose is getting pretty close to that check road they had about midway. And the Cherokee group over there is progressing well. A couple little dumpers in the dozer berm, but other than that, everything's good.
Yay! Good positive news.
Sounds good, man. Just keep me updated throughout the night. Just so I can have good intel when I go in the morning to give the download to the day operation plan.
That copy that will do, Brett. And in the morning when you get up and around, just give me a shout too, and I can catch you up on everything.
Yeah, sounds good, man. And with the plan you had earlier, Del Rosso takes it to the first road system, and if they want to continue to the second one, that's fine too. We can bed them down. They can run sort of a swing shift and come on mid-afternoon, and we can get them plugged back in and hopefully finish off the rest of Division Juliet there in tomorrow afternoon and evening.
That copy that. Yeah, I'll be talking with Del Rosa and see what they're thinking as they get to that check road.
Cool. I like hearing transmissions like that. We'll finish up here and help Juliet, which is out here on the east, and that would help protect Tahoe. So it sounds like it's going swimmingly over there by the Consumnes. And knock on wood. So Susie says, last time the Gulf Stream slowed was during the Revolutionary War, which is why the Delaware River was frozen and hasn't frozen since. Yeah. you're saying I lost my place now, that the Gulf Stream is slowing. This is a 300-year event that we're in. Yeah. It should cool in the northern mid-latitudes. Yeah. So, did I miss if you commented about the Dust Bowl thing? David Hughes Farm said Orville could silt in with 200 feet of sediment and overtop. Crazy scenario, but who knows these days? From how would it do that? From what event? They would dredge it. I mean, they just dredge it. I don't know that scenario could be real, because the way they built Orville Dam was they at least had some brains. I mean, the whole spillway thing, really, they should have done that on bedrock. But where they put the spillways, I'm just going to draw a picture on a dark background. Just never mind the background. But if you look at the Orville Dam, the canyons on either side, and where they built it. Here's the dam. The spillways are lower. That's a terrible picture. I'm going to redraw that. So where the dam is, it's up here, and then the spillways are lower elevation. So the water, if you're overfilling tub, is always going to go that way. So that's gravity. People were fear-mongering, and I was really, really mad at this guy who got on YouTube during the disaster, where the spillways were, in the progress of collapsing. And that would have sent a bad tidal wave and drowned probably most of my family down there, who were in their cars trying to flee. But he was talking about dam collapse, which was never possible, because water drains at the lower point of gravity. If you took a sledgehammer and took your bathtub that was full and knocked a basketball-sized hole on one end, the water would drain out of that hole. It would never spill over the top against the force of gravity. And so this idiot jerk person was doing what I'm doing, a live stream, but one of fear-mongering nonsense, raking in the monetization thing at the time, probably getting, a couple of pennies per click, and then he had more than 30,000 people or whatever clicking. He had a great incentive to freak people out with the headline saying that the dam was collapsing, because it got him more clicks and got him more money. And this is what's wrong with a lot of the fake news. It's out there to give you the most devastating headline, no matter what the disaster is, to exploit people. And I can't stand it. Hey, Left Coast, welcome back. I'm sorry if anybody was rude to you. I didn't catch that. But if anybody was, that wasn't cool of them. I tried to keep up as best as I could earlier with that chaos. But everything's nice and quiet on the Caldor front. Now let me go back to see where Susie's response was. Hey, Morris. Oh, wow, the native elders mentioned some of them remembered their parents being taken to the jail to translate for Ishi. Their last name was Wagner. Wow. Yeah, as Susie says, the mountains have trees because the upslope maritime wind condenses due to orographic lifting. I love your fancy words. Talk nerdy to me. I like science. Going back up. Much respect to Dave. Oh no, the spammer was back, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see that. Report for explicit material. Boom. Okay. Alright. Dave Hughes says, hell of a bad year. It rained 18 inches in Missouri this growing season and had to replant the beans 3 times. We are hardy and persistent. Good on you. That's what you gotta do. Okay. Susie says La Nina patterns are known for what we call high zonal flow. Wind flows more over land, less moisture input the further east you go. A moist northwest, a dry southwest. Okay. The dry summer is more likely due to strong high pressure over the Great Basin and essentially Santa Ana winds of the summer. This is what caused the high temps in packed northwest earlier this summer. Well, the scary thing is we're wondering if are we going to have a repeat of last year. I mean, here I am last year not wanting to do a fire stream. In the previous year, I did it with Paradise. And I looked out the window during the wind event of, which I call Red Monday, Red Labor Day Monday. And if you go back to my stream, that's when I began. And I don't know why the media doesn't have a dang term for it. They really should. That was the last time we'd seen anything like that was probably 1933's Tillamook burn. And I looked outside and saw the hot, dry, and the gusts, and I went, well, this is going to be bad for any small vegetation fires that break out, as over by Columbia County at the time. And then I saw the trees being pushed and bent and pushed and bent and pushed and bent, and one by one limbs breaking off. And they were like, if you think of a grandfather clock and the swinging pendulum, the branches were swinging like that, and they were hitting power lines as I was watching out the window. And I saw smoke column after smoke column all over the town of the fires breaking out on people's roofs west of Portland. Because of where older homes have, they have the above ground power lines, and the little line goes to the roof to give the house power. And those were being torn by the overhanging trees of these people's homes, just so even in a typically wet place, usually September is like the rainy season, and by Portland it was dry and a epically long summer. And I looked outside and went, oh, okay. And I saw that there were more than 165 vegetation fires breaking out in the nearby counties. And then I got and turned on the news and saw that scanner radio was blowing up everywhere throughout the Cascades, the Sierras, California, Washington. This was like a Santa Ana wind event for the entire West Coast, which I don't know that many people are alive who have ever seen anything like that. You'd have to be, well, a little kid in the 30s or something to remember. And I went, okay, I hope fires don't start. And, well, all the lightning strikes. Previous August, 8,000 lightning strikes in California. They had been in their race against time to put them all out before the next wind event, and it was early, except Labor Day. Not October, Santa Ana stuff, Labor Day. And technically, they may not have been called Diablo winds and Labor Day, but and Santa Ana winds, but good enough. Same difference as far as what we experienced. So I think what we're terrified of is what if those winds come and these aren't out or contained? Will we see a run for the valley like last year's North Complex, the previous year's Paradise? When we see a year before that, Santa Rosa, Loma Rica, Bangor. That's what we're scared of. The clock is ticking, and Labor Day is what? What date is Labor Day? September 6th. You're saying the first snows sometimes arrive in September? I don't know. I'm hoping. But that is what? A week from Monday. Let me go back and try to look at chat. Okay, Susie was saying Portland's also likely affected by changes in diurnal temperatures. More buildings means warmer overnights, less moisture due to less of a cooling differential. Yeah, it's not a very big town, though. There's actually a huge amount of vegetation in Portland. There's a lot of forest park, lots of parks. There's the river. It's the Willamette and the Columbia cooling it off. And those cool evaporative breezes, plus like Mount Tabor and such. A lot of those miniature volcanoes that are extinct now. There's a huge amount of trees in that city. So they're everywhere. And they put them all over the sidewalks and such too. There's no moisture on the horizon yet. Yeah. Portland doesn't have a lot of sprawl compared. It's fairly compact to the geography. I mean, there's Beaverton and stuff. But it's quite. I mean, that's. No, I'm not doubting the meteorologists. I'm talking about. It's not sprawl like Pasadena, you know. Let me make sure the radio's working. Okay, we're still connected. We're listening to Caldor still. It's on. I'm not, muting it. Oh, you mean for, recent hot deals? They even had a trend of putting gardens on the tops of the towers. Heather, I have a feeling you'll be here for a few months every year now from now on. No! Can we please convince a government agency to take over from what I'm doing? Please. Can we get a letter writing campaign, give Kathryn a break? Why does she need to do this? Yeah. Why isn't Cal Fire doing this? Can we can I have a break? Oh, Clove Candy, I saw an article about the millions that have to evacuate Tahoe. Are they talking about termites? Maybe? Yeah, I've never seen 1 million people anywhere near Tahoe. That's funny, Clove, and welcome. But thank you so much for sharing my links and stuff. I'm so bad at that. People know I'm live because of you. Thank you. Let's see. One should always doubt the meteorologist. We try to make a perfect answer in an imperfect science. Ooh, I like your style. You got the Mark Twain humor. Heather says, yeah, you can break the other 9 months out of the year. Not really. Winter is California's worst fire season. There's only they're trying to get us to stop saying the word fire season in relation to California because it's never been accurate. The Santa Anas are October, November, December, and January typically. That's the worst fire season. Did you know that by May 10th usually it's about 95 degrees in the valley? My birthday parties were typically 113 degrees, in the summer. And I held them in the summer because that's when we could swim. Pool party is best, man. So by early May, you could have some severe wildland fires. There's only significant rain typically in March and April. Sometimes in February with the dang pineapple storm things. But most of that becomes snow. Man, Sierra Tahoe's looking nice and mild. Let's look back at the French fire. East Quincy looking nice and mild. This was beautiful as a time lapse, the French fire. Not the fire being beautiful, but, you know, the sunset. These quiet nights buy some time. But really, the only kind of wet months that California doesn't typically worry about wildfires is March and April. That's not to say they don't happen, but it's the only times I've ever seen the hills green. Green grass in the hills. You know, it's the Mediterranean climate. It's like Greece. It's like southern. Wow, that's beautiful, the stars. It's like southern Italy. Olive trees. They dominate the landscape, and oaks. Oak savanna. It's like the African savanna, but it's hilly. And there once used to be mammoths and elephant-like creatures. They used to look like Africa until the Ice Age, you know, disaster things. Mass extinction from whatever comet strike that was. But, you know, when they build a railroad and stuff, they're like, oh, tusks. So, let's see here. Yeah, the only time I've ever seen the hills green is mostly March and April. We had a freak wet spring 2019 where I arrived with my shorts. Hey, I'm here to experience California. It's May, and oh my God, I'm freezing. And it was highs of 65 degrees, extreme rain. It was raining so much that they were like worried about planting the rice. They're like, we can't plant. And as soon as there was a break in the squalls, they were like, yes. And they unfortunately had too many aircraft up at once. There's a mid-air collision over Yuba County of crop dusting planes. So here I am sitting there and trying to have a visit, and some of my relatives knew them and came in and had pictures of them. It was pretty awful. But these wet springs, you might think, yay, rain, California. What a wet spring does is make a ton of grass growth and a ton of bush growth and flowers, and then you have the summer that dries it all out. Then you have the massive problem of the forest fires. So sometimes having a dry spring is a little bit of a blessing. It's hard to celebrate anything in California with the weather. It's just like there's just positives and negatives to everything. Okay, going back to the chat. Sandra, even hurricane season has been extending earlier and later in the recent past. But I mean, it's normal for May to be the start of California's fire season. Heather says, I wouldn't listen to meteorologists either. Purple Flower says, we trust you, Kathryn. Oh no. I'm gonna hide. Metal NPC, my lungs are not feeling good today. You know, I had an uncle with COPD. And I researched what could help that. And he was really struggling. So it was myrrh oil. It's expensive stuff, but that can really help. That is really nice. And you could put it underneath your nose, you know, dilute, of course, up on your chest, and use it in a diffuser, and that can be quite helpful. What is the sentiment among the locals? Do they think this fire breaches the summit and forces an evacuation? I don't know why they would wait for Echo Summit to be their trigger. I think the weather forecast should be their trigger for an evacuation, but what do I know? Heather Williams, so far we've had 1.7 inches of rain. Yikes! Where were you? Where's your whereabouts again? The Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, yes. I have trouble with the birds due to my distaste for David Crosby. Okay. I saw Neil Young and Bob Dylan and Tom Petty. What a privilege. Should have gone to a B.B. King concert, and why I didn't, I don't know. But man. Let's see. Going back up to chat. Desiree, sometimes I wonder if we're living through the poles shifting. Things are happening. What about that solar flare? I just forgot about it. Well, no, that's not enough, said Commando. Orville Dam is the same construction as the Grand Teton, the one that collapsed. It wasn't built right on top of a fault line and such. You know. They had a variety of problems with that one down there. Wow, Smitty. Let's see. Ms. Music, I was snowed in a 2-story house for weeks. Snow past the roof. Yikes. Yeah. Looking back up, John Barney, the sliver force between my place on Strawberry Tract and Highway 50 has forest litter 2 feet deep. Yikes. Okay. There's a new country western craze happening in Russia. Boot scootin' Putin, do the boot scootin' Putin. Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm officially opening the gates to silly time and story time right now. We have our lovely midnight thing going on, dying down on most fires. Keep it clean here, Kathryn. Gosh, the cow farts. Yep. Okay. I'd love to know more about this heat dome phenomenon. What do you think about the heat domes? Can you tell us more about that, Susie? And flag me every time, because I go in windbag mode and keep going back up, going whoops. Whoops. I just watched something on it's a fascinating horror, which is a good YouTube channel if you like spooky tales. It's respectful, and it's very condensed. But this guy talks about horror events and disasters, and one of which was the ice bridge near Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls used to freeze in the 20s, and that was a freak thing. That was a completely freak thing in the turn of the century in 20s. That's not normal. It's not like that was typical earlier than then or after. It may have had partially to do, a couple of times it may have happened during the Dust Bowl, but people were selling tickets to like sleigh ride around Niagara Falls back then. And some people got stuck on an ice bridge which collapsed, and they were floating around the water in Niagara. And they tried to have a rescue attempt. They were acting, the narrator was acting like it was a sign of how the climate was colder back then. I know it was kind of freakish. You know, what would your take be on that? Going down Ventura Boulevard, yeah. I never liked Free Falling. That's the song I can't stand. Maybe it's because they played it every second of every moment on MTV for 5 years in a row, but I don't know. I'm more of a Last Dance with Mary Jane, and let's see, better ones. Facing the Crowd. That's underrated. Oh, you know, with George Harrison and Roy Orbison, the traveling, was it called the Traveling Wilburys? Yeah, The Last DJ is sweet. He was still rocking in the free world, you know, with Neil Young and people to the end. That was shocking. Smoking will do your heart in. Yeah, Smitty, you know the Fascinating Horror Channel. It's good. Mostly accurate. But it is, it's not the deep diving. Like, when I will cover disasters, it will be the deep dive. I'll have the summary, and then I'll say...
Papa, night operations on command.
Night operations division, Papa.
I got a quick update on how that operation is moving along in section 16 and 15.
Well, 15 and 16 is doing great. It's going perfect. The problem is flop. The flop that I had off of drop point 12 in sections 29, 20, and now I believe it's into some of 30. So we're pulling out, regrouping, coming up with a bigger box.
That up, copy, thank you.
I love it when they give us a reference, like drop point this and there. Then we can go, boop, there we go. So that is where you're having trouble and pulled out of here. That's why we listen to the radio. But did you hear the word beautiful? Everything's going beautifully. I like that word. So what do we got here? Middle Fork of the Consumed is by Cat Creek, Sugar Pine Canyon. Looks pretty, I'm going to say uninhabited. I don't see a town name nearby. I mean, poor people's cabins and such. But I like the word going beautiful. What was I just saying? Jeff Lynne? Oh, yeah. His guitar was, in a good way, a carbon copy of George Harrison's, because at least it lives, you know. Heck, if somebody copies the Beatles perfectly, that's a thumbs up in my book. That's why I like Oasis. They're little brats, you know, that little kids. But dang, you know, they're kind of like, they take a bass of a Beatles song for a tribute, and then add their layers of modern coolness over the top. It is just awesome. If you don't believe me, like, Imagine, the opening of Imagine was redone for Don't Look Back in Anger. That's a masterpiece song. And they're quite open about it. They're like, dude, we're doing that on purpose. Not theft. It's these are our heroes. And people imitating the Beatles are dang cool in my book. The Dead Kennedys, California. Uber, Alice, totally gnarly, dude. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I still rock out stuff like Got My Mind Set on You, dude, classic. You know who I saw in Reno? I was a wee baby, a wee thing. The Diamonds. Little darling. And who was with them? Blue moon, you saw me standing alone. Legend. Ozfest and Iron Maiden, dude, yeah. You know, I never thought that like Ozzy Osbourne was an intellectual. You wouldn't immediately assume that. But after intelligent songs like God, you know, and okay, you know what is happening to me is low blood sugar because I can't remember my own name at the moment. I'll start slurring a little bit. Let me go grab some sugary stuff, and I'll screw my head back on in a second. How can I not want a book called Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs as part of your collection? Sandra, oh, there's a dark side to you. You guys want me to read a bedtime story, don't you? That's what you want, don't you? Oh, Susie mentioned good night all. Hey, come back, please. Thank you so much for your insight. You have to tell me what these heat dome things are about. It's fascinating, if not scary. So let me go get some sugar. And be right back. But we were discussing last couple of nights that I have various ideas for YouTube content. You know, that I had these ideas mixing around before any fire stuff started. One of which was a disaster thing. I had already had ideas for something like Fascinating Horror, for something similar to Bedtime Stories channels. I had an illustrator who did pen and ink black and white drawings. And all you need is a slow pan to a black and white drawing with the narrator explaining the disaster, and because it's mostly a podcast, you know, it's the graphic just helps you with the creepy factor, but it's not the point. And there's various ones that are kind of forgotten. My idea is talk about disasters with an eye for prevention. Like, one of which would be, why in every theater do the doors open outwards? Why is there a crash bar on every door instead of a handle you turn? And then the reason. And the reason to explain this, Iroquois theater disaster and others. America's worst mass fatality event in a fire happened in a theater because the doors opened inwards and the crush of people trying to get out, well, nobody had the strength to pull the door back. The idea is to bring it home, especially for youngsters, that regulations are important. They save lives. We no longer have, 600 people dying in a theater. But we used to have that sort of thing. We used to have these mass fatality events in bars and such, and concert venues before these regulations. If we improve safety regulations, we'll have fewer deaths, many of which are now perfectly preventable, but we just don't have, well, the motivation to do it. There's a startling amount of people that still die in house fires. It's really sad. It's more than I ever thought. Many thousands of people. But you take smoke alarms, and before smoke alarms were mandatory, well, the statistic was even worse. And so before, excuse me, I'm in the kitchen here. Before the building alarms were there, before there were the pull handle and the entire building for the alarm for the entire building, we had big hotel fire and mass fatality events and such. Because you can't run to every floor of every hotel, yelling and screaming and beating down a door. That's not feasible. And you take these things for granted until you go to the third world and you see these things still repeating, because they don't even have something as simple as smoke alarms in people's apartments or hallways. And even if you had a fire in your own unit, there's no alarm to pull. One doesn't exist for the building. You would have to bang on everybody's door in the entire building. And it wasn't until I found myself in one of these buildings and I kind of just felt like something's different about this. You know, something is odd here. And I noticed there's no fire escapes, and there's no... It was pretty tall. It was like a 10-story, maybe, 8. I'm like on the 6th floor. And I opened up the window and looked down. I'm like, dang, there would be no escape here. Where's the only exit? It's a narrow hallway. And I'm like, there's no fire extinguishers. And then I realized there's no pull alarm. There's no smoke alarms either. And everybody's cooking with gas. Okay. This is a death trap. And other countries have different takes on things. Other cultures. I brought my concerns up and said, are you guys not worried about this? This is a serious deal. Like maybe it's kind of like a condo where people own their apartments. Could you... I mean, they all pool their money to do stuff like mundane things, like fix the boiler, you know, because there was a steam boiler to give everybody their heat. And they all shared the maintenance bill and all that. And I said, you guys could have a fundraiser to get an alarm system. So if somebody has a kitchen fire, they run out of their unit when you pull it. And then I noticed something terrible too. To get out of the apartments, you had to have a key to get out. I was like, what? What? You know, is that Shirley? You must be joking. Don't call me Shirley. What? I was locked inside of one of these death traps. Not a joke. I wake up to some urgent knocking. And I'm in a foreign country. I don't particularly speak the language much. And there's some jibber-jabber of a language, but it's quite insistent. It's quite urgent. So I go to open the door, and there's no key on the peg. There's just a nail. And then on a lanyard is a key, usually for these places. And I explained, I'm an American. I have no idea what you're saying. Do you, by any chance, speak English? They murmur amongst themselves. Somebody comes up and says, yeah, I do. I said, so, what's up? Sorry, I can't open the door. I don't have a key. And they go, you need to evacuate. What? At this point, see, I had just had that conversation the night before with my friend who I was staying with. I tossed my head back and laughed. I'm like, funny joke. Funny joke. But not really funny. This is a serious kind of thing. You don't freak me out. He was serious. Yes, this is now Coast to Coast AM. And In fact, I have a worldwide audience. Just kidding. So, I'm explaining what I wanted to do with YouTube before this fire thing happened, okay? This is not what I wanted to do as a video production career, right? So, I would explain things like this. You know, okay. That is some static. Okay. Okay. See, I told you guys. I lose viewers if there's nothing. Like if there's... Oh, hang on a second. You're talking again?
Go for Tahoe 1.
Tahoe 1, I've tied him with 79 Golf. He's requested that both Tahoe 1 and 2 proceed to our location here at the Randall track.
I copy, we'll be en route.
Oh. I just found Oreos. Yeah. That'll do me for sugar. Ah. Alright, guys. I want to pass them all out. I wish I could. Do you guys have carrier pigeons? We could arrange this. Okay. In order to know what I'm talking about...
Tahoe 1, Division Golf Trainee. Do you copy traffic?
Shh. Can I talk or not? Can I take a bite safely? Or are they going to shut up and force me to talk again? See, I lose viewers the moment that the feed goes silent. There's a great pressure on me to talk when they're not. And I have to cool off with story time. For my stress relief is 1 hour of every day. I'm going to do something I like. Oh boy, do I like hanging out with you telling stories. And you guys requested story time. Here you go. Okay. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Well, that was ungraceful. Sorry. Yeah, it's in the, it's one of the many millions of characters in my description of the video. Hit Control F and type in twit.
Tahoe 1, Division Golf Trainee, on command.
And boy, will you find me. Okay. So, what I was talking about is I could read you guys a bedtime story. One of my ideas was part of YouTube content now might be soothing. Bedtime stories for the fire evacuated. And all of a sudden I had the surge of support for that, surprisingly. I found myself kind of drifting off. I need blood sugar, so excuse my munching. You are 3 teeth short of a sentence. Okay. Gummies? Ooh, okay. It's better than pickle-flavored ice cream. That actually sounds great. Is that because I'm female? See, I love sweet pickles, and then...
Tahoe 1, Division Golf Training on command.
Tahoe 1. No planes. Well, they're monitoring the fires over by Hay Fork and Weaverville and the Mad River. They're monitoring, mapping currently the Caldor, it seems. Or, wait a second. What is AH? Is that private craft? Maybe not. But if you're just tuning in, it's all quiet on Caldor. Therefore, I have to talk, otherwise I lose viewers. So when we have a nice quiet time at night, we blow off steam, we have silly time and story time. So what I was trying to explain was I had ideas for YouTube variety show. One part of the channel would be, well, disaster oriented, but not like exploitive. I can't stand that stuff. But to explain the importance of, say, safety regulations prevent new disasters. And honor the dead. Clear people's names when necessary. So, you know, I started out with one of these things would be like, why are there crash bars?
Caldor Night Operations, Air Attack 17 Victor, Air to Ground Command.
Go ahead and talk. I want to eat. Hey, say something, Air Attack. I'm trying to eat here. And yes, Steven, story time is better with Oreos. Dang, Max, a citizen found a live bomb in Milwaukee and brought it to the police station on the south side.
Night Operations, Air Attack, was that you on Air to Ground Command? You're broken.
It blew up and killed 17 people in 1917. Yeah. Okay. On a dare, would you do this? For $20? Would you take an Oreo and dip it in pickle juice and eat it? The whole thing.
One, you're extremely broken. Can you repeat?
Thank you. We're just hearing one side of a conversation. So you're going to tweet a link to me. How does that work, Patrick? See, I don't know how to use Twitter. The people here told me to get on it, so I went, okay. I will finish the story. Oh, the Triangle Shirt Factory fire. Oh, man. Did you know that they turned it into condos and people are sleeping and eating and watching TV on the same factory floor where... Okay, I'm not even going to get graphic right now because of the sensitivity of my audience. What bothers me is instead of memorials and museums, mass...
Golf trainee on command.
we're building condos over the top of mass fatality sites, the shirtwaist factory, and then
79 Golf has requested you guys move up to Highway 50 at our location at Randall Track, which is in Section 27.
of course they talk over me. Okay, the Coconut Grove disaster in Boston. Here's the last survivors, in their 90s. That was the 1940s during wartime when 630 people die in a nightclub. And I studied that pretty intensely. I was trying to get a 3D model of the place so that we could analyze the disaster and the airflow and draft and try to solve the mystery of just how crazy that fire got so fast. 635 people died in a nightclub. The way it ripped word through there, I've got a bunch of theories, and
You fired to my location for a elderly female who's heavy breathing and not feeling good. I believe she's been diagnosed with some breathing problem.
10-4.
SRL4, code 2 will suffice.
10-4.
Code 2, I believe, is responding with an ambulance with lights. I don't know if there's a sirens though.
Division Golf Trinity, on command.
Central SR4, can you let fire know that I'll be in the rear of the CSD building outside?
Can I really talk now? I hope that person's better. I'm really sympathetic. Whenever these wildfires break out, the elderly have problems breathing, and the people with breathing, difficulties in general, and this really sucks for them. It's not fair. So the point I was trying to make is the Coconut Grove disaster. The very last survivors assemble there on the anniversary. And of course, people that want to understand the disaster are naturally wanting to visit the site. And they built condos. And they tell the 90-year-olds and the people leaving flowers to go away. We live here. We don't want all this unwanted attention. Totally, oh my God, why would you want to have a memorial? Oh God, there's something wrong with this. I'm trying to do my Pilates and go and walk my dog, my little underarm dog that I like to keep in my purse and totally take around with me as an ornament and kind of a fashion accessory. And you're getting my dog's way. You're getting my dog's way. Take these flowers away. I just can't understand the vapid nature of this crap. Old lady in a wheelchair, one of the last survivors, shows up there and finds that they built the condo, and the security's like, can you guys have your memorial somewhere else? No, I was underneath a pile of bodies here, and that's how I survived. Right here you're standing, and we can't have the memorial somewhere else. I was like, dang! You tell him. Son of a biscuit. Alright, back to my story. You probably want me to finish it, right?
Branch 10, training, command.
I'm gonna eat another cookie. Go ahead and talk, guys. Please, dispatch, talk. I'm gonna run with that. Just B girl, beta girl, or we can make it cool. Because I can't say your name without getting banned.
Division Golf, Branch 10, training and command.
Let's call you Super B. Is that flow? I prefer senior citizen. I like the word elder, though. I mean, it's got respect written into it, I do a goosebump in Valley Girl. I could, if I drank a little bit more and didn't have a ragged throat, I could put a little bit more of an upward pitch and really nail it.
Caldor Communications, Division Golf Training on command.
Oh, it's Desperation Guy. He makes every radio call desperate. But he's like, do we have the Gatorade? Division Tango, do we have the Gatorade? He freaks me out every night.
Caldor Communications, Division Golf Training.
Division Golf, Branch 10, training on command.
It'll be about Gatorade, I know it. Okay, Zeke Lunder posted at 7. Let's see what he has to say about the Caldor.
Branch 10 trainee, Branch 10 on command.
Division Golf on command. 1.
6:30 p.m. showing the fire spread to the east. There has not been any new spread over the dozer lines in Station and Cody Creek, but the two fingers of the head of the fire have closed together to the south of Highway 50.
Branch 10, Division Golf on command 1.
The finger.
We need all your resources to come down to Highway 50 in the Whitehall Canyon area.
You were walked on, but confirm resources down to Whitehall.
Yeah, affirmative. Send the task force down to Whitehall Canyon and Randall area.
Oh, Desiree.
Yeah, golf copies.
That was one of the things that disturbed me. Why are people called a trainee? Like, shouldn't experts be on a fire? But that's just their thing, is they rotate crews out more often than I get a rest. I mean, they're doing harder work and not complaining, but that was something that surprised me. They rotate people from around the country to the fire. They get lost in need directions, like we heard earlier. And for a couple of days, as they make the transition, they're trained by the outgoing people. This is my best understanding of it. They are super experts, though. They're not like...
Division Golf, Branch 10 trainee, send the 2 single increment resources as well. 642 and 2062.
They're not newbies, but they're unfamiliar with the area. So I wonder why they're going to Whitehall. Is that because they're going to go on to their next project, or is there a problem? We'll continue to listen to that a little bit. But back to what the heck I was saying. Yeah, we're just gonna go. We're gonna roll with Super B, right? Yeah, Desiree, I know it's hard. I know. I've not been a full-time caretaker, but trying to do things like that has been hard. So what I was trying to explain to people who are maybe confused, we are monitoring the fire. I was trying to read the rest of this, the 7 p.m. Zeke update, but branch 10 just decides that they want to talk. Hang on. Ooh, Railfan. I want to look that up. The Coconut Grove, we can't talk too much about it. That's not here now. You know, I know horrific details about it. You know, am I confusing the statistics? Was that where 492 died and 632 was in the Iroquois? Anyway, we're going to go on to a much happier subject in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not misspeaking. That may have been it. I have a bit of a numbers dyslexia type of a deal. But thank you. I'm going to check that out. But the whole point of story time now is to relax. We're still monitoring Caldor until we get a good idea of how the day was, and then I sleep. You thought I said Bohemian Grove? My throat's ragged. Trying my best. I'm drinking my milk. See, they mentioned masticator a bunch of times today. They even said Papa Papa once. That's another shot of milk. What's the other part of the milk drinking game? See, I didn't have milk earlier, and I'm catching up. Yeah, that's good, Desiree. You did a good thing there. And you're not thanked enough for that kind of job, but you made quite a difference. So, first I'm going to finish this. It's an update from Zeke showing what was going around by Strawberry. Once again, if you guys want to know about that area, there's a good Twitter account I can show you where this person drives around. He's amazing. He drove by Prattville and such. But here's Zeke Lunder's 7 p.m. update. He was saying, there has not been any new spread as of 7 p.m. tonight over the dozer lines in Station and Cody Creek, but the two fingers of the head of the fire have closed together on the south of Highway 50. And that's what we saw with the images of, fire across 50. People driving. At least I saw them, and I didn't want to show it, but we talked about it. And the finger on the north side of the Highway 50 moved about a half-mile east in the past 22 hours, which is closer to Tahoe. View to the south over Strawberry. Yellow outline is 6:30 p.m.'s location of the fire edge. Red is the nighttime infrared mapping at 8 p.m. Black lines are dozer lines, and just go to the-lookout. What do you want, Golf? Good night, Bugs. Are they gonna talk, or should I talk in between? Are they gonna get their Gatorade? Sliders, the television show? Is who still alive? Somebody Reminds me of the story from the lady that survived the race riots in Oklahoma. She's 103. Man. So one of the coolest things I heard is there's a listener I have who's 101 years old. Yay. That is cool. Action Photography on Twitter just put a video taken between Whitehall and Strawberry. They're all converging on Whitehall right now, but it either just for a project or if there's an emergency, they're not saying. Yes, that was a good show as a kid. Yeah. Was with Millennium and X-Files at the time. I love classical TV. Dick Van Dyke, dude. That show's awesome. Yeah, that's one of the things I'd like to have new laws concerning prevention of elder abuse, but that's a topic that I can't get into right now, or I'll get into a fiery passion and get depressed. But you're right. Back to my story, because I will look at the Twitter to describe to you guys if it's too fiery or if I can't show it. It's people's copyrighted stuff. The only reason I was showing Matthew's stuff is he kept joking about my viewers watching me when I asked him if it was okay to do so. Then I found out that he changed his mind, so I don't show his stuff. Oh, little puppies. That's cute. This is pure therapy, as suggested earlier, and boy it is. But let me find the 911 photography, 911 fire photography, or whatever it is. No results in searches. That's what I hate about Twitter, is I kind of know, like I just read, it's 911 fire action photography, right? So I type that in, it says no results. Just what am I doing wrong with the Twitter? You have to say @911_action. Do they not know how search is supposed to work? It's supposed to be forgiving so you can find your content you want. I can't understand Twitter's popularity. It's the weirdest mess of a website. It has good utility, but the UI is just, it's like Reddit. It's so hard to even, like, somebody replies on Reddit, so you hit the button instead of a neat tree of a reply under a reply under a reply. You have this mess. I don't understand it. It's like somebody in 1996 designed the website and they didn't update it. Video taken along 50 from Whitehall to Strawberry, uploaded 33 minutes ago. Fires backing down the mountain on the south side of 50 towards Whitehall and Randall Tract. Fires also approaching Strawberry and Twin Bridges. Fire crews are reinforcing the lines. Okay, let me tell you what I see. There's flames on a hillside. They're felling a bunch of trees. And its backing is slow. It's not quite creeping, but it's going downhill. So, backing and creeping, and sometimes flanking are the slower moving things. Creeping being the slugs can outrun a creeping fire sometimes. So they're wrapping buildings like this brown cabin in foil. They're felling a bunch of trees that seem damaged. And here comes a masticator. Yes. Oh, yes. Alright. There's a couple of fire crews taking a little break and eating. Strawberry Lodge is still there. This is dusk, so you know that this was hours ago. It was uploaded 33 minutes ago, but it was dusk. This person is good. That nighttime shot of fire is good. Let me make sure I get the full picture, read the full description. And here's a link. Go ahead and watch it. You know, if you need to monitor things, you can look at that and come back. I'm not going to be all insulted. Yeah, Reddit is weird. I don't understand the thing. Is the story X-rated? Don't even mention something like that, because you're going to invite other comments like that and get into danger. Yeah, we should be doing much better by our elders. Like that's a YouTube link. That's safe. But either way, there's somebody who made a comment about my stories and what I should do regarding a theme that's above the age group of a lot of my audience. And I warned people, but I don't warn anymore. Adult content type mentions, we can't have that here. So this is the channel where families tune in at night or during the day, and they need to be able to. So it's okay. You know, I would love, on a different type of situation, to have let the curse words fly and have a super relaxed, made for, you know, adult audiences kind of a stream someday in the future, some like time. Especially if we're going to talk about rock and roll concerts and, you know, what went on in the 60s. I'd love to hear you guys' stories and wild parties and such, right? But we want to keep as many people listening as they need to. Because unfortunately, I still can't wrap my head around this. I'm one of the best sources of information, and I'm, yeah, honored and scared at the same time as to why that's the case. Okay. I think this is a good explainer. Nighttime, looking at this, looking how sluggish this is Armstrong Lookout. The Leak Springs, the best cam is here at Tahoe. It never really shows us what's going on in 50. I wish there was a traffic cam or something. But when you don't see a lot of Sierra Tahoe activity, it's good. There's East Quincy. We're just doing a cam check here. Let's keep it on Tobias Peak. This is one of the nicer ones to look at. Oh, Sandra O says good night. Good night. Come back and see us. And part of this is designed to lull people to sleep. Because when you've done everything you can do, you've done everything you can do. So just relax. Just relax. Oh, hi, yeah. Hi. Well, new people. I want to hang out a little bit longer. Figure out if anything is going on at Whitehall. And I do my 1 hour of relaxing time. So, we can take our shoes off. Lean back. Desiree says, we don't want to get Kathryn in trouble now. I'm picturing all of us sitting around and Kathryn's on the floor. We're in our jammies and have hot chocolate ready for our bedtime story. There you go. We need to choose one. I could, of course, finish my idea of what I was talking about. Since that drives people insane. Sorry. It drives me insane, too. I want to finish sentences, but that's when the radio pipes up. And that's when somebody says, hey. So, we'll keep it on this neat image here. You meditate for 4 hours a day, you are relaxed. That's cool. So what I was talking about is before these fire things happened, I did have a lot of curiosity about disasters and wanted to make a disaster-oriented show part of the content on YouTube, and a lot of it's going to be really nice, even oriented for family stuff, like Mr. Rogers style, right? But for this drive I have, can't be a first responder, but I'd like to know, and I'd like to think that education and examination of disasters can help prevent them and help save life. So I had this idea that I'd make fire safety videos if I got a camera, get closer to that goal, thank goodness. And then I would especially focus on disasters related to ghost towns, since that's my field of study. And then the ones that can teach the best safety lessons. And then contrast things. We need to appreciate, we cannot relax our safety regulations, as some might whine and moan and complain about. Oh, we'd get more houses built if we just relaxed some of these stupid safety rules. Well, here I am in a foreign country, going back to the finishing of the story, where I noticed that this apartment / condo, whatever it was, building I'm in, made in the 60s, late 60s. I noticed one by one just how much of a death trap it was. Narrow hallways that are dark and unlit, and there is no safety lighting. So if you lose power, which you do in a structure fire, you're in the dark. Even if you still have power, you need bright safety lighting. They have those on either side of the exit sign, the bright lights, because it has to see through the smoke and to guide you. And that's not present. And then there's no smoke alarms, no pull handles, no extinguishers, and just really, really narrow stairs. And guess what? The building was cut in half with a big wall in between both sections, so you couldn't go from one half to the other. You'd have to exit the building and go the other side. It was like two buildings that shared a wall, really. One narrow staircase. If at all it was compromised by fire, there's no way out. No fire escapes either. To top it off, the cherry on this disaster cake, disaster in the making cake, is the ground floors had bars on the windows. And every single apartment, you had to have a key to get out. And I was voicing these concerns like, wow, you guys kind of own these apartments, and shouldn't you kind of upgrade them with some safety features? Like, you could go to the hardware store and buy a new lock. It's a turn. In the interior of the United States, the locks, you turn them. You turn them on the door to leave. Time is precious. To reach up and fumble for a key and try to insert that and get out, besides, it's just a pain. You have to make a key copy for every member of your family plus your guests, so that you can leave them when you're at home, and then you can leave, take one, and they don't have another. Why go and stay with his friend? And he had one key apparently and lost the other. I wake up to that insistent knocking. Knock, knock, knock. What? Finally, somebody with English shows up. You have to evacuate. Thought he's pranking me. Heck, we just had that conversation. I look over and I'm on the ground floor. There's bars out on the windows. and bolted. There's this one door out, and they said there's a gas leak. Oh. They were not kidding, and this wasn't my friend trying to prank me. So they're like, why don't you use the spare key? And I'm like, well, there's a nail on the side of the door, and there's nothing there. That's the only key I know about, and he's gone. The guy goes, I said, is there a maintenance guy that could bring a key here? Chattering in a foreign language, arguing in a foreign language, yelling in a foreign language. And then he goes, well, normally, but... And he was upset because apparently there's supposed to be spare keys and they're not there. At this point, I'm smelling gas. That's not a joke. I said, okay, what's going on? And they said, well, we were doing some maintenance next door, and well, we hit the kitchen, and he couldn't describe it in English, but I got the picture. So here I am dialing the most rapid cell phone dialing I've ever done to my friend. You get yourself over here right now. And he goes, well, I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough. He was literally swishing a beaker around and wearing goggles in his laboratory, in his chemistry class. And I said, I don't care what you're on the cusp of. I don't care if you're about to cure global warming or something. You get over here and you get me that key. And he's like, what? All right, I'll be over in 45 minutes. Sprint! Dang it, sprint! So, to get me out, they had to pick the lock. Thank God. There was a guy, and what they ended up doing was they brainstormed. There was a criminal on probation who was a master thief. The door opens, and I bolted out of there, and I was the bowling ball in the alley. They were the pins, and I am just rocketing out of there. And they're like, whoa, lady. But I was saved by a thief. It was the most cool thing. That gas really did fill up the building, but the fire department came, they aired it out, blah, blah, blah. And, well, I'm here. Yeah, no F-bombs, please, in the chat. But we take our safety regulations and what goes on in the Western world for granted. For granted. We really do. They're not present in other parts of the world. And, just, we have to appreciate this. So part of the show would be about things like that. And I'd probably have a personal story part of the show, which would be weird things happen to me. Weird things happen to me. You guys are having a dinosaur conversation, which is now intriguing me. Oh, we lost connection to Caldor. It doesn't even tell me. Alright, let me refresh this. Error. There's only 22 listeners now. I think everybody was dumped. There were hundreds. I'll show you guys what I mean. Here's my master control. Thanks to your kind donations, I upgraded my subscription to the pro version of Broadcastify. So I have the ability to set up feeds, and just one by one I can stop and play them. And Cal Fire Working Incidents, Lassen County Fire Special for the Dixie, Cal Fire SHU for the Monument. And, Caldor is offline. Listener 0. Oh, okay. Well, really have to tell stories. We'll wait for that to come back. Do tell me if it comes back and if you notice it. We'll keep watching the cans. Diplodocus. That's the way I say it. I can't hang out with those Diplodocus plebeians. Everybody knows. It's Diplodocus. Alright. Let's go back down. What kind of story you guys want? What kind of story you want? Your chat header says 114 viewers. Approximate. Do your jammies have footies? Those were the coolest things to wear. You know what I had for pajamas? I had a dinosaur pajama set with little, like, dinosaur feet. And, happy ending story. Cool. It's gotta be non-copyright. Do we have a classical tale you want me to, that you want me to narrate? Hopefully something short. It's time to rest my voice for sure. What about a classical one? How long is Ricky Tikki Tavi? Soothing, right? We want soothing. Short stories. 20 great American short stories. To build a fire? Oh no, that one's not soothing. That was traumatic when I was told as a kid to read Jack London's 1908 To Build a Fire. Oh boy, yeah, that's not one. I gotta be careful with this. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. That's not a good one either. What are these? The most dark? Yeah, Legend of Sleepy Hollow. This is the most dark collection of stories. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we want to go Poe tonight, do we? Alright. I gotta be careful. You guys have a suggestion? The Lord of the Rings. Okay, let's start out. Legend has it there was a ring. The Ugly Duckling. Yeah, definitely something with happily ever after stuff. Let's see. Is the worst of times? It was the best of times. Yeah. The Beast with what? I want more of the California Karen voice. Okay, that takes a little bit of effort that my vocal cords are not quite up to the task. Like the rain that falls into the sea, in a moment what has been lost, in what will be. Tell a story about my Uncle Larry. Is that a reference I'm not getting? That's wonderful. Really, guys, throwing at me. It's time to begin. 20 classical short stories with a happy ending. Uh, 50 great feel-good stories of American literature. Trying to find what I've read so I can do it some justice. On the fly will be a little bit start and stop, you know. What about a fable? Oh, here's a nice short one. And I had to figure out how to say this. Androcylus and the Lion by James Baldwin for ages 8 through 12. But I have to be able to say Androculus or Androculus correctly for sure. How to pronounce Androculus. Let's cheat. Androculus. Androclus. What? Oh, is it a corruption of Androcules? Is this Greek?
Androclus.
Oh God, that was loud. Androclus. Alright, I'm gonna go with that. Oh, yeah, Sam, you got flagged. You got oh my God, you said retardant. Yes, that's one of the funny things. You type that. Flame retardant is banned by YouTube, automatically flagged as a bad word. You should have seen people trying to say that lady's name, one of the park rangers, her last name was Bumpus. Bumpus Hell is a part of Lassen National Park. It's basically the boiling crater. A pioneer, fell into it. Most unfortunate pioneer fell into it, so they called it Bumpus Hell after that. Alright, I'm going to read you guys this.
Androclus.
Androclus. I'm just going to go with that. Androclus and the Lion. In Rome, there was once a poor slave whose name was Androclus. In fact, let's get fun with this. Hang on a second. This is great. Why didn't I think about this? Starting again. In Rome, there was once a poor slave, and whose name was
Androclus.
His master was a cruel man, and so unkind to him that at last
Androclus
ran away. He hid himself in the wild wood for many days, but there was no food to be found. He grew so weak and so sick, he thought that he should die. So one day, he crept into a cave and lay down, and soon he was fast asleep. After a while, a great noise woke him up. A lion had come into the cave and was roaring loudly.
Androclus
was very much afraid, for he felt sure that the beast would kill him. Soon, however, he saw that the lion was not angry, but that he limped, as though his foot hurt him. Then
Androclus
grew so bold that he took hold of the lion's lame paw to see what was the matter. The lion stood quite still and rubbed his head against the man's shoulder. He seemed to say, "I know that you will help me."
Androclus
lifted the paw from the ground and saw that it was a long, sharp thorn, which would hurt the lion so much if he should bear weight upon it. He took the end of the thorn in his fingers, and he gave a strong, quick pull. Yoink! And out it came. The lion was full of joy. He jumped around like a dog, and he licked the hands and feet of his new friend.
Androclus
was not at all afraid after this, and when the night came, he and the lion lay down and slept side by side. For a long time, the lion brought food to
Androclus.
every day. And the two became such good friends that
Androclus,
found his new life a very happy one. Can you imagine that? A new life with a lion? I would be happy too. One day, some soldiers who were passing through the wood found
Androclus,
in the cave. They knew who he was, and so took him back to Rome. It was the law at the time that every slave who ran away from his master should be made to fight a hungry lion. So a fierce lion was shut up a while without food, and the time was set for the fight. When the day came, thousands of people crowded to see the sport. Cue the wild cheering and jeering sound effect. They went to such places at that time, very much as people nowadays go to see a circus show or a game of baseball. The door opened, and poor
Androclus
was brought in. He was almost dead with fear, for the roars of the lion could clearly be heard. He looked up and saw there was no pity in the thousands of faces around him. Then the hungry lion rushed in. With a single bound he reached the poor slave.
Androclus
Gave a great cry, not of fear, but of gladness. It was his old friend, the lion of the cave. The people who had expected to see the man killed by the lion were filled with a wonder. They saw
Androclus
put his arms around the lion's neck. They saw the lion lay down at his feet. They saw him lick them lovingly. They saw the great beast rub his head against the slave's face, as though he wanted to be petted. They could not understand what it all meant. After a while, they asked
Androclus
to tell them about it. So he stood up before them, with his arm around the lion's neck. He told how he and the beast had lived together in the cave. I am a man, he said, but no man has ever befriended me. This poor lion alone has been kind to me, and we love each other as brothers. The people were not so bad that they could be cruel to the poor slave now. Live! The crowd chanted. Live! Live and be free, they cried. Live and be free. The others cried, let the lion go, let the lion go, free as well. Give both of them their liberty. And so
Androclus
was set free, and the lion was given to him for his own. And they lived together in Rome for many years. Aww. I thought it was cute. Happy tears. That should be made into some sort of an animation. I think that would be really cool. And I forgot who did that. What story was that? Did I just close it? Whoops. Well, I'm getting pretty tired. So, you guys want another story? Without the crazy robot voice. Sorry, I couldn't resist that joke. But when I can't pronounce something, you know. Let's check the Caldor feed. Okay, it may be back online. 54 listeners. Okay. It sounded like a goat. What was the chant? This is not working. I need pictures. Okay. Pictures. Picture stories. I apparently just shut. Wait, how did I close that window? Hang on. Losing track of things. Ah. The picture don't get bigger, but we could Google this. It's a pretty cool painting. Please get bigger. Okay, I will manually enlarge you. Alright. So, would you like me to put up something like that during the next tour? Oh, coloring with D? Your homework is done, you're off to bed? Okay. It didn't work, you're still awake and thirsty? Okay. Well. Should it have been Androcles? It just seems like it. I hear it works just as good cold. You know what you could do is mix in some turmeric. It's called golden milk. Pain relieving. I find it works very well. Yeah, here you go. Here's some double stuffed Oreos. You can take the top off. Enjoy that. The pure chocolate. Take the top off another. Sandwich that together. Quadruple stuff. Best thing in the world. You can just sort of, you know, you can lick it if you want, but I scrape some of the white off with my teeth. These are falling apart on me. They're kind of fragile. Noise like this. Ah, yeah. There's this sort of a perfection. When you open your Oreos, you have to let them breathe, you know? Let them breathe, just like a fine wine. If you just instantly pop them into your mouth from a fresh package, they're going to be a little, well, not crisp. They're just a little too fresh. Let them breathe. Give them what they need. Set them down. Observe them. Give them their privacy if they want it. You know, let them relax. Return to it. Don't neglect. There's, you know, it's a fine line between letting them have their privacy and coming back, and you have to attend to them before they get stale. And about an hour and a half, you'll thank me because you have the perfect amount of. Oh yeah. That was a good crunch. I'm gonna take a couple bites. Okay. Yeah. That's the pure chocolate. That one we just had the chocolate. It was a fourth. It was a quarter piece. That's why I imagined that you should start out with. It's a quarter piece. Don't put the whole thing in. Don't do a half. Start out with a quarter piece. Rotate it. Rotate it with your tongue. Alright, we're gonna go for some milk. Yeah. Wash it down. Okay. It's trying to stick in the teeth. You can investigate with the tongue. Yeah. Pull at it. Give it a couple of tugs with the tongue. Push it. Alright. Remove it from the teeth. Okay. Wash it down. Savor it. Remember, savor it. Or you swallow that milk. Okay. Alright. Well, now, we'll clear the gums with the tongue. Alright. Perfect Oreo. I'm rating it a 10. That one's a 10. Yeah. But you gotta be careful now. You don't want to overdo it. as much as you might want to binge, you gotta be selective. Small portions. Now here, I am now taking a bit of white just between the fingers, tip of the tongue. Yeah, right there, tip of the tongue. That's the sweetest part. That's where all the taste buds are located. Yep. All right, lick it. Okay, not too much. You don't want too much saliva on that. You don't want it to get it slimy. You want to preserve that. It's almost sticky. It's almost sticky in between the fingers. You know, it's soft, nice and soft. Don't hold it too long. Just mount it on the, say, it'll stick to the tip of your thumb, right? Well, if you have nails, well, you should probably make the sacrifice. Clip them. You don't want this on the underside of your nails. That's a nightmare. It's unsanitary as well. So what you want to do is favor the Oreo. I mean, if it's a choice between fingernails and the Oreo, it's going to be the Oreo. I mean, really. Not much of a choice there. You gotta enjoy this. So now we're taking between the index and the thumb. A little dab. Just about like 2 peas. 2 white peas, say. That amount of the Oreo white. Okay? You're gonna, just put it right on the tip of the tongue. Yeah, that was a 10. That was a 10. And so now we're gonna just kind of lick it off the finger. Oh, yeah. That one was good. No residue on the finger. Completely got it all off. Now we're gonna sample. Remember, slow. Savor it. This is the good part. As good as the chocolate was. Now this is a pure cream. And it has that texture. I've been told it comes from sea creatures. It's like tiny microscopic shells. Also gives you the weird texture in toothpaste. Either way, this is, of course, something that's okay to consume. They add it to a lot of foods. What is it called? Diatomaceous? Something? Maybe? I don't know. Whatever it is. It's that secret texture. Differentiates it from cupcake cream. Like Hostess cupcake? Little Debbie's? No. Just no. Inferior. Imitators. Hostess. It's very similar. Difference is the Oreo has these little crunchy things in it. And that's what we're savoring here, that texture. Rolls up the teeth. Yeah. And you don't even have to chase that. You can swish the milk now. Just remember the milk's part of it. No, I like to actually take a little bit of half and half and then add my milk. Dairy Gold. If you can get it. Dairy Gold. Costco can have some. Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe it's just Dairy Gold in disguise. You never know when it says Kirkland brand or whatever it is. But you know, you can't discount the importance of the milk. It plays an important role. It's auxiliary. It's supportive, but it's like the medic of the team. You know, should things go wrong, like as can happen, you know, too much chocolate went in teeth or dry mouth, you know, emergency like dry mouth, where you're just like, or maybe you were overzealous, you put too much in, you know, maybe you're too hungry, maybe you're having a craving, maybe you're having munchies. Whatever the case was, milk is your medic. It saves you. Don't forget to savor that. Oh, yes. I feel good now. Feel that sugar rush. Coming back to life. Refreshed. Where were we? You do know what I'm parodying, right? Some of you do. That's a 10. You remember that's a 10? If you have never seen this and experienced it, you must. It really takes the edge off. It's got to be here on YouTube. That's a 10. The ice cream. So as a guy who's a professional like ice cream taster, and 1991, and then they remix it. Oh, you guys.
Right there, that's good. Okay.
You just have to see this, okay?
Now the vanilla, the flower that grows on the vanilla bean vine is the orchid flower. So when you describe vanilla, you're looking for that pungent, sweet, aromatic. That's a vanilla bean.
Vanilla bean, and boy, does it smell good.
Isn't that marvelous?
Yeah, really does smell good. Okay, we got one more.
Okay, and then the last one.
All right.
Here's a big reach.
Okay.
And here.
Okay. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of fun. We could taste this all day. You know?
Again.
6:49 in the morning, we're eating ice cream. I'm getting pretty good at this, you know.
Very nice products. All the way down the line. And of course, as you said, yes, Edie's.
Edie's.
And then this one is going to be Haagen-Dazs.
Okay.
And then Seal Test, rounding out the fourth.
He got him. He got him.
That's how to taste ice cream.
Isn't that something? What's the best-selling flavor? Excuse me.
Vanilla is still number one. It's king. You're looking at about 30% of the total volume sold is vanilla. Number two, as most people would guess, is chocolates with an S, like Rocky Road, chocolate fudge mousse, chocolate fudge. Number three used to be strawberry, vanilla chocolate strawberry. Strawberry now has dropped down to the fourth position. Number three, in the first time in the history of ice cream on nut flavor, Dave, has gotten into the top five, butter pecan.
Whoa.
And then number five, rounding out the top five, is what I call the birthday party flavor, is Neapolitan, vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry.
I never liked Neapolitan. I don't know why, but I never did. John Harrison, Edie's Ice Cream. This is a lot of fun, and if you think we had fun now, the crew, they can't wait.
It's going to happen.
We're going to all be eating with our spoons upside down. Next in sports, Dick Ray has news from the ballparks, plus some college-bound football.
Wait a second. This doesn't have the famous part. He doesn't have the that's the 10 part? Really? Oh, no. I played the wrong video, guys. Okay. So, are they all remixes?
Good. Right there. That's good.
Yeah, really does. Okay. Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
This is kind of fun. We could taste this all day. You know?
Again.
6:49 in the morning, we're eating ice cream. I'm getting pretty good at this, you know.
Very nice products.
Dispatch, Winters 1.
Uh-oh. No, I don't want to go back to this.
Winters PD.
Back to reality.
They were out patrolling on Flat Park Road near the fire conversation area, and there's some hot spots burning down in the area near there.
I'm not familiar with that area. If you can provide a cross street or close address.
5301 Flat Park Road. We're still out here. If somebody's en route, we can show them where we saw it.
Somewhere. All right, thank you.
Okay, we didn't even get to the funny part. Let's do the remix, because I don't know where in this 6-minute video he does the thing. So, people remix this a lot. I don't know which one's the one.
So in tasting, what we do is take a small amount right off the top. It doesn't take much. That's the warmest part right here. I'm going to invert the spoon. Cover all 9,000 taste bud. Aerate it. Warm it up. Driving up that top note. That cream. Pure vanilla. Sweeteners. That's a 10.
Winters 1, Hellfire is advised. Still being run.
Do that, thank you.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll have fun like that. You guys know the song Back to Life, Back to Reality. Oh, God. Reality breaks in, man. I'll show you one of the cool remixes.
Cover all 9,000 taste bud. Aerate it. Warm it up. Driving up that top note. That cream. Pure vanilla. Sweeteners. That's a 10.
Yeah. Why do people do that? They're cracked out. But that was my best impression that I could do with the Oreo example. On the fly. I'll be here all week. My new career as a comedian. It's beginning. You're slain. Awesome. I've done my job. My work here is complete. Killing people. That's a 10. Alright. Killing with comedy. Okay. So. We can't see whatever they were talking about. On Mount Danaher. Or Somerset. We have to have humor, or we're all going to go insane. Or perhaps I have already, but I mean, that's a given. I'm just going to say eccentric. Yeah, that has a ring to it. This is the problem spot we've had all day. And what did they just say? We have a address. I can't read in the dark. 5301 Sly Park Road? Was that it? There is a problem. But it didn't sound major. It was like, somebody get over here. You could look at the Sly Park cam. Not that it shows a whole lot. Just the insane amount of ash flowing around and needles and a couple drops of their fire suppression rooftop sprinkler thing. There should be a red square over this chat. I don't get it. Desiree says I like fudge dipped Oreos and I put them in the freezer. Well, have you tried the pickle juice dipped Oreos? I mean, have you? Sam Breedlove, chocolate on my fingers, icing on my lips, sugar diabetes, and blubber on my hip. I got those Oreos chocolate covered, built by Nabisco, the best thing. It's Oreo cookie blues. Oh my god. That guy looks like the pillow guy? How dare you? He's clearly got more character and, you know. I mean, he's got sweet glasses, dude. I don't even want to know what this is. This is disturbing me. What is that? Why is this suggested to me? Oh. Oh, no. Whatever that is, no. Yeah, I'm backing away from whatever YouTube thinks I want to know about. Because that's some scary stuff. Alright. Where's our FLIR? That's what it was on until I closed it. The FLIR could show Sly Park. Oh heck. Do I have it off screen here? Ow! FLIR Cal Camp. Oh. Friends, I think I should get this. How to use the FLIR 1 thermal imaging camera.
There's a new way to look at the world. Attach your FLIR 1 camera to your phone or tablet, launch the FLIR 1 app, and prepare to explore all sorts of capabilities. One of the things that makes the FLIR 1 camera so unique is its MSX technology. MSX gives your images more detail and context than you would get from the thermal image. Keep in mind, MSX requires light to work and should be at least 1 meter away from the object you're looking at for optimal alignment. At the bottom of the screen, you'll find the ability to snap an image. Or if you'd like, slide the switch to the video setting and start capturing video.
Ooh.
Tap on the icon in the upper left for further settings and functions, such as turning on your camera's flashlight to increase MSX functionality in low light situations. To turn your spot meter on or off, tap the target icon located at the top of your screen. If your alignment is off, you can manually recalibrate by pressing and holding your finger on the live image.
I'm going to be sick.
Once the bar appears, use the slider until the images are properly aligned. Whether you're taking a still image or video, you can select from many different color palettes at any time by simply swiping the screen left or right. For scenes with low heat contrast, like a wall with missing insulation or a leaky roof, the lava palette helps by using colors to show varying temperatures. The hot and cold palette simply intensifies the hottest and coldest places in a scene. It calculates the total temperature contrast in a scene and colorizes the hottest parts in red and the coldest parts in blue. Now let's say you have a high contrast scene. The iron palette uses select colors to show the rich varied temperatures of a scene without overwhelming your eye with too much color. After you've captured an image or video, you could
That happens to me a lot.
retrieve it from your FLIR 1 by clicking the thermal photo located in the bottom left corner of your screen. There's a lot more to the world than what meets the eye, and FLIR 1 is your portal to things unseen. How much you discover is in your hands. FLIR 1. See the heat.
Well, that was 2016. I wonder if they have better ones. I'm not sure I want to fork out $200 for something that primitive, but it's glorious. You know, the Caldor Fire FLIR, and the one at Dire Mountain. If I could get that kind of resolution, I'd definitely drop a couple $100 and see the world in a new way. You could save hundreds of dollars a year on like heating bills and stuff if you found out where you had leaks. I hear that that's a free service for many low-income people and seniors. If you contact your power company and inquire, if you contact your power company and inquire, a lot of states have free weatherization tips and there's discounts on stuff. You're trying to, be green and lessen the strain on the power grid. Like 70% of people's power bill is heating and cooling, and weatherization is actually the best way to save money. People think it's the light bulbs, the LEDs, but lighting is 30% of your typical house's heating bill or electric bill. So you're just going to be taking the 30% and reducing that. Whereas if you took a little money and had the stripping and the insulation and this and that, it can really make a difference. Dang it, this won't rotate towards Slide Park. Oh well. It kind of is. Wait, is that the reservoir in front of the cam? I think it's a little bit too far north on the right image. But it's good. And that's actually giving me a headache to look at. Just gonna kind of get away from that. Okay. So, well, fine. I'll say seniors if I want to. It's because I want to. It's not because of pressure. Private joke there. So, the reason I just said was I rolled my chair back and looked down, and I had dropped Oreo cookie white on the floor. Guess what my sock just went into as I pushed my chair back? That squish was a bit like mud, sticking your sock in mud. We kind of smeared around it on the floor. Thank goodness it's hardwood floor. Can you imagine if I had carpet right here? Ugh. Yeah. It's a hazard, but it's a hazard I'm willing to embrace for Oreos. They're not without their risks, but see here I'm putting the uneaten pieces back in the little package. All in all, I'd say I didn't allow them to breathe enough. So we're going to button that up. We're going to press down on that seal. We'll try again. I dare not leave them out overnight because, well, I will have ruined them. But we'll try again. We'll find perfection. Perfect amount of crunch, not too fresh, not stale. Oreo should have a warning label. Yeah, trip hazard, for sure. And the whole sending you to the moon, it's hard to come down from that high. Go back to life, back to reality. I mean, you saw how I was soaring with that Oreo. All of a sudden, the radio butt in and it rained on my parade. But life does that. Either way, it's time for me to sleep. Do you want one more story? Or shall we just go to sleep? You need a smoke break? Going back up to chat. Decadent. I think I did the wrong thing and kind of like energized you guys. Do an ASMR of your Oreos. I'm not sure how that works. I just had Oreos at midnight. Yeah, but sugar don't affect me like that. What color are my socks? They're white. They're white. Off-white. With a particularly bright white spot on the underside now. Do you want another story? Another short one? I know I should sleep, but I think I just cracked you guys up. If you need something to get to sleep now, I can provide. I could have the rain. Because Caldor just dropped again. They're having problems with their feed. We can see, but we can't hear. Okay. See. No problem at all? Okay, there's no story time request. Alright then, we'll say goodnight. We've got to restart the stream. But here's the thing. If Caldor feed isn't on and is not going to stay on, there's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, good night. Good night, Sam. To the moon, Alice to the moon, yeah. I kind of want to watch something relaxing. Should spare my voice anyway. It's relaxing. Non-copyright relaxing. You have a suggestion, anybody? Mark Scheinfeld, a friend, almost divorced after he was getting up during the night, stepping in. Oh, God. And got back into bed with the wife in the morning. Was he a sleepwalker? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's why I won't have a dog. All's cool until your puppy has an accident. Oh, man. I'll just have a stuffed animal puppy. That'll do. Desiree says, I said goodnight half an hour ago until you started eating Oreos. Yeah, let's do the rainfall, the good one I found. Remember that really good one? Okay. That's all kinds of soothe. So it was gentle rain on a tin roof. That one. Let's do it. Yeah, we should just look at pictures of glaciers. Cold things. Remember this? Remember rain? When this comes, I'm gonna find the most pure mud that I can find. I'm taking my shoes off. I'm taking my socks off. And groom my feet so they're nice, you know, nice and dry and clean and pedicured and perfumed. But then I'm gonna just stick them in the mud. I'm gonna revel in that mud. I found a spot on the Oregon coast that has blue mud. It's pretty remarkable. It just had the right amount of depth that you could sink in almost to your knees. Slowly. And is it between a clay gray and a sky blue? And it was delightful. It was like foot therapy. Every single little muscle in my foot relaxed. And I sank in the other one, and the mud kind of went up my calf muscles with a soothing coolness. It was delightful. No, none of that lightning. Even though we can't hear anything, we can still monitor. I'm going to delay a moment to see, will the feed come back? If it does, then I can leave this on all night to the Caldor radio. But if it doesn't come back, then there's no point. Sounds like quicksand, don't go back. What's quicksand look like though? I thought it looked like a mud puddle, and then suddenly you're up to your waist, right? Like it looks mostly like water. Yeah, Sam's says insert feet into blue mud. It sounds like, yeah. Well, you only sink in quicksand if you struggle. You're supposed to splay your arms out and just call for somebody. It's the panic that does you in. Well, except for a couple of things. Have you ever watched safety videos? Like workplace safety videos? Those aren't copyrighted. They have the right amount of a droning narrator with a spooky kind of a deal. One of them I saw was workers sucked into quicksand at a construction site. Was that Workplace Safe BC? Work Safe BC? That's an odd situation. I have to admit, I'm a fan of safety videos.
At a city's sewer quicksand condition developed, pulling a worker into the ground. This is what happened. A new lift station was being built. Lift stations facilitate...
I'm sorry, the rain has to go off for a sec. This was like, whoa.
The flow of wastewater by moving it from a lower to a higher elevation. The lift station was to be installed about 7 meters below grade. The original engineering drawings for the project proposed an open-cut excavation to a depth of just below the final construction. The city commissioned a geotechnical report, Report 1, for the project, but then put the project on hold. Years later, when the project was restarted, the city commissioned Report 2, an updated geotechnical report that took into account Report 1. To determine the soil layering, 3 boreholes had been drilled to 6.1 meters for Report 1 and 1 borehole to 9.1 meters for Report 2.
At this point, you're like, how does this lead to an accident? Like, this is the most boring thing ever.
The reports gave the impression that down at the base of the proposed lift station, there would be a substantial layer of silt, and just above it, a layer of coarse sand. Groundwater was found at about 2.3 meters, making removal of water from the site, or what is known as dewatering, necessary. The city provided project information, including Report 2, to Firm A, the prime contractor. The planning and construction decisions were based on the understanding of the subsurface conditions provided by Reports 1 and 2. However, the boreholes had not gone deep enough. The data from them was inadequate for creating an effective dewatering plan. According to Groundwater Lowering in Construction, a practical guide,
That's what I read every day. I'm riveted to Groundwater Boring and Construction, a practical guide. I can't recommend that enough. Man, riveting.
Holes should penetrate to a depth of 1.5 to 2 times the depth of the excavation. Based on the reports provided, Firm A conceived a dewatering and shoring concept using an open steel caisson instead of going with an open cut to full depth. An open cut was made to about 2 meters, just above the groundwater. Then a caisson, made up of 3 ring-shaped sections, was driven into the soil.
A caisson, friends, is a tube.
Its walls created a barrier to prevent groundwater and soil from entering the sides of the caisson. The silt layer, being semi-impervious, would reduce groundwater penetration from below. In addition to the caisson, the dewatering system had 3 other elements. Dozens of dewatering well points for pre-drainage, which is the lowering of groundwater levels before excavating. 2 slotted steel pipes that were installed 6 meters deep for additional pre-drainage and to allow monitoring of the groundwater level. And 2 submersion pumps placed in the caisson to remove groundwater that leaked into it. The dewatering system pumped groundwater from the site continuously at high volume. On the day of the incident, most of the soil had already been removed from inside the caisson. The submersion pumps were being run to lower the water level inside it. Crushed stone around the caisson provided a good walking surface. Worker 1 had been adjusting the pipes for the submersion pumps. Afterward, he saw that the water level had gone down to almost the bottom of the caisson. He took a step, his foot sank, and then he was pulled into the ground. Workers 2 and 3 saw the water in the caisson start to boil and that the level of the water was rising quickly. They grabbed Worker 1's hands and arms. Worker 3 began to be pulled down. He released his hold on Worker 1, got out of the collapsing area, and then tried shoveling material away, but it kept collapsing into the hole. He then called 911 and went to shut down the pumps. Worker 4 arrived. Minutes later, the top of Worker 1's head was about a meter below the surface. A lifting strap was looped under Worker 1's arms and tied to the dewatering manifold. Completely immobile, he was stretched between the strap and the weight of the material pulling him down. Eventually, he was able to wiggle his feet out of his boots and was freed with the help of the other workers.
Yay! But what the heck?
What led to this incident? An aquifer is a naturally occurring underground layer of rock through which water can easily flow. Underneath the project area, there was not just one, but two aquifers.
Aquifers.
An upper aquifer and a lower aquifer. Unlike the upper aquifer, the lower aquifer was under pressure. The boreholes from reports 1 and 2 had detected the upper aquifer, but they hadn't gone deep enough to detect the lower one. As a result, the dewatering system was too shallow to reduce the water from the lower aquifer. Both aquifers had been identified in a third report, Report 3, but the city had failed to provide this report to Firm A. As the soil was removed from inside the caisson, a proportional amount of holding weight was removed from the soil at the bottom of the caisson. As this process continued, groundwater infiltrated the caisson, replacing the volume of removed soil. The water temporarily...
Are you guys asleep yet? Did that help? You gotta relax. You can't watch these cams all night. You gotta relax. Now, I wasted a little time waiting to see if the Caldor Fire operations radio is going to come back. I don't think it is. It says 3 people are listening. Reconnecting. And, well, I can't be here all night talking to you. Liquefaction, yes. This is where they found Jimmy Hoffa. So, I never really thought about quicksand, and when you mentioned that, I was like, at the beach, I'm not afraid of quicksand, but, like, that scenario terrifies me. You just see that, you're just walking around. Man. You felt so zen? Yeah, good. You're gonna sleep. You gotta sleep. You just gotta sleep. So, prepare for sleep. Do the rain. Do the safety videos. Well, except United States Chemical Safety Board. Now those videos are so impressive you might just snap to attention. But those are good. Those are good. It is time to sleep. You can't listen to the radio because it's down. It's time to go to sleep. So remember, after you've made all your preparations and you've done all you can do, you've done all you can do. So just relax. They've got the fire under best way to I can't sneeze. Okay. They are taking care of the fires. You gotta take care of yourself, and you just gotta relax. You got fried green tomatoes, Terry? I want some. Yeah, big boy, you like them too? The United States Chemical Safety Board videos got amazing with their animations. Yeah. You can't give it any more, Captain? Well, you must. You must. Did you know octopus never sleep? Really? So in reality, they have like lifespans twice as long as the average creature, because if you think about it, half our time is sleeping. Huh. I bet they sleep, but they're really good at pretending. Big Boy says, I learned a lot. There are some lessons that could be applied in their other residential lives. Yeah. Yeah. There's value in studying disasters. That's why human beings are attracted to looking at them. Octopus are an alien species. Cephalopods are fascinating. You know, if we were to find a new large species, a cryptid, you'd definitely probably be a sea creature. And there's stories of fishermen catching giant octopus. There's stories of them washing up on the beach. They're hard to preserve, you know. If a giant sea creature does exist, as it most likely is, the giant octopus. I once saw one that was like 8 feet in diameter. It spread out. I think that was the Oregon Coast Aquarium at Newport. They had a giant Pacific red octopus. It's kind of a favorite of my mom's. I think they're one of the larger species. It had its own little tank, because, well, anything else placed in the same tank met a tragic fate. And it had shells and stuff all around, and picked up some of the shells with its arms and examined them one by one like it was like a lady putting on her makeup. I don't think they have more than one brain. I think they're just very talented at using their tentacles, and they say it takes an elephant calf like 2.5 years to fully learn how to use all the muscles in the trunk, because there's like several hundred or something. If you don't want to yawn, touch your tongue with your finger. I like it though. If you ever find yourself getting a headache, it's usually from subconscious clenching of your teeth, especially looking at screens like I just kind of do. To relax those muscles, you should form a perfect O as much as you can, like a taco shape with your tongue. And then try to yawn with more and more intensity. A nice, long, drawn-out yawn with your tongue in a circle as much as you can make it. And as you do that slowly, you'll feel all the muscles around your ears, your jaw, temples, forehead. All of that will start to relax and be stretched out. Then you get that headache relief. They have a decentralized nervous system. I'm pretty sure they have a brain, if not a spinal cord. They can change colors. They can tell you how they feel. They're pretty fascinating. They are a good candidate for like human sentient master species replacement. That and raccoons, lemurs. You know, things with manipulatable fingers. Birds, maybe. They're kind of limited of having finger feet, you know. Finger feet are no replacement for like a good set of hands or paws with articulate, posable, thumb-like appendage. You know what? I haven't seen the California Condor Cam in a long time. I used to watch it every day. It's a relaxation technique. I mean, eventually this chick will fly. I wonder, has it done so already? Did I miss it? Sometimes the chick hangs out underneath the cam. Oh, there it is. Yay. This was earlier today. Plays around with feathers, flaps. It's now getting some plumage. The parents come in and vomit all over it. Well, I mean, sort of in front of it so it could eat. Excuse me. I mean regurgitate. Oh, there's one of the parents. They have the number tag. No, they numbered the chick. It's now chick 75. Oh. You can just relax to watching birds. Hood Canal of Puget Sound is home to many octopus. You know, I did a scuba diving thing at Puget Sound. That was a mistake. It was eerie. This morning I woke up and I leave YouTube on autoplay. I found something to watch. It's slightly disturbing, but of course so fascinating. A cave diver show, which, if you listen to me babble, was one of the career things I wanted to do. Before, well, I found out you do that often enough and then you die. Same thing with volcanic photography. I wanted to do both, which caused my teacher such great alarm that he took me aside and said, well, you'll have a short lifespan. Anyway, I'm just delaying here to make sure that the feed is truly dead on Caldor, because I'll just have to end the stream if it is. We do have to end in at least 18 minutes, because that's when we reach 12 hours on the stream. I've been here for 12 hours, guys. If you have a fire question, do butt in, but we can't see or hear anything. We'll keep checking back. So this moment, I'm trying to get people to relax. What was I saying? Yeah, the spooky coincidence. Funny you mentioned Puget Sound. I wake up and the cave diving show, mostly they talk about their exploits and do reaction videos. Well, and their tragedies too. Every cave diver knows somebody who, well, didn't make it. And it ended up being kind of soothing. They were just men kind of talking in a low kind of voice. And well, it was on autoplay, so I wake up. And they're talking about the Rescue 911 episode of Puget Sound's accident. And the hair raised on every square inch of skin on my body. Because when I was doing my checkout dive, trying to become one of the youngest people to get certified, at least the youngest person on the West Coast, I was trying to do it at the age of 12 or 13. So I think I was 13. I passed everything. The math was the hardest part. I never saw the value of math until I realized my life depended on it with scuba diving. So I was taking oceanography classes and volcanology type classes that were college level, but I was in advanced placement. It was trying to figure out if I wanted that as a career. And number 75, your order is ready. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Anyway, I wake up this morning and they're talking about the Rescue 911 episode, which is classical, you know, early 90s show. Man, you can binge watch it. It was almost as good as like Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack. Well, William Shatner, he actually narrated that for a bit. Here I am, ready to do my checkout dive in Puget Sound. Water is horribly cold. There's nothing to see down there except like for abandoned tires, occasional beer can. You know, the most exciting thing was an actual crab. Some sort of a Dungeness was kind of crawling around, right? And that was in black and white. I saw a black and white crab. You go down deep enough, you can't see colors anymore. And I knew it was supposed to be yellow, and I was like, I'm freezing to death down here. This sucks. This is not at all like scuba diving. It's supposed to be tropical and fun and shivering, and it's dark, and there's mud. Why did I come here? But anyway, back to my story. I know I tell in a roundabout way here. No, not just a vulture, that's a California condor. See, I'm trying to get myself to sleep here. This is what I do. We're continuing to watch fire cams, but it's all smoked out for the most part. Low level activity. And we're deaf. We can't hear the feed. It's gone dark. So I am waiting to see if it's coming back and wasting time, because I'd like to go to sleep now, but if I'm to put on the stream overnight, well, there has to be something to listen to, so I'm kind of delaying here. That's what I do to relax myself, is I watch birds, safety videos, and I turn on YouTube, and the diving show was on, so here they are discussing the Rescue 911, right? Diving accident in Puget Sound. And so, as a 13-year-old, I was in a hotel waiting for my checkout dive. I found out somebody else got their open water cert at the age of 12, and I was just crushed. But then I thought, was that a female? Maybe I could be the youngest girl or something. And I don't know. I wanted to sleep that night before my checkout dive, and that Rescue 911 comes on. And what is it about? A scuba diving accident in Puget Sound, and I just leaned up, and why did I have to flip through the channels? Why on earth did that hotel have to have cable? And a nighttime marathon of Rescue 911, right? It was an old show even then. It was reruns. But here I am captivated because you have to watch when you're like that. So this brought back this memory. The cave divers were talking about this episode when I woke up with YouTube on in my phone. Chills, you know. So I go in the morning after very little sleep because that disturbed me. I go to my dive buddies and instructor, and there's a large group of people here. And I said, I saw the craziest episode of Rescue 911 because in it, this guy had a problem. He lost his buoyancy, he lost his air, and his foolish partner bear hugs him and tries to inflate her vest to the max to float them both to the surface, and they were at 75 feet. You just don't take a newbie to 75 feet. That's reckless. Anyway, that was the episode. There's always something dumb before a disaster, right? And so, oh yeah, this is deep. So I said, I saw that episode last night. They were gesturing at each other, and what he did when he got into a panic was rip out the regulator from her mouth. And that destabilize her. You know, she wasn't prepared for that, and that can upset anybody. And so we decided, and what my instructor was going to do anyway, was practice. You just close your eyes, and at some point in time, you're going to get that regulator yanked off your mouth, and you're just going to rip off the mask. We done it in the pool, and I never had a problem with that. That's why I was allowed to go this far in scuba diving, is I just wasn't the panicky type. They said I had to carry my own gear and tank, and that was more than half my body weight. But I was an athlete. I was pretty ripped. Not like a butch type of a person, a soldier or a sergeant or a Gunhilda Viking. Not like that. Not stocky, but just sort of. I had big thighs, you know. Best way to put it. Like pride before a fall, yeah. Well, it wasn't like I was out to be famous. I really wanted to just get into the adult world early. I was pretty mature and fed up with immaturity. Of course, I was naive like a kid and passionate and all that, but I just didn't belong in school with kids. It was time for me to just... maybe it's the way that the lady pilot, she can't even drink yet, but she's putting out fires with Chinook helicopters, you know? It's like, let's just go. But I must admit, like, being the youngest person to do something that had an appeal, not gonna lie. But I did wait a significant amount of time because rushing it would have meant like skipping classes or relocating to take classes in order to meet that deadline before birthday, you know, anyway. So I'm 13, not 12, and I go to the instructor and said that the crazy 911 thing, we're all suiting up, you know, we're getting the wetsuits on. They could not find a wetsuit that would fit me. They just don't make them for children. That was part of the downfall of the accident here. You know, a couple of things went wrong. I'm so glad I saw that Rescue 911 thing, because I said, you know what happened is at 75 feet, this lady inflates her vest to the max while bear hugging this guy because he's run out of air. He yanks her regulator out. She almost panics. She struggles to get her octopus now that he's got her reg and is sucking on it for save his life, you know. He ain't gonna give it up. It was foolish. Not criticizing anybody here. Everybody makes mistakes. But she thought she could bear hug him and then take him to surface. When that failed, they were not kicking to the surface correctly. They were banging into each other's knees, and